Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. I want to encourage the people I can see coming through these two open doors to move to this side of the room. We're going to start at, hopefully, precisely 11 o'clock. So if I could encourage you all to move, there's plenty of spaces, front row seats, no less, over this side of the room. So please do. We love it when we're on stage to see faces close to the stage. We feel more engaged with people we're trying to communicate with. So if you could come close to the stage, that would be marvelous. And we'll start in about just 1 minute. So please take your seats, if you can hear me, outside of the room, and flow towards my left, if you possibly can. And obviously, just come towards the front. It is only the front row where there are reserved seats. So please come forward and sit towards the front. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome. I can see some people are still entering. If you want to find a seat closer to the front, there are spaces on this side of the room. I know the doors are closed, but you can make your way behind. Thank you all for being here, for coming to Luxembourg from all around the world. It's really a great pleasure to welcome you here in Luxembourg on this extraordinarily sunny day, a wonderful day to be inside for the next 3 days, in fact. So beautiful weather you have brought with you, and welcome to all of you joining us online as well. I hope you enjoy the conference and can participate as much as is possible these days online as well. So on behalf of the European Investment Bank, Mesdames et Messieurs, dear dames, dear Herren, Signoras et Signoritas, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to welcome you to Luxembourg, and as you can see, my name is Lisa Burke, and it's an honor to be your host over the next 3 days. One of my main jobs is timekeeping, so I'll do it with a smile, but if you see me walking towards the stage and you're a moderator of a panel or you're a speaker, we will be keeping to strict time rules. Of course, all of the moderators will be on time, but also I will ask you, the audience, if you don't mind, to be in your seats a couple of minutes before we start, because we really want to keep the time in order to make sure you can have all of that time through the coffee breaks, the lunch breaks, and the evening receptions to make new contacts, new friends, network amongst each other, and build the partnerships, which is going to be one of the themes for today. You can also keep in touch, anybody online, anybody in the room, with the hashtag, which you can see behind me on the screen, hashtag EIB Forum, on whatever social media platform you wish to partake in. There are choices these days, and of course you can share the messages, anything you find interesting or otherwise, you can share with photos online as well. You can, of course, log onto the Wi-Fi. Again, all of the information, along with other information, is available through the QR code on your badges. And through that, you can also engage with other speakers and participants here in the room, and also organize some meetings with them as well. The next 3 days will be full of very dense, important discussions, and the team, the organizational team, have worked so hard over the course of a year, an extremely fast-changing geopolitical year, to put together a program which is of paramount necessity for Europe and the conversations that Europe needs to be taking when it comes to ideas, potential solutions, and of course, partnerships. You're amongst peers here from across the world as audience participants and speakers, and there are bountiful networking opportunities. All of this, of course, is with a core, and that core is to make a difference to people's lives through projects and impact on the ground. So let's take a look at this video.
There are many things in Europe that we take for granted. But without them, our lives would be different.
I was just living from A to B, from here to there. That's how I lived.
Solamente el 20% de nuestras fincas se podían regar.
Eram adesea blocați în trafic. A fost foarte stresant.
Μετά τη διδακτορική μου διατριβή, προσπάθησα να βρω χρηματοδότηση για να συνεχίσω την έρευνά μου στην Ελλάδα. Παρ' όλα αυτά δεν τα κατάφερα.
Was de dakconstructie van deze schuur niet zo goed meer?
Prirodno sam se osjećala nesigurno jer kao znanstvenici poslovni svijet mi je bio totalno nepoznat.
Coming together, we find solutions.
Također oni organiziraju radionice iz financiranja, skaliranja patentnih prijava i ne samo da nas pripremaju za investiciju, nego nam i omogućavaju pristup investitorima.
De daken van de 3 schuren zijn ondertussen volledig gerenoveerd en voorzien van zonnepanelen.
Μου δόθηκε η ευκαιρία να φτιάξω την ομάδα μου και να υποβάλουμε μία αίτηση στο EIB. Έδωσα την ευκαιρία και στα παιδιά μου να μεγαλώσουν σε ένα οικείο περιβάλλον.
Metroul face parte deja din viața mea, din viața noastră, cea mai convenabilă, cea mai rapidă și mai ieftină opțiune de transport.
Al tener agua en nuestros campos, podemos producir más cosas, creamos empleo, hay servicios en el pueblo y no hace falta que nos vayamos a las capitales.
Get this has changed me in loads of different ways. I'm so happy now. My confidence and self-esteem has risen because of it, you know.
With our partners, the European Investment Bank Group is turning projects into reality.
It's now my great pleasure to welcome to the stage our host, the President of the European Investment Bank, Nadia Calviño.
Good morning, everyone. Before getting into the subject matter of the forum, let me just spend a little moment to thank all the colleagues in the European Investment Bank Group that have made it possible. I know there's a lot of invisible work of many teams throughout the whole group that has been devoting with a lot of passion, actually, their lives in the last weeks and months to prepare this event. And I want to start by thanking them wholeheartedly for their excellent work. Now, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, a warm welcome to the EIB Group Forum. This is the third edition of our annual gathering to discuss relevant issues to shape European policies and investments. And this year, our exchanges will be particularly valuable at this turning point of the global geopolitical order. We're certainly living a seismic shift with deep changes underway in the way our economies work, as technology revolutions unfold, and in our international alliances. Well, I'm not sure whether it's brave or not, but this is definitely a new world. Our future and Europe's role in the new chessboard will depend on the decisions we make today, and every decision counts. In such turbulent times, it's back to basics. We must safeguard our security. And this is a big word with many facets. Security means first and foremost an environment of freedom and peace for our countries. It also means stability, certainty, and opportunities to grow for our businesses. It means an inclusive society where people are confident about a better world for themselves and their children across the whole EU. Security can only be forged with strong international partnerships, by reassuring our allies that Europe will stay true to its core values and a rules-based international order. And of course, all of this in a livable world, where we ensure that future generations can continue to thrive, safeguarding food supply, public health, and good infrastructures. The basics, really. In other words, security and shared economic prosperity are mutually reinforcing. They work in tandem. One is a condition for the other, and vice versa. And in this sense, every euro invested by the European Investment Bank Group is an investment in our collective security. Last year, we provided 89 billion euros in financing, 90% of it inside the European Union, around 10% outside the EU, and with more than 14 billion euros invested through the European Investment Fund, which, as you know, is our subsidiary specializing in support to SMEs and startups through equity and guarantees. We have excellent results, showing record financing for Europe's energy security, including doubling of our financing for grids and interconnectors. Record higher risk investment in Europe's innovators and tech pioneers. The equity and quasi-equity agreements we signed in 2024 alone are expected to mobilize 110 billion euros in growth capital for startups, scale-ups, and European champions in breakthrough technologies. We also signed record investment for projects in cohesion and transition regions, which will bring opportunities where talent is in every corner of our union. Moreover, the EIB Group doubled its financing in support of European security and defence in 2024, and we plan to at least double it again this year to a record high. As you probably know, we extended our eligibilities, created a dedicated one-stop shop for projects in this area. We carried out extensive market testing to identify financing gaps in the value chain of Europe's defence contractors and conducted a roadshow across EU member states to engage with ministries and industry and help identify ambitious projects for financing. I can tell you today we're ready to do more. As I have already informed EU leaders yesterday, we will propose to the upcoming Board of Directors meeting on March 21st that the EIB Group further expands its eligibilities to ensure that excluded activities are more precisely defined and as limited as possible in scope. We also intend to embed the existing €8 billion programme into a new cross-cutting and permanent public policy goal. And this will enable the EIB Group to respond to financing needs in a manner which safeguards our operations and strong financial position for projects and investments in areas such as barracks and storage facilities, land and aerial vehicles, drones and helicopters, radars and satellites, advanced avionics, propulsion and optics, land border protection, military mobility, critical infrastructures, demining and decontamination, space, cybersecurity, anti-jamming technologies, military equipment, seabed infrastructure protection, and research. We're currently assessing a solid pipeline of 14 projects expected for approval in the coming months in these areas. Just to mention one example, we are assessing a military camp in Lithuania, which is intended to host a German armed forces brigade. Because for us, this is the key priority going forward, identifying ambitious projects where the EIB Group can really make a difference. And that's why we're working closely with all stakeholders, including EU governments, the European Defence Agency, NATO Innovation Fund, to pool resources and maximize impact and complementarity. We will also shortly convene a meeting with national promotional banks to reinforce our cooperation in mobilizing public and private investment in this area. Because more than ever, there is a need to join forces and have a coordinated approach where each institution focuses where it can provide most value added. And these changes reflect the EIB Group's readiness to remain responsive and relevant in a shifting global landscape. Europe's security hinges upon adapting to this new environment to make sure that it retains its strategic autonomy and leadership, that we master our own future. And as I indicated before, every euro invested by the EIB contributes to Europe's security. Through financing for large-scale investments in energy, the green transition, transport, research, social infrastructures, security and defense, new technologies, and strong international partnerships, we are contributing to a strong Europe in a more stable, prosperous, and peaceful world, as reflected in the wonderful video that we have seen to introduce the forum. Now, let me briefly run you through the highlights that we expect during the 3 days of our forum. To help frame the different panels, we will present later today the new edition of the EIB Group's annual investment report, which is our flagship annual overview of the outlook for investment based on the survey of 13,000 companies and the constant engagement with our clients, many of which are here today. The business and innovators in every region and every corner of the EU have confirmed that there are 3 main levers to boost Europe's competitiveness and security: market integration, simplification, and large-scale investment in innovation. Beyond the investment report, together with Commissioner Dan Jorgensen, we will lay the foundations for a new pan-European housing initiative to provide financing in 3 areas: innovation, new materials and building techniques; renovation, and affordable housing in every corner of our union. During this forum, we will also be signing agreements to launch innovative financing instruments for women entrepreneurs. It was signed already this morning in Spain through the CBNK Bank. To help a German innovator in Eratec develop new fuels that will slash emissions for air travel. To boost Lebanon's epidemic preparedness and improve access to essential pharmaceuticals for vulnerable populations. And I am really happy that Dr. Tedros will join us and we will be able to sign this initiative that highlights both the unwavering support of the EIB Group to multilateral institutions like the World Health Organization and our commitment to support the well-being of our partners beyond our shores. Actually, the first ever EIB Global Days will show that Europe can step up, expand its footprint, and continue to contribute to strong partnerships around the world, which lead to win-win outcomes. Something that sounds revolutionary these days, unfortunately. Let me close with Ukraine, because also at the forum, together with Commissioners Kos and Dombrovskis, we will be signing the €2 billion guarantee agreement to launch the new Ukraine facility, providing financial support for restoring critical infrastructure and essential services in the country. Because Ukraine's security is Europe's security, and we will support the country on its way to reconstruction and the path to EU membership. So over the next few days, we will be discussing in the forum more proposals that turn challenges into opportunities, that turn projects into realities for Europe and our partners around the world. And this is not just about numbers. Our work brings affordable housing for students in Cyprus, easier access to finance for farmers in Romania. It helps researchers in the Netherlands or Spain develop new innovative treatments against cancer, saving lives. It brings clean, affordable energy to households and businesses in Belgium and Germany, and faster rail connections in Czechia. Our actions mean shelters for schools and hospitals in Ukraine too, protecting innocent people from bombings. In a world where everything, everywhere, all at once is changing, we must move fast and with determination. Now is the time to act in a spirit of unity, partnership, and solidarity. There is no time to lose, and at the European Investment Bank, there is no hesitation. This is Europe. These are our European values. Unity is our strength. So we will play our role as financing arm of the EU to contribute to our shared goals. You can count on the European Investment Bank Group, which is a true success story of European unity, to finance projects that make a difference on the ground for our citizens and our businesses. More than ever, let me tell you loud and clear, we are proud to be European. Thank you very much and all the best during the forum.
Thank you so much, President Calvino. Now we're going to move to the first topic of conversation, which is one that has been ongoing for a number of years for Europe as a priority, decarbonisation. And this focus will be the decarbonisation of Europe's industry. To open this topic, please welcome Ambroise Fayol, who is the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, to share his thoughts, and he will open up the first keynote speaker. Ambroise.
Merci beaucoup. Bienvenue à tous. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and speakers, it's an honor for me to address you today at the very first panel of the EIB Group Forum 2025 on the challenges of decarbonization in the European industry, certainly a topic of many in our minds at the moment. We have all heard from the recent Draghi report about the hundreds of billions needed to close the investment gap, the need to boost technological innovation, to break down the regulatory barriers, to bring down energy prices, and promote the necessary skills for the workers of tomorrow. Quite a tall order. This call, though, combined with recent geopolitical events, has been a catalyst for change in our competitiveness strategy in Europe, with the recently announced Clean Industrial Deal and Competitiveness Compass, and it is in this spirit that we gather today. As Vice President of EIB, leading on climate, I'm privileged to set the stage for this important discussion, and whilst of course recognize the challenges, I would like to focus my intervention on forward-looking solutions. Europe stands at a pivotal moment in its journey towards net zero emissions. Some may ask whether it still makes sense to continue on our path in the current global context. Let me emphasize that our commitment at EIB to decarbonization is unwavering. The EIB is dedicated to transforming the challenges into opportunities for growth and innovation. As the Climate Bank, we are committed to supporting the green transition through strategic investments and innovative financing solutions. Last year was a record year for EIB with 51 billion euros of financing in this area, almost 60% of our lending as a group. And with TechEU as part of our strategic priorities, we are committed to supporting innovation in clean technologies and manufacturing, supporting our European companies. We will continue to provide funding for clean technology projects with a focus on energy-intensive industries such as steel, metals, and chemicals. Our goal is to facilitate the transition of companies to low-carbon technologies and help them tackle high costs. As part of the Clean Industrial Deal, we will launch a Clean Tech Guarantee Facility under our flagship TechEU program powered by InvestEU. At the end of 2023, we launched a counter-guarantee program to support the wind equipment manufacturers in Europe following extensive market testing. This 5 billion guarantee mechanism, a first for EIB, is very successful. And this is why, as part of the Clean Industry Deal, the EIB will also launch a grids manufacturing package to provide counter-guarantees and other de-risking support to manufacturers of grid components, and a joint European Commission EIB pilot program of counter-guarantees for PPAs, power purchase agreements, securing long-term renewable energy offtake contracts for SMEs and energy-intensive industries. In line with the emphasis of the Clean Industrial Deal on circularity in reducing waste and extending the life of materials, we will also increase our support to projects that maximize Europe's limited resources, especially critical raw materials. Circular economy has to be a significant part of tomorrow's industry if we want to reduce overdependence on third country suppliers. And finally, innovation is key to success. Through initiatives like the Innovation Fund or Horizon Europe, and with our varied toolkit of financial instruments, we will continue to stimulate research and development in clean technologies, energy, and industrial decarbonization in Europe. By fostering innovation, we can close the gap between current capabilities and future needs. We can, for instance, improve European sovereignty over semiconductor technologies, and actually in our financing, we have increased recently our support to the semiconductor industry. In conclusion, you can count on the European Investment Bank to contribute to build a competitive, resilient, and sustainable future for all. Now, without further ado, it's time to kick off our first panel discussion today with our moderator, Laura Piovesen. But before that, it's my great pleasure to introduce our esteemed guest speaker today, Mr. Luca De Meo, the CEO of Renault Group, who will give us an insight into the challenges of combining decarbonization with competitiveness from the viewpoint of the automotive sector. Mr. De Meo is a prominent leader in the automotive industry with over 3 decades of experience driving innovation and excellence. Since taking the helm at Renault Group, Mr. De Meo has been instrumental in steering the company towards a sustainable and electrified future. Under his leadership, Renault has launched groundbreaking initiatives and embraced cutting-edge technologies, solidifying its position as a global automotive leader. EIB is proud to have recently invested heavily in EV battery gigafactories in Europe, including 2 in northern France. These 2 gigafactories will support Renault's investments in electric vehicles development. Please join me in welcoming Mr. De Meo on the stage, and I wish you a very, very interesting discussion. Thank you.
Signora Presidente, Monsieur le Vice-Président, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real honor and great pleasure for me to be here, and also to have the chance to address myself to such a distinguished audience. I want to thank you, Signora Presidente, for this opportunity. You know that the automotive industry, I'm here because probably you think that the automotive industry is, you know, kind of a proxy of the situation in Europe. Is the industry of the industry. We're at the crossroads of a lot of sectors. And I came here to tell you a little bit how the situation is. I think we are faced probably with the biggest transformation in the last 30 years, at least since I'm working, as you said, in this unbelievable industry. And the shift to electric mobility is just one part of the story, among a series of pressure from the urge to reduce our impact to zero, to the digital revolution, to growing regulation. But no doubt it's the toughest challenge, and actually it's a systemic one for us. It's not just about changing one part of the car, it's actually about reinventing what a car is. And it's about a completely new value chain that has to emerge. 70% of an EV material cost are from new components specific to EVs. And EVs have 2 times more semiconductors than a combustion car. The raw materials are different. An EV will also require less maintenance than a combustion car, which is good for the customer, while bringing, on the other side, new business opportunities linked to connectivity and energy ecosystems. And of course, it all comes with new supply chains and a new infrastructure. So the challenge is, I think, massive. And Europe's automotive industry is, I think, fully committed. We are investing 250 billion in electrification, and I think there will be no going back. In environmental terms, EVs, I can state that, you know, based on all our studies, are better. By 2030, the cradle-to-grave carbon footprint of an EV made and used in Europe will be 70% lower than that of a combustion engine car over the whole life cycle. In fact, EVs are better in many areas, even from the point of view of the customer. They accelerate better. They are silent. There's no vibration. They give us the opportunity to get away with many traditional constraints to reinvent the car and its package. We can put more space for the people in a smaller space for the vehicle itself. EVs, and this is sometimes forgotten, are also a key enabler for digital transformation, for the simple fact that you have more electricity on board. And this electricity can allow you to perform computing power and to make, you know, the semiconductor work and run the software, which you will not be able to do with a simple traditional 12-volt battery. At the same time, we must be aware that EV shift creates a major moment of discontinuity. And what we see is that all the segments of the new value chain are not yet there. All players are not advancing at the same pace. Today, Europe holds less than 10% of global battery production capacity. When it comes to raw materials, I think we are a long way off. Take lithium. 90% of the world's refining capacity is today in China. And our charging infrastructure is deployed 7 times slower than necessary. So this is actually a risky moment, and it puts a pillar of European prosperity in jeopardy. A pillar, just to remind everybody, a pillar that accounts for 13 million jobs on the continent, representing 8% of the GDP. You probably don't know, but 30% of the private research and development is within the budget of Automotive and its supplier in Europe. Today, this European engine is actually faced with rules of the game that have changed. For decades, the combustion engine worked like a barrier to entry, benefiting Europeans because we had invented this technology, we had the intellectual property. This is not more the case. So with the rise of EV, we have also moved from a world of mature technology, and I would say stable demand, to a world where technology is evolutionary and demand is very volatile, like also the raw material prices. You can invest billions in a gigafactory, maybe also part of your money, that will become obsolete overnight just because a new chemistry, a new battery chemistry has popped up. You can see the price of lithium multiplied by 12, then divided by 2 in the space of 2 years. So the bottom line is clear. Scale was, in the past, the mantra for Automotive. It's no longer true. Speed, agility are now the most precious resources, including a completely different mindset and an organization that would foster innovation. So speed, agility, and innovation are now the key new world. This moment of technological discontinuities has, on the other hand, opened opportunities for new competitors. That's exactly what we see with China. The Chinese know very well what the Europeans have tended to forget. No wonder that in the Made in China 2025 plan, they've placed automotive and especially new energy vehicle, including hybrids and plug-in hybrids, among the key sectors that have the potential to pull the entire system up. And today, the automotive system has actually, the center of gravity has actually shifted to China. Over 30% of the new car sales in the world are made there. China is leading the way in electrification. BEVs are already 30% of the market, 50% if you include plug-in hybrid and range extenders. 60% of EV sales worldwide are made in China. And Chinese automakers, they actually set the new rules. For example, developing a car in 2 years. A few years ago, it would have looked like a science fiction in Europe. So what they also bring is a new tempo, a new rhythm to the whole story. They have taken the lead in innovation. On the side of the value chain coverage, for example, BYD vertically integrated 75% of the EV value chain. They are also revolutionizing the user experience. Take the example of Xiaomi. This is a consumer electronic company that is successfully integrating over 200 product categories into one connected ecosystem that seamlessly integrates with the customer, digital life, and the car becomes part of the user digital ecosystem. So now it's time for European car makers to be humble and to learn. We must imitate our competitors where they do better than we do before we put our innovation on top. We are actually already doing it. This is not something completely new for us. Actually, it's old like Automotive. This is what the Louis Renault, André Citroën, Giovanni Agnelli, Kiichiro Toyota did a century ago in the United States when Ford revolutionized manufacturing with the assembly line. It's also what the Chinese have done with us more recently. They learned from us. For example, at Renault, we have opened an engineering center in Shanghai. It allows us to develop in less than 2 years a small EV that we will produce and source in Europe. And it allows us to redesign the development process of the company. We now target to make all our cars in less than 2 years. We know what we have to do, but it won't be enough because we have structural problems in Europe that hold us back. On the demand side, consumers are being squeezed with less purchasing power to buy cars that are getting more and more expensive. Today, Europeans have 25% lower real income compared to the US. Over the past 2 decades, household incomes have grown only 10%. During the same period, car prices have increased over 50%, and housing prices have grown 3 times faster than the median household income. New cars have become a luxury, especially electric ones. And in 2023, the average EV sold in Europe was 3 times more expensive than the average European income. The average new car buyer in Europe, average new car buyer age is 56. It was 47 in 2005. Is around 35 years old in average in China. And when you come up with EVs that are 50% more expensive than the combustion ones, with interest rates skyrocketing, and with a recharging infrastructure that's only 20% of the target, then it's no surprise to see demand stagnate below 15% in some markets like my country, your country, Senora Presidente, is like around 5%. It means that structurally we need to fix Europe competitiveness issues if we want to put ourselves in the condition to make EVs that will be affordable. Today's Euro productivity is less than 80% of that of the US. We have electricity costs up to 3 times what they are in that country, double than China. You probably don't know one thing, but I would include also automotive or EV value chain into the energy-intensive sectors because the cost of electricity to produce an electric car is twice the labor cost today. China working population is roughly 4 times ours, and they work double the number of hours we do. In other words, we should be 8 times more productive just to keep up. If you look at the thing from the innovation side, China has 6 times higher productivity growth coming from tech and innovation. The cost of error is 10 times higher in Europe than in the United States. Just the opposite of what you need to encourage risk-taking. And the piling up of regulation siphons off up to 25% of the R&D European car makers. Bottom line, a 25% cost advantage for a compact EV made in China compared with an equivalent European model. On top of that, European car makers suffer from I would say, lack of support from financial markets. Europeans invest around 5 times less in equity than Americans. And when they invest, it's elsewhere, with around 300 billion savings invested abroad annually, mostly in the US. And European companies are actually undervalued by the markets. If you compare US and European price to earnings ratios, you see 33% discount on European companies. And it's a vicious circle because it fuels European companies' dependency on bank borrowing, bringing interest burden and risk aversion that makes innovation only more difficult. In fact, it's high time for Europe to get out of this trap. Regulatory burden constricts companies' innovation capacity and drives up prices, while financial markets are depriving companies the financial firepower to invest in innovation. Many of the key solutions have been identified. Push as you said, EU market integration, including an integrated capital market, streamline regulation, ensure affordable green energy offer, meaning around 50 euro per megawatt of renewable energy, support demand through purchase incentives, fleet electrification, and charging infrastructure rollout acceleration. But beyond that, I think it's a new approach that is needed to bring a systemic fix to the system with an holistic perspective and a European industrial strategy, able to address the entire ecosystem, even beyond, of course, automotive. I think that public authorities have a crucial role to play there, to coordinate all the players across the value chain, from mining to infrastructure, to energy producer, to car makers, to the software industry, to recycling, to ensure that there is a business case that works for everyone, launching common projects that could set the ball rolling, and even more. Airbus projects, for example, to create competitive, small, affordable EVs in Europe. Public authorities must also establish close collaboration between researchers, regulators, and businesses, and bring the right level of agility and flexibility, constantly readjusting our objectives to the changing conditions. So now is not the time to be inward-looking. On the contrary, I believe that Europe has never been in greater need of openness and team spirit, as you said, to take challenges that are cut across the traditional sectors. I'm also a proud European. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much to Luca Di Meo there, setting out some very stark facts, some of which we knew, some perhaps we did not know, and a refrain of things we have heard that Europe needs to tackle. And to tackle it, in our first panel, we have Laura Piovesan, who is the Director General of Projects at the European Investment Bank, and she will lead the discussion with her panelists, Tomasz Nedecki, Chairman of the Board of Directors at the Czech National Development Bank, Anne Mettler, Vice President of Breakthrough Energy, Tim Bultken, Chief Executive Officer at Innoatec, and Stefan Tondo, who is Head of Climate Action Governmental Affairs at ArcelorMittal.
Okay, let's get then into the panel, and after this very inspiring keynote speech from Mr. Di Meo, we will broaden from the automotive sector to the broader industry and clean tech industry, which does reflect the challenges, but also the opportunities and the solutions that Mr. Di Meo spelled out in his keynote speech. So I have a very exciting panel which covers many elements of the ecosystem that was mentioned by Mr. Di Meo, but indeed it is central to find the right solution for these challenges. There is the right momentum also, so the timing for having this discussion is right. There is the right momentum on the policy side. The Clean Industrial Deal has been released last week by the Commission, as well as the first part of the Omnibus regulation, so the focus on simplification and on industrial strategy. And of course, today we are waiting to see the proposal in the strategic plan for the automotive sector. So the momentum is starting, is there. And the challenge at the center of this momentum is about competitiveness. And it's about the difficult trade-offs and the important trade-off and balance between the affordability, but also the resilience of our supply chains. So let me start, Anne, maybe if you allow me, with you, because you are very outspoken about how critical this is the time in European industry. It's a make or break moment, but also about how a key element is scaling up existing technologies. So the technologies for decarbonization 2050 are maybe still to be developed in part, but we do have good technologies now, and the challenge there is about deploying them at scale. And of course, in your role as Vice President of Breakthrough Energy, you have seen a lot of these scaling up stories. So you are very well placed to tell us, what are the good solutions, what works, and how does collaboration help getting this solution to be realized?
Thank you so much, Laura, and apologies to everyone for having to listen to this voice. I'll do my best. So where to start? I'm very happy to speak about emerging clean technologies and decarbonization, but before I do so, I just really want to say a word about industry, because I think it's very important. What we of course need to understand is that Europe's deindustrialization is nothing new. This has been going on for a long time, but we have seen really sort of an acceleration of this deindustrialization since the war in Ukraine began and the ensuing energy crisis started. And what this meant is that essentially we have seen really big declines in industry. Last year it was 3%, and if you add to this, it was already alluded to, the high cost of energy, electricity prices 2 to 3 times what they are in the US, price of natural gas 4 to 5 times, then you understand, that we are really in a serious situation. Despite that, we pushed through in the last European Commission every piece of legislation, including the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, which is really, really a transformative piece of legislation. And this was at a time when we were very well aware that in this cycle, the overriding themes were going to be competitiveness and security and defense. And as a result of everything also that Luca De Meo just talked about, what we are facing today is we basically, in many instances, have priced ourselves out of markets, including our own markets. So this is really serious challenge to competitiveness, obviously, and that will not be just be able to be fixed because we launch a competitiveness compass or whatever we want to call it. These are deep-seated challenges that we have sort of accumulated over many years. So just to set the stage. So Europe, because of that, faces sort of a double whammy, I would say, in the sense that we are losing established industries. That's not a secret. But now coming to my field, we're also having a really hard time standing up new emerging technologies. So here, I think it was already spoken about batteries. I think Northvolt was a big setback. I also note in passing that so much of what we promised or anticipated in green hydrogen didn't materialize. We're also seeing challenges in the heat pump sector. I know that Niels Aldag was supposed to be on this panel. He fell ill, in the electrolyzer industry. So we had a lot of anticipation that we would build out new industries, and we have been slow to do that. So I think it's really a moment for honest reflection of what is happening here and how we can do this better. And let me say also, Europe's world changed profoundly just in the last 4 weeks. I don't need to go into detail. Everything has changed. And losing productive capabilities and manufacturing at a time of war is an existential threat. So we really need to prioritize now industry, manufacturing, productive capabilities, and really put this on the front burner. So this is not a time for business as usual. I think all of the previous speakers have said this as well. So we really need bold action. We need to have the courage to set priorities. That means we will do some things and we will not do some other things, right? We need to understand and accept that there will be trade-offs. We can't have it all, right? We need much better understanding of what we can and cannot do now, what we must prioritize, what we do in the short term, what we can push back, right? I know this is very difficult to do at the European level. And for that, I really believe we need new types of collaborations that are not now just nice to have, but that are really, really indispensable. So effective immediately, I want to say that there needs to be, in my opinion, a new modus operandi between public and private, and that the way we have done things to date, which has been, in fairness, sort of top-down, really prescriptive micromanagement emanating from Brussels, that this has to stop. And it has to be replaced with something that is much more dynamic, much more flexible. I think Luca de Meyer was excellent on these issues. What we need is now really an enabling public sector, a public sector that doesn't try to stop things from happening, but that wants to make things happen, right? That creates the right ecosystems, that solves bottlenecks, and that ensures that industry not only can be in Europe, but can actually thrive in Europe. And decarbonization, I think, will be part and parcel of that. Because what we need to understand is Europe is a resource-poor geography. We don't have fossil energy outside of Norway and the UK. So within the EU, the fact is we are a resource-poor geography. And so that means that technologies that can help us reduce the demand for fossil energy, by definition, will not only bring us closer to our climate goals, but they will also make us more secure and ultimately more competitive. I like to call this the triple win, and I think it really needs to guide our policy making. We now need to really accelerate not only the development of these technologies, but the deployment and scaling up of these technologies that can help our existing industries to decarbonize, become more competitive, and make us more secure, but also help us stand up new industries. So in addition to the new balance between public and private, I would also say we need a new balance between established industry and incumbents and startups and innovators. Hitherto, we have two different policies, one for industry and one for startups. I think that needs to become completely intertwined, and we need to use the technology frontier, which so often resides in startups, and bring it straight into the incumbent industries. And if we do that, we will have a different type of industrial policy that is really needed at in these very sort of existential and transformative times.
Thank you very much, Anne. And indeed, you point to the need of collaboration, you point to the need of a new industrial policy focusing on ecosystems and supporting scale-up. And I think this would be a thread across all the different panels today in the forum, because it's not only for decarbonizing industry, but it's also for having more secure industry and more digital industry. So I think across the topics today, we will hear this point. And of course, if I turn now to Thomas, who is the chairman of the board of directors on NRB. Thomas, what is the role then in this ecosystem that financial instruments can play? You have been an advocate for more financial system instruments to green SMEs in the Czech Republic. What can you tell us from your experience?
Okay, first of all, thank you for inviting me, and thank you to the staff of EIB for organizing of this event. I know it's always a lot of work. I would like to speak about national promotional banks and institutions generally, because NRB is part of the team. What is the role? These institutions are special ones, like central banks. They have a special mandate. Central banks, they have the mandate of price stability. If there is a dual mandate, some central banks, they are responsible for financial stability. American Fed is also responsible for employment. And what are the responsibilities of national development banks? In many countries, they are under special legislation, and the main goal is to be implementing partner or tool or the way how to implement governmental economic policy. Governments, generally, they have two options, how to support economic and development. The first option are via grants. Grants I personally call goodbye money, because we use this money just once for some projects. Or they can use financial instruments. It means guarantees, loans, or equity investments to support projects, and I call these money as see you later, because these financial instruments, they have in their DNA a revolving effect. They are going back. All programs we prepare as national promotional banks and institutions. We prepare in close cooperation with our ministries. In case of decarbonization, it's much broader topic, because for example, in the Czech Republic, we have some programs with Ministry of Industry, Energy, Local Development, Environment, Transportation. Maybe there is one issue we have, because I mean that we have two problems, by my opinion. Among others, the first one that we suffer what I call grants obesity. Yeah, because the usage of grants is huge. I can talk about Czech Republic, but I mean it's valid for the rest of Europe. For example, in figures, in the last programming period, only 4% of all European money, 4% we use via financial instruments. The rest we put into economy in the form of grants. Yeah. But and the second point is atomization of all these programs. Yeah, so this is another issue. But as I said, always we prepare specific programs, and these specific programs are the goal of the promotional bank is just to check, monitor, and report if clients are eligible for this project at the beginning and throughout the projects. And the goal of the bank is to do banking responsibilities like KYC, or we have to evaluate if these projects are bankable. So that's the role that how we can contribute. We have I would like to mention two examples. The first one is that we have a nice cooperation with EIB. We use program of Elena, so we have an advisory program for energy efficiency. This morning I have signed just contract with one of our hospitals for energy efficiency, and with the Ministry of Environment we have signed a contract that we also providing financing. Yeah, so it's not only advisory, but also it's about financing. So it works perfectly. And to be honest, it's easy. We can easily measure the impact. Yeah, but I mean, we should have much bigger ambitions just to measure the impact. What will be if 10, 15, 20% energy efficiency? We should be more ambitious. And it was mentioned what Anne said, and also what Luca said, and it came to my mind. Yeah, this is a story I would like to share with you. Last year we ran, and it came to my mind when Luca was presenting the story of Renault. Last year we ran one of our projects on clean mobility. Yeah, so it was guarantee program with a subsidy just to motivate small and medium-sized enterprises to buy e-cars. Yeah, within 7 months we closed the program. The program was sold out, and we supported 7,000 entities. What do you think that was the share of, who had the biggest share of cars? I mean, what brand? Tesla. 70%. Tesla, 70%. The second place, you know that Czech Republic is a quite developed country, industrial country with automotive on the top. On the second place, Volvo, 7%, Škoda, 5%, BMW, 5%. Yeah. So via our programs, we support research and development in the US. Yeah. So I'm not sure, and the ambition should be that we are really the leader in decarbonization technologies, and how to recognize it. We are able to sell it abroad. Yeah. So this is what I would like to open today. Yeah. That we should be more ambitious, because currently this is, it's a small part. Yeah. But this is the story, that we invest abroad, and we are buying decarbonization technologies from abroad. I mean, that should be the role of Europe if we are talking that we create the Green Deal. Thank you.
Thank you, and indeed, thank you for bringing in financial instruments, but also advisory, which is important and goes hand in hand with financing, but also to pointing to the importance of resilience of our supply chain, alongside, indeed, the competitiveness and the affordability. And I want now to bring in Tim. Tim is the founder and CEO of Ineratech, and Ineratech is being supported, and the president mentioned you, by both a venture debt loan from EIB, but also a grant from Breakthrough Energy. So this role of collaboration and ecosystem there. And I think I'm very excited to have you here with us, because you have a successful example of scale up. So I'll be very interested of hearing from you, what are the key enablers? We spoke about the public policies, we spoke about the financial instruments. What is it in your experience? And please also tell us a bit about what is of innovative your company does.
Yeah, thank you, Laura, for the good question. So I think in two simple words, the first thing what we need is partnerships. You mentioned it, and the second one is a stable regulatory framework. So what Ineratech is doing, basically, we take the greenhouse gas CO2, combine it with green hydrogen, and with that we produce e-fuels, synthetic fuels that can be used in the transportation sector, for instance, in hard-to-abate sectors such as the aviation sector, maritime, but also other hard-to-abate sectors like the chemical industry, so they can be used as feedstocks there. And by that we are also adding to the resilience and also to the competitiveness of the European Union. In fact, what we are doing with our technologies, we are giving our customers, but also the area, the capability of producing liquid fuels out of basically nothing than renewable electricity and CO2. So, and this was heavily reviewed, I must say, by the European Investment Bank and by Breakthrough, so that by the end of last year we finally could onboard new partners in part of the EU Catalyst program, and these new partners that help us now, first of all, to scale up our production. We are producing our technology in Karlsruhe, Germany. It's a technology which very efficiently in a chemical process converts hydrogen and CO2 into the liquid feedstock. And what Ineratech is doing, we are really building the plant already, selling it to the customer, but now also for the very first time in Frankfurt, Germany, producing the fuels on our own. So it's the largest e-fuel plant which is currently in manufacturing in Europe. We take hydrogen from an electrolyzer, we take CO2 from a biogenic feedstock, and in the first phase we are producing the liquid crude product, and now also EU Catalyst and specifically also Breakthrough is coming in to help us to upgrade this feedstock into neat sustainable aviation fuel so that we can bring the fuel directly into the market. And this brings me now to the second part. So now we have the partners, but what we also need is a regulatory framework, and what is currently happening is that there is a perceived uncertainty on the regulatory framework. I mean, we are now in a world where I would say so-called partners make 180 degrees turnarounds. We see that oil and gas majors are backing off from clean energy projects and are doubling down on fossil exploration. So it makes me happy to see that also the European Union is doubling down down on climate technologies, because that's what we need, because we don't have the fossil resources here in Europe, and we need it for the future to become climate neutral. But what is also a big challenge is, while everybody knows that sustainable aviation fuel, for instance, will be needed in the future, we have SAF allowances that, I would say, bridge the gap between the today still bit more expensive green fuels compared to the fossil fuels. They are only legit until 2030. So, and currently there is the missing vision what happens after 2030. I mean, e-fuels were not even mentioned in the Clean Industrial Deal. So, and this regulatory framework needs to be stable also for a longer period of time, so that we can attract also, after having partners on board like Breakthrough and the EIB, infrastructure capital, massive investments from the private sector to really scale our technology.
Thank you, Tim, for pointing indeed to partnership and regulatory framework as key enablers in the scale-up, and indeed looking at the regulatory framework. This also needs to reflect the ecosystem and all the interdependence of the transformation of this new economy that is coming up. Stefan, now moving from a startup or scale-up into a very well-established large industry, and I think you are facing to a certain extent similar challenges that Luca De Meo pointed out at the beginning in terms of important transformation of the industry, and in fact it has been also, it's the second sector on which the Commission started with strategic dialogue. Yesterday there was this the strategic dialogue with the steel sector. So what are the key enablers of this transformation that the steel sector is bringing to the table in Brussels as suggestions for the way forward for the steel sector?
Yeah, thanks, Laura, and the whole EIB team. Indeed, Luca mentioned the challenges that the car industry was facing. We are in a slightly different context, in the sense that Europe today, we are able to produce all what we need in Europe. We have the capacity, and we have all the qualities that car makers, all the users need. So we don't need to import. But as Anne mentioned, over the last years, and especially since the crisis, our market, meaning our customers, our market has shrunk from 160 million tons to 130. A big drop. At the same time, imports have increased from 20 to 30 million tons, unconstrained. And due to our energy costs and the CO2 costs, our exports have almost disappeared. They have vanished. So this has led to a cut of the European production of almost 30 million tons, 90,000 jobs. Impressive, no? So now we have to ask the question of ourselves, because decarbonization is an opportunity. The technology is there, we know what to do, we have the financing to do so. The question is Europe still a place to invest for this kind of heavy technologies? So the market, I explained it already. If we consider now that decarbonization is a lever that could be a game changer, we have to make sure that we have the resources that we need, the energy, the cost of the energy, but also making sure that there is no distortion of the market. And today, the main challenges that we are facing, we have a strong support from the member states, but there are still some strong EU prerogatives, which are trade, which are carbon costs, CBAM, which is the energy cost. That's one of our main concerns. And finally, the last one I would mention is also the markets. Imposing the industry to decarbonize is fine, if the end users are not obliged to use these kind of decarbonized products, which come with an additional cost. To whom will you sell them? So it increases our cost, but does not change your top line. So you have an issue with the business plan. And today, for investing in Europe, that's our main concern. We have no business plan. So we are in daily discussions with the various directorates of the European Commission to face these challenges of trade, of CBAM, of energy cost, repeating the needs for the steel industry. There is a strong positive reaction, I would say. You saw that during the first day of the new mandate, steel was visited, was considered as one of the most important sectors to support. We also saw the impact that the trade relationships worldwide in the recent days, weeks, could have on the strategic autonomy of sectors like steel, which is going in the defense, which is going in the energy, could have. So the awareness is there. Now we still need to see facts. We have seen a lot of regulations coming, like the Clean Industrial Deal. This gives orientations. Now we need to make sure that we have, and in a very short timings, because we need to decide for our investments now, we need to see what will be our energy costs for the future. Will we be protected from unfair trades arriving on the European market? Because if those things are not solved, we have no business case and it will be difficult to invest. And we are in a group which is a worldwide group. So we did investments in the US because there is a market which is, I wouldn't say closed, but protected, which has a specific energy cost that can be absorbed. Same in other regions like India, for instance. We don't have this landscape yet cleared in Europe for pushing on the green button to be clear.
Thank you, Stefan. And I think with this first round of discussion, we all pointed out to what is the outcome we wish to achieve, which is that Europe is the right place to invest for these new technologies, but also to transform the existing industries and maintain and grow the jobs. So I'll go for a second round, and feel free also to react to what other speakers have said now. Maybe Thomas, I start with you. Remaining on this topic of the financial instruments, and maybe drilling down on some of the solutions that we can see to make this happen. So you are starting to experience on green bond. How do you see this fits into this panel of solutions?
Okay, thank you. First of all, our legislation act on National Development Bank in the Czech Republic was approved and signed by the president 2 weeks ago. Next to the mandate, there is also some chapters saying that we can issue bonds with state guarantee, which is important because this is another way how we can finance our activities. But maybe back to your questions, I would split it. We always use term sustainable finance, yeah? And we mix it with the meaning financing sustainable project, yeah? Because sustainable finance I take differently. We meet regularly with our colleagues, with other promotional banks. It's always inspiring because in each country is a little bit different. Yeah. I could mention many stories with different countries: Italy, France, Spain, Croatia, BGK, Poland, very good in defense. But there is a very strong story which I have in my mind from KfW. KfW is a promotional bank in Germany, and they have celebrated 1 year ago 75th anniversary in Berlin. Stefan Wintels had the opening speech, and I still have it in my head. He was describing the story of KfW. I don't know if you know it. KfW was established just right after the Second World War because Germany received the Marshall Plan. So the German politicians and economists, they were discussing how to use this money. They have these two options I have already mentioned: grants or financial instruments. They decided for financial instruments. And I remember that Stefan Wintels admitted that they still, after 75 years, from accounting point of view, they still use Deutschmarks or German marks to support these projects. Yeah, so that's very strong idea of promotional banks and financial instruments, and this is just an example how it works, yeah. And this is what I mean sustainable finance, yeah, because we still have this finance in the economy. So first point. Second point, you mentioned green bonds, yeah. To be honest, I'm very surprised. Yeah? I'm looking at the premium, or we call it greenium, of these green bonds. It's a 2 to 3 basis points. I would expect 50-80. I believe in market. Market is the best mirror we can have. That's very good compass, what to do, always the market. And the market says, okay, we believe in green bonds, but we believe only that the greenium is 2 or 3 basis points. It seems to me there is something wrong. But I mean that we have more topics that decarbonization, because they are more, I would say, strategic and superb D topics. It's a demography, defense, digitalization, deglobalization. Maybe you have some other. And this is what Anne said. We are not able to finance everything. We have to start prioritizing of all these topics, and we have to say what is crucial for us. So maybe instead of saying green bonds, because I would say all bonds should have good stories, because investors will buy only bonds with good stories. And also, Lucas said that. And I know it as well, because, for example, pension funds and insurance companies in their reserves, they have a lot of money invested abroad. This is not the fault of these financial institutions. These institutions, they don't have good stories from Europe. So we shouldn't blame the mirror. The financial market is the mirror. So I wouldn't speak about green bonds. I mean that the topic, as I mentioned, is much broader. And definitely bonds, this is the vehicle, how we can blend together private and public money. This is very good. This is very good tool. But as I said, it's simple. If we have good story behind all these bonds, investor will buy these bonds. And if there is a demand for these bonds will be cheaper. And if these bonds are cheaper, we can finance our priorities.
No, thank you, indeed. And it is about targeting the right projects and the right priorities rather than, broadly spreading limited amounts of resources, and doing that in a way that indeed leverages this public-private collaboration. So, Anne, can you, elaborate a bit on what you said before and bring us some examples of how can Europe indeed be more targeted, and how can Europe do this through leveraging both the private and the public sector?
That's a really important question. Thank you, Laura. Some of you may know I used to be a Director General at the European Commission, and I actually wanted to leave to help establish these kind of public-private partnerships, because what I saw is that the public sector cannot do this alone. The energy transition will be driven by the private sector, with the public sector just creating the enabling environment that I just spoke about. So that was really my intention. The best example that I know is what's called the EU Catalyst Partnership as a best practice. And please allow me to just quickly speak about it. It was launched by Breakthrough Energy with the European Commission and the European Investment Bank. We committed basically to jointly mobilize up to $1 billion, so around 820 million euros, to establish first-of-a-kind projects in Europe, right? And why is that so important? Because yes, we know Europe's really strong in patents, and Europe's really strong in the early stages of the innovation cycle, but Europe is notoriously bad at the deployment and the scaling of these technologies. And oftentimes that first-of-a-kind plant is the one that stands in the way, because that's when you really need to put some money in your hands and say, okay, we're going for this. This is what Tim was just talking about, what he is doing, right? So I consider this, I like to call it a new generation of public-private partnership. And in order to do that, basically, the EU Catalyst Partnership is like you can think of it as a new financial instrument. And yes, of course, it's about funding, but it's also about much more. It's about accelerating the deployment, right? Because what maybe used to take 10 years can now be done much faster, right? Acceleration, speed. Luca talked about this. This is what we need now. It's also about risk sharing. We all know that there is an element of risk in these emerging clean technologies, but by sharing that risk and working towards a broader public good, right? We are making something happen that otherwise probably would not have happened. We need more of this. We also, I like to say, we leverage the best that everyone brings. Because even though I oftentimes, criticize the public sector, this cannot be done without it. It's absolutely critical, as I said, to create this enabling environment. But I also know we need the expertise of people who have, who know how to do project management, who have the scientific expertise, who know which technologies stand a chance and which don't, right? And that necessarily will need to come from the private sector. So in this partnership, we each provide the best know-how expertise that we have. And we really have a laser focus on commercialization. Because what I always like to say, only technologies that are actually used can help us decarbonize. If they stay in the lab, that will not work. So we need to create this market. It's exactly what you said. It can't just be subsidies. There needs to be demand on the other side of this. So we also help to generate that demand, or the offtake, as we like to call it. And within that, I want to use an example. So one of the companies we invested in is Ineratech, but you're not the example today. Another one is Rondo, which provides clean electric heat that, for instance, can help decarbonize the chemical sector. But the example I want to use is called Energy Dome. So this is a company that has created really a cutting-edge storage technology. It's based in Sardinia. And Energy Dome, yes, of course, we funded it, we made it happen, but we also helped line up the demand. So we're working with Engie. Engie has essentially committed to be the offtake for the storage that is produced for up to 10 years. So this is significant. That gives a lot of stability to this company. But we have also helped to essentially take this European technology that Energy Dome has created and use this made in Europe breakthrough a technology and bring it into the world. So in addition to the plant in Sardinia, there are going to be plants now in the United States, in Australia, in India, and in Chile. None of this would have happened without that partnership. So we're bringing European technology into the world. And that is, in my opinion, what has been missing so far in the approach that we have taken, is we need to think much more in terms of ecosystems, right? And where various stakeholders, the public and the private, make this not only happen, but help to make these projects thrive at home and abroad. The international pathway to expansion is actually a key factor in the work that we do. And I think Europe needs to have much more of that perspective, also in projects like the Global Gateway, for example. So, and let me say, that is very different from the typical call for proposals or whatever we do. So even if you win a project with the Innovation Fund or another funding project, and you're basically then left on your own. So we need this ecosystem. It will not work. The example sometimes I like, if those of you who are old enough may remember that Hillary Clinton once said, it takes a village to raise a child. And what I like to say is, for these emerging clean technologies, it takes a dynamic, agile, enabling environment, ecosystem to make that thrive. It is much more than funding. So we really need to think very differently about this. And we need to zero in. I've been working on European competitiveness for well over 20 years. It's not a secret that Europe doesn't have a problem with innovation or technology. Europe has a major problem with scaling and commercialization. So now we really need to zero in on that. And this is exactly what Catalyst is doing by enabling this first-of-a-kind projects to get off the ground. So my plea here is that we really think of the Catalyst partnership, not just as Breakthrough and the EIB and the European Commission, but we also look at other foundations, we look at family offices, we look at high net worth individuals. They can do this too. And as I said earlier, these are serious times. It's really, we need to step up to the plate. We need not just 3 projects that we have been able to get off the ground in Europe, but we need 100 of them. So I really hope that we can have more actors that come to the forefront, because we have this new financial instrument. It can be used by others, and let me say, it must be used by others. I want to thank the Catalyst partnership, or the Catalyst team at Breakthrough Energy. Mario Fernandez, my colleague, is here with me today, but I also want to thank the Commission and the EIB, because when we launched this was a radical new idea to do these first of a kind, of the size and the magnitude and the ambition that we had. And let me say, we also spoke to other government-type actors, and it was the EU that jumped into this. So for all of our saying we are slow, we're hesitant, no. My experience was the EU went straight into it. They saw it and they went for it. And here, just a shout out really to the EIB. Even in my time in the European Commission, I said this is the organization that is closest to the market. They are in the closest contact with investors, with companies, with startups. We need to work and empower the EIB, because this is the best that we have in Europe to really make everything that we're discussing here happen. So I know I'll be criticized now for not saying something nice about the European Commission. They're also awesome. I used to work there. But here, really, the EIB is critical in all of this. It cannot happen. And just like we need a different public-private partnership sort of approach, I also think the Commission needs to understand how critical the EIB is in all of this. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And to pointing to a very good example of public-private partnership to leverage and address the critical step of scaling up, which can be and should be replicated, broadened, scale up itself. So indeed, the challenge is significant. We do need to come with the right tools, and the right scale. And you also brought a concrete example, but we also, Tim, I think would be very, very keen to hear your experience in terms of what is your scale-up strategy, what worked in your case, and what are the key elements that helped you doing this shift from the innovation, indeed, to the large-scale deployment, commercialization. What do we need more of in Europe?
Yeah, I think Anne described the perfect playbook, basically, to do it. She provided good examples. What we are working on is to do the same thing with molecules. But what we have to keep in mind always is that if it comes to green molecules or molecules, we are also in a global competition. I mean, climate change is global, CO2 emissions are global. We have in Europe also perfectly described good access to IP, R&D, funding for R&D is strong. This is for sure something where also Enertech benefited in the early years as part of the Horizon 2020 program, Horizon EU programs, the EIC scale-up challenge, which we won. So that's great. We also have access to talented young people. We have amazing universities, be it chemical engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, that's all there. But as soon as you start competing on a global scale for really deep tech experts, you are competing with an Aramco, for instance, or a Shell, or a US-based company. So that's always something what we have in mind. And Enertech was also created out of this idea that scaling in Europe is not easy, and we see more than a handful of examples where it failed, not only in Europe, but also on a global scale. So what did we do? And that's something what came out of the deep technology that we are having. Inerotech has a modular technology. So we strongly believe in scale, but not in the pure economy of scale. Because as we've seen, the regulatory risk is there, also the financial risk is there for first-of-the-kind plants. And at the end, we thought, okay, raising a couple of billions of dollars for a first-of-a-kind plant is quite challenging, even if you have an amazing technology like ours. So our technology is then more, I would say, connected to the upstream side. So we use renewable electricity, which is modular from its nature. So renewable energy is produced from solar and wind. Here we talk about wind turbines, which are modular. We have PV modules that are modular, and you can connect them to larger fields. And the same holds for the other upstream technology that we need. Electrolyzers, for instance, we talk about electrolyzer modules. In the future, potentially, we also might use direct air captured CO2 in times when you don't have any CO2 to spare anymore. Then these direct air capture modules are also modular. And so our technology is a perfect fit for the upstream technology. And we can now in Frankfurt, for instance, our first-of-a-kind plant, we are investing 50 million. And by that, we can really prove that the technology also works at scale. We can standardize it and then mass produce it. And that's something where the European Union has been good in the past. So built a lot of machines with high quality in a large number at very small price. So this is our scale-up approach. And as the fact that we are among the, I would say, only companies in the world that are already building up our manufacturing capacities, deploying our technology, is a very important proof point for us that we are on the right trajectory.
No, thank you, Tim. And indeed, it's a whole transformation of economy, moving to this modular as energy becomes more granular. Also, sometimes the production needs to...
And resilient. I mean, renewable energy is
Absolutely.
resilient. Modular fuel production is resilient as well. So, and if we talk about private-public partnerships, I mean, now we are talking about the defense sector. So having a capability to produce the fuel on site wherever you need it, that's a capability and something what we should harness in Europe.
Can I just come in here? That's what I meant about the triple win. Yes, it's good for climate, but it's also good for security. It's also good for competitiveness, right? And if we start to bring this better together and think about it more holistic with the necessary urgency, I really believe we can make a difference.
And absolutely, and on this triple win, so the resilience and competitiveness and affordability. Maybe, Stefan, one point which I think is also important for the steel industry and this concept of ecosystem, circular economy as a way to be more competitive, a way to be more resilient, because we close the loop also within Europe and we can de-risk our supply chain. How does this reflect in the experience of the steel industry in ArcelorMittal in particular?
Yes, absolutely. First of all, steel is the most recyclable material on Earth. I think the molecules that in the Stone Age they were using, or in the Steel Age they were using, we still use them today. So there's nothing new on that. We want to continue with that. The point is that the increase of steel demand, which is one of the most required material to develop infrastructures, to develop habitations, energy, the recycling part can just represent half of it. So we still need to decarbonize the other half, which will still be using fresh raw materials. And here, then, again, the issue is not on the recycling. Still, we are able today to recycle up to 90% of the post-consumer scrap. All what you throw in your bins, 90% comes back to us. We need to further develop the recycling chains for cars, for instance, which are sometimes still exported, or even more massive things like vessels. Vessels, all the ones which are produced in Europe, are almost dismantled in Southeast Asia. This is a leakage of raw materials, and we know that today raw materials, it's not just the rare earths. It's also steel. It's a precious resource, has to stay in Europe. So decarbonizing the other half is the critical part. As I mentioned before, we have all the knowledge to do it, and we have to thank the EIB because you are one of the biggest lenders of our R&D, which is still mainly in Europe, very close from here. So it's thanks to you also that we are able to finance our R&D. And especially on the processes like decarbonization. So the critical points that remains are the ones that I mentioned earlier, and especially the electricity. Electricity will be crucial for the recycling part. If we keep the steel scrap in Europe, but have an energy cost which is 3 times higher than in the US or 2 times higher than in Asia, we will still have an issue. And the material will still flow away from Europe. So this is one of the most important points that still needs to be tackled. I would like to still complete on something that we mentioned before. We have spoken about the private-public partnerships. We have spoken about the partnership between clean tech, new companies investing in new technology, and the incumbents. I also would like to add a bit on the fact that we need a policy which is looking through all the chain. We saw in the Clean Industrial Deal that there will be an automotive action plan, because automotive industry, as Luca mentioned, is 25% more expensive in Europe, is flooded also by Chinese imports, is also risking its life for the time being. It's at the tipping point. We will also have a plan for steel, the Steel and Metal Action Plan. But both should be linked. I think we strongly support that there is a plan to support the automotive industry. If automotive industry disappears in Europe, it's 1/3 of our market who disappears. But we want to make sure that the opposite is also true, meaning that if automotive industry gets political support and financial support also from the Europe to remain on the market to be competitive, we want to make sure that they use steel products which are made in Europe. So, and this is something which is not really thought through today. There is no policy that looks across all the value chains as a consistent policy. And that's what still needs to be developed in the coming acts.
No, thank you. Extremely relevant point. We are an ecosystem. We need to work as an ecosystem. The policy, the industrial policy, needs to take this ecosystem approach as well. Very, very important. And I think we have the time for at least one question from the audience. And I'm not sure if I see. I cannot see anything. Because otherwise, maybe then I take the opportunity to ask a follow-up question following for everyone in the panel, following what Luca De Meo said in the automotive industry. We are now need to be humble and copy from others. So they are copying from China and setting up research in China and bringing back for the production of electric vehicles in Europe. Do you think that in your areas there is something that we can copy from others, and what should it be critical to maintain indeed Europe as the right place for investments? And
yes, better policy planning. And I say that if you look, for instance, how the Chinese did the electric car, they knew they couldn't compete with the combustion engine. So they said, let's have an entirely new car, right? An electric car. What do you need for an electric car? You need a battery. What do you need for a battery? You need critical minerals. Where do you get critical minerals? In the Democratic Republic of Congo. Then started deploying very fast in a very sizable market, yeah? Closed that market basically because no one else was making electric cars at the time. So, and then what did they do? Unleashed enormous competition within that market. And the government could know, they could just lean back and say, whoever will emerge as a winner from that competition will certainly be a Chinese company. What does competition do? Competition drives up productivity. Competition drives up innovation and drives down the cost. Yeah? So that is exactly what happened. Then they brought the electric car with the Belt and Road into the world. And I ask you, when was the last time we pulled off something like that? Something so comprehensive, exactly what you were just talking about. This kind of policy planning and strategic foresight will not fit neatly into a European Commission department, right? Because you really need across-the-board planning, foresight. Where do we want to go? So rather than copying just, you know, let's say in batteries, where I don't know that we can be still competitive, we need to look at how did we do that? How can we use our single market, which is also very sizable and important, much more strategically vis-a-vis others? How can we break the barriers in that market so companies can scale within that market? It was, Mario Draghi recently said, we are de facto putting a tariff on ourselves by having these fragmented markets. We talk about a single market, but I can tell you, at least in energy, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. My startups, they have to deal with a regional authority, with a national authority, with a European authority. No startup can scale in that environment. It's very difficult. We have a public sector that wants to control everything and have a say in everything, but too rarely wants to actually enable something, make something happen. So this is a real challenge in Europe. We need to become much more strategic, better policy planning, and much better strategic foresight about where we want to go and where we want to lead.
Tim, 30 seconds, so I have time to wrap up afterwards.
Yeah, maybe jumping in here. I mean, if it feels like we are very much focused on playing by the rules, and the question is always if from the left side and the right side, the players you have on the table are not playing by the rules, do we create global champions by playing by the rules?
Maybe we want to create new rules.
Yeah, I mean the situation now is changing, it's quite complex. And in sport, we use timeout. Yeah, so I would call for timeout, because if you ask for timeout, for example, in ice hockey, because your competitor is playing differently, it doesn't make sense to copy him. Yeah, you have to bring your new strategy. You have to change your game. Yeah, so I would call for timeout. Let's take a timeout, sit down, and think that we should do something differently. Yeah, because just copy what we have done in the environment a couple of weeks ago. It was totally different work. Yeah.
No, and thank you very much for this fantastic and engaging panel. I think my key takeaway here is the answer to the question, is Europe the right place to invest? And indeed, with the right strategies, with the right focus, the right integrated market regulation, we can indeed have a new European model for decarbonization, competitiveness, and resilience. And the key word I take out of all the discussion is the integration, is the ecosystem, the European dimension and partnership across both public and private sector. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for being here with us to this panel.
Thank you so much to the panel, and now it's lunchtime, so of course you will be back in your seats at 1:43. Bon appétit. Hello everyone, welcome back. Welcome back to those who are in the room on time. I appreciate that so much. Thank you to Violetta from Poland and Milan from Slovenia. You asked me to name check you, so I have done, and you mentioned that you are on time, and I'm very, very appreciative. Thank you to all of you in the room. We're going to start in a couple of moments, so I'm just going to yabber on a little bit about nothing in particular. I hope you did enjoy the lunch. I hope you did enjoy some of the solar rays coming in through the expansive window system that is here in the room here in this convention center. It's a beautiful day outside, and we will have a networking event tonight, but there will be still time to enjoy Luxembourg, although the sun sets. By the time we finish, the sun will have set, I'm sure. The next section is on digital Europe. So I do entice people to come back into the room on time. I can see many people still enjoying the lunch break and the conversations outside, but I'm going to just try to give them 1 or 2 more minutes so that they can join us here in the room, because I don't want them to miss this part. And again, to all of those who are joining us online, I know that there are 5 cameras in the room, so hopefully you're getting a feel for what it's like to be in the room with us here today. And thank you always for staying tuned and joining us online. So if I have I don't yet have to go ahead to start the next section. So we still do want to encourage everybody to come in and join us from outside. Okay, so we will start because, again, I don't want to diminish the time the panelists have, and we have a very esteemed panel. But before we go to the next panel and the next section, which is on Digital Europe, please welcome to the stage Teresa Czerwinska, who is the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, and she's going to set the scene for the next section on Digital Europe and how Europe is stepping up investment in cutting-edge technologies. Please welcome Teresa.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests. It's my pleasure as a Vice President of the European Investment Bank responsible for tech and digital to welcome you to this panel on Digital Europe, a framework for innovation to flourish. And the fact that we are addressing the topic in our program underscores the EIB Group's strong commitment to disruptive technologies, innovation and digitalization. They are at the core of our 8 strategic priorities and essential for Europe's prosperity and security. The EIB Group is widely recognized in the digital and innovation sector. Over the last years, we have supported several unicorns, which are now well-established companies, including WePay, Klarna, WeTransfer, Spotify, Skyscanner, to name just a few. In today's rapidly evolving geopolitical landscape, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and clean energy innovations are reshaping global competitiveness. Europe has long been a hub of scientific discovery and engineering excellence. However, as Mario's Draghi report highlights, we must accelerate our efforts to sustain our leadership in the digital age and build on this momentum. Innovation and digital must be at the heart of European renewal. While Europe accounts for 17% of global GDP, our share of the world's top technology companies is still disproportionately low. Only 4 for the top 50 tech firms are Europeans. This highlights our increasing dependence on external technologies, particularly in areas like microchip manufacturing, cloud storage, and software development. We stand at the pivotal moment in the global race for tech innovation. Today, to remain competitive and to reverse negative trends, we need to do more in boosting tech leadership, cutting red tape, expanding access to capital for scale-ups and startups, and investing in skills and talents. As the EU Bank, we have been steadfast in our commitment to support digital innovation, RDI, over the last decades. With more than 16 billion euros RDI investments only last year, we have invested in numerous digital and AI projects and are transforming industries, enhancing competitiveness and improving the quality of life for European citizens. The EIB Group is also the main implementing partner of the InvestEU program, designed to boost innovation and job creation across Europe by de-risking investments. Under InvestEU, the group signed over 24 billion euros of financing across the 4 main policy windows: sustainable infrastructure, research and innovation, support for SMEs, and social investments and skills. But there is still more to be done to support companies throughout the different stages of innovation and business cycle. This is why we are working on a new initiative, TechEU, to bridge the financing gap to support disruptive innovation, strengthen Europe's industrial capacity, and scale up companies which invest in AI, clean tech, critical raw materials, energy storage, quantum computing, semiconductors, and life sciences. Our target is to invest up to 20 billion euros under TechEU initiative in 2025. And over the 3 years period, TechEU will generate a total of 180 billion euros investments, focusing on 3 EU growth engines: clean tech, digitalization, and biotech. TechEU will aim at scaling up, de-risking, and mobilizing private capital through enhanced and new tailor-made financial instruments. To drive Europe's digital future, we will focus on 4 key areas. First, digital infrastructure, essential for both innovation and ensuring security and safety across the continent. Second, investments in innovation and R&D, the very foundation for disruptive tech. Third, supporting SMEs and startups, the true backbone of Europe's economy. And finally, last but not least, a strong focus on investing in skills and digital education, ensuring our workforce has the skills to adapt and thrive in the era of constant technological change. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let me assure you that European Investment Bank Group is very committed to fostering innovation, to finance green and digital transition in Europe. I very much look forward to the insightful discussions and exchanges that will take place today and to working together with you, public and private partners, to build a brighter future for Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Teresa. And now we're going to move on to the panel discussion, and hopefully there will be time for questions from you in the audience as well. To lead the panel, please welcome to the stage Jean-Christophe Laloux, who is Director General, Head of EU Lending and Advisory at the European Investment Bank. And the panelists are Cecilia Bonnefeld-Dahl, Director General for Digital Europe, Mark Boris Andrijanic, member of the Governing Board for the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, Vice President of Kumo.ai, Karma Artigas, co-chair of AI Advisory Body and works with the United Nations as well, and Miroslav Zvezheny. Sorry, I'm so sorry that I mispronounced your name. A co-founder and chief operating officer for Carno Computing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you, and we're going to spend a bit less than an hour together. In preparing this panel with my and fellow panelists, we thought about doing two things, trying to do two things together. One is to tap on the very, very long-standing expertise of the panelists here to try to give you a true talk about where we stand in terms of digital Europe, but remain positive and try to focus on what to do, right? That's our focus, and we'll try to keep this in mind throughout the whole panel. And the second thing is to make the panel as interactive as possible. So for that reason, both we have agreed that panelists would intervene, and we're going to try to keep this as an open conversation as possible, but we are definitely going to try to have at least 15 minutes for Q&A. So unless you want to have a look at us for 15 minutes doing nothing, please sharpen your pencils and get ready with some of your questions at the end of the panel. We'll try to have at least 15 minutes for Q&A. So the flow of the panel today is that we'll start with Cecilia in a moment, from a quite broad brush perspective on where we are in terms of digital Europe, and try to see what can be done to accelerate if acceleration is required. Then we'll go a bit more into AI, the hot topic of the moment. And for those of you who may have been to Davos in Switzerland, I don't think there was a single stand on the main street that was not about AI this year. So it's really the hot topic of the moment. So we will devote a bit of time to it, and with both Mark and Carmen try to look into aspects of development, intersection points with raw materials and regulation. And then with Miroslav, we'll try to get another point of view, which is the point of view of an entrepreneur, and try to understand for someone who is in digital and in tech, what are the particular factors that you would like to bring forward as elements to accelerate business development in Europe. So that will be the flow of the panel for about 40 minutes, and then we'll have a Q&A. So with this said, let's start. So Cecilia, I would like to lean on what I have found one of the most striking comparisons that has been made between the US and Europe recently, which is to consider the top 5 market caps in both markets. And in the US, as we know, the top 5 market caps are companies created less than 25 years ago, all in digital. And when you take the same thing in Europe, all the companies in Europe have been created more than 100 years ago, and none of them have digital in their core business. So there is clearly there a difference in the market. Does this, in your way, reflect an inability of Europe to be proficient in terms of digital? And where do we stand in terms of Europe using the digital world?
Well, we are lacking far behind. That's the honest truth, right? We are leading in one technology, and we know it. It's connectivity. We have leadership positions in some of the other critical technologies like green tech, like biotech, manufacturing tech, but the honest truth is that we are lacking far, far behind in scale. Why? Fragmentation, over-regulation, huge burden. 10 years ago, we had a burden on companies that is equivalent to 200 billion per year of regulatory burden. That's 10 years ago. And just reminding how much, since then, how much regulation we have and how much we have coming into force now. And we have lost 30% of competitiveness. And Draghi, it was spot on when he said, mainly due to the fact that we missed the scale and speed revolution. I can tell you, I've been a CEO myself, I was building a global company, and when I went abroad with it, when I came back to Europe, people were talking about cloud is just a buzzword, but with cloud and with AI and with the data, we basically disrupted how we did digital. So normally it would take like maybe between 5, 10, 20 years to get a mature technology. But the cycle there on innovation went down to 2-3 years. And with AI now, and with what is happening in Ukraine, where their cycles is down to 2 to 6 weeks, the gap between the regulatory framework, the structure of member state by member state procurement, and so lack of scale of investment, member state by member state implementation of regulation, and all these kind of things, we're widening the cultural gap of business and public sector and the structure of Europe. And we were unable to change. Somehow we missed that game. Now, having said that, that's the situation we're in. I mean, we could actually solve many of the CO2 problems that we have if we just deploy the current technologies that we have. We don't even need research and development. Sorry, I know that I'm very unpopular when I say that. But the tech sector knows how to innovate. So by even just deploying, for example, in the new housing initiative, some of the technologies on CO2, bringing down CO2 emissions that we can, digital twins, AI in the energy grid, heat pumps, we could solve a lot of these problems. It's 40% of CO2 emissions. If we look at defense, I mean, the reason why Ukraine is so efficient in defense is that they are 1 to 800 soldiers, because they use technologies. For them, technology is an enabler of life. So now that we're going into the next investment round, it is a huge opportunity for us to say, okay, how do we create a digital defense of our critical infrastructure, water supply, energy supplies, houses, transportation, and what are the technologies that we need there, from drone jamming to drone technologies to satellites to decentralized heat systems that we will hear on in a second. There is nothing that Europe doesn't have, but we have no scalable demand. We don't have scalable demand, and that's where we need to focus. How do we ensure scalable demand of technologies?
Okay, so let's get there. We are 450 million consumers in the European Union, larger than in the States and larger than anywhere else. We have the biggest market. So why is it that we don't have scalable demand, and what needs to happen for us to get there?
How do we buy military gear? We buy tanks and planes national. Have you ever seen a technology survive in a country? I mean, we do startups and scale-ups. They get purchased like this because, of course, right now the game is you innovate, you scale, you are either the winner, the loser, or the seller, right? And that kind of scale of investment, let's just say that we think differently. We don't think about, first we need to do something in the universities, then we need to do something here, and then we need to, and we just say like, we're launching a large-scale procurement process program to protect critical infrastructure. Let's just take the energy sectors. We could take hospitals and airports and other things. What kind of technologies do we need to protect energy supply? Decentralized energy systems, drones jamming, satellites, AI to protect us against cyber. We need all of the connectivity that we lead in, advanced secure connectivity. All of a sudden, instead of doing it like Denmark and then, maybe Bundesländer in Germany and then a little bit in France, apart we are super small and nobody can survive there apart from companies that are already so big and typically not, only in one country. So how do we make sure that we get these large-scale incentive plans where we say, can you innovate and do your research and development while you actually implement this stuff? Then you get deals, you get references, you get, funding for doing something real. Businesses know how to do that. We don't need like a separate program for, innovation and then a separate one for something. Just give us, the problem to solve at hand, right? So there are huge opportunities there if we can do things together.
All right, so your main message here, and the first message is we have to pull better our forces together to aggregate the demand and actually to create a sense of direction. But that, by definition, requires, as the President was saying this morning, that we unite and that we actually coordinate things better together, right? And maybe we can talk a little bit later about why maybe this is so far not happening. One final question for you, Cecilia, and then I'll go over to Mark. Can you talk about your experience in terms of infrastructure in Europe? And I was thinking in particular about telecom infrastructure, which was also one of the elements pointed out by Draghi, who said, in Europe we have 34 telecom operators, we have 365 or virtual operators, whereas in the States there are only a handful or four of them, which by the way does not seem to be driving the prices higher in the States. So it doesn't probably hold true that a lot of numbers necessarily drive the price down, because I don't think we pay less in Europe for our telecom than in the States. So is this one of the bottlenecks that we need to solve in order to deploy specifically digital infrastructure, which is very closely connected to...
Yeah, and we can take it as a school example, right? Small is good and big is bad. And what we got was nothing. We didn't get the innovation. We didn't get the, the capex spending that we wanted. We didn't get the OPEX optimization out of it because we wanted to stay country by country and small and not allow mergers. And let's just imagine that 25 years ago, we said like, okay, let's just have, we can see in the other countries and continents, they have 4, maybe we just don't need 10, right? So there's still competition in the market. Imagine the scale of innovation that we would have let loose across Europe just in that sector. Then, for example, we had the Siemens-Alstom, merger. I mean, train signaling is that even a technology? I mean, honestly, is it even a technology? I mean, so we have to just break those barriers and say, okay, right now technologies, we have new technologies every second week. So how can we restrict them from merging? I mean, every time we merge, there's a new technology, there's a new one, right? So we need to allow and look at our competition policy for sure, but not only in telecom, across the board, I think. Okay. And then maybe one other thing. I think the gap has really widened culturally from the private and the public sector, where you see, maybe too much, but okay, let's not discuss other people's problems, but you see US people have, private sector inside, outside, walking in and out. You see even in Japan how they have a really close, they forecast. Should we regulate like this industry? Does it help you to become more agile? No, it doesn't. You should do like this. Okay, We need to be even much more agile in the way that we collaborate. And I'm really glad to see EIB and, President Nadia Calviño has really opened up that dialogue. How do we get a much more agile collaboration model between private and public sector? I mean, don't kid yourself. 99.9% of all technology innovation sits in private sector, and they either sit here in Europe or somewhere else. And if there is nobody to work with, I mean, it's not very popular to say, but if you ask the really front runners, they're not considering Europe right now, right? Yes, in the early stages, but as soon as it has to go really fast to compete, they go to the States. Yep.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. Very interesting, and we'll come back to you. But maybe now to Mark. And Mark, you've been in charge of digital, right, in your own country, in Slovenia. You've been minister in charge of it. So maybe so maybe a few reactions to what Cecilia said, and also, from the perspective of a smaller country by number of inhabitants and size of the economy, compared to this call also for more consolidation, for grouping things together, where we sometimes hear from smaller countries that they are reluctant to go in there because they feel that they're going to be absorbed by the larger ones. What is your perspective on what has been said?
It's a great question. And first of all, Cecilia, thank you so much for bringing up Ukraine as a fantastic symbol, not just of resilience, but also innovation and agility. And not just in the area of defense technologies, where Ukraine is clearly leading the way in the area of drones as well as cybersecurity. I'm also referring to GovTech, meaning government technologies. You may not know, but over the past 10 years, Ukraine has become arguably the most digitally developed European state. Their government app called DIA is second to none. In fact, it's so good that even Estonians are copying it as we speak.
Estonians who are known amongst Europeans to be some of the most advanced in terms of government digitalization.
So Ukraine is basically the new Estonia. And using this app, any citizen can basically undergo any administrative task in a minute or two. It also can be used as a digital ID, which means that you don't have to carry any physical document, at least in Ukraine, any longer. Now, what's stopping us as Europe and European country from scaling up DIA across our countries and providing our citizens the same kind of simplicity and convenience as is currently enjoyed by the Ukrainian citizens every day? So, going back to your question, if you look at Europe as a whole, the situation is not great, but not hopeless. But interestingly enough, if you look at any index or ranking of top digital countries in the world, you will consistently find 4 European countries among top 10. I'm talking about countries like Denmark, Sweden, Finland, and so on. So we clearly know how to do it. The question now is how to scale innovative solutions like DIA or successful policies that have been adopted in those top countries. So I would suggest, rather than trying to recreate the Silicon Valley, which is very unique, we should look at our own digital champions and learn from them and scale whatever they've done right across the entire continent.
May I give one comment?
Yes.
Sorry, I know
Please,
there are
please go ahead,
Cecilia. But you are so right. We just started a group on public sector digitalization, and we have companies from each member state. So Nortel, Netcompany, you know, they're just coming in every day as we speak. And they have a dream of being European champions in GovTech, right? And they're like, well, they're just doing regulation. Couldn't they do like investment programs in this, you know? So we have these companies, you know, in EID and all these things, right?
Yeah. Cecilia, let me highlight one. So when you mentioned Davos, I remember 2 words from Davos this year. One was AI, the second one was Trump. And the reason why AI was so prominent, because there were 2 very fascinating developments during and around that week. First of all, the launch of DeepSeek, and secondly, the announcement of the Stargate initiative by President Trump, which clearly showed that US wants to win this game no matter the cost. And the thing is that the Chinese government has ever since pushed all the public institutions, all the state-owned companies, and all the other major industrial giants of China to integrate DeepSeek. Now, Europe, on the other hand, has several very successful AI companies. One of them is Mistral, which recently launched Le Chat, or Le Chat, their most advanced chatbot, which is, by the way, faster and arguably better than its American rivals. And what's more, it's open source, and your data actually stays in Europe. Now, which of the institutions, governments, and companies represented in this room is using Mistral and their products? Now, I think we should support our champions. We should be proud on them because we actually have them. And I'm not talking about Chinese-style top-down directives. Let's just not live in an illusion that Chinese and US governments or top companies will ever rely on European AI. We will have to bet on our own successes and products.
So your message is clear, Mark. But let's dig a little bit deeper in it. Is it a problem? So your message is we have to lean on the technology that we have, which is consistent with what Cecilia was saying. We have to scale them up. We have to use what we have, and we have the technology. Okay, if we take that as the starting point, is it a problem of supply because the companies do not grow fast enough because of some factors, maybe financing factors? By the way, little parenthesis, EIB tries to actually come up with scale-up facilities and venture debt and things that actually allow to pump more money into it. Or is it a problem of demand due to the fact that the demand is not aggregated enough? Or is it a problem of both? I mean, what do we do?
I think it's a problem of both. I think this, the fact that we haven't completed the digital market in Europe is something that Cecilia talked very eloquently about. I would mention the second point, which is the investment part.
Is the digital market complete, according to you?
I don't think so.
Ah, okay.
So the thing is that when it comes to tech investments, we lag behind. And if you look at top 4 tech companies in America, Meta, Amazon, Google, and
Apple.
Exactly. They will be spending this year alone $320 billion on AI infrastructure and cutting-edge chips. We're talking about, enormous investments. And also China. DeepSeek came as a shock to a lot of the people, but in fact, it came on the back of a decade of investments in AI that were very strategic, not just from the Chinese government, but also Chinese businesses. They invested over $200 billion in AI over the past 10 years of public money. I'm not even mentioning private investments alone. So the good thing is that Europe is waking up now. We've heard a number of announcements from French President Macron about those 109 billion euros invested in AI infrastructure in France. We've heard about the European Commission announcement of Invest AI, which will mobilize 200 billion euros again in AI infrastructure across Europe. But what we need to do now is unlock private funding. This is where Europe is still too thin. And my specific proposal would be to start unlocking European pension funds. Now, only 0.02% of total assets of European pension funds that amount to over $3 trillion go into the European innovation ecosystem. The US pension funds arguably invest more in European technology than our own. So this is something that we need to approach from the regulatory perspective and also from the business perspective, because we know the major VCs in the US are powered by American pension funds. So here's a proposal for you.
Okay, it's very clear. And by the way, on pension funds, there was also an interesting finding recently on the German pensioners much more exposed to Silicon Valley than to their own German companies. And 90% of what is invested is actually in the US and only 10% in Germany on German pension funds. So that's also maybe something else we'll be able to talk about. Okay, Mark, if you agree, I'll move move across to Carmen. And Carmen, as Mark actually talked quite a lot about the same topics, you will get much more on the AI and on artificial intelligence. So, just preparing this panel, I had somewhere in my document an overview of everything we have in terms of regulation at the moment. So we have the European Chips Act of 22, we have the Digital Markets Act of October 22, we have the Digital Services Act of 22, we have the AI Act of 24, we have the Council regulation, amending regulation regards European High Performance Computing Initiative with the 7 AI factories. So it seems we are well equipped in terms of regulation. Would you agree that the level of regulation we have is appropriate for the development of AI, or is it too much, too little? What should be done? What is your view on this?
Just as a disclaimer, I'm not a neutral person here because in my former role as State Secretary in Spain, I was the leading negotiator of the European AI Act during our presidency, so I'm the one to blame for the fact that we managed to approve it. And then in the last year and a half, I've been the co-chair of the United Nations Advisory Body for AI. They're proposing recommendations for the global governance on AI. And I would say is that the reason why we don't have European champions is not because of regulation, it's because of legislative fragmentation. So the fact that we have learned from the past and we cannot have 27 different legislations and regulations, the fact that we have moved from directives to regulation is a very positive thing in the last 5 years. So we have Data Act, the ESM, the EMA, and AI Act, which is one regulation that comes to force to 27 member states at once. And that's something we can manage. What we cannot manage is 27 different regulations. And for example, even the EU AI Act cannot be fully adopted if we still have 27 different copyright directives country by country. So I think the move from directives to regulation is a very good thing. And regulation is not either good or bad, it's either common sense or not common sense. And I think what we need to ensure is that when something is well defined, and I can really vouch for the right balance of the EU AI Act, it can be really not materialize the benefits of this regulation if we cannot make an efficient implementation phase, which is now being in the discussion. How can we work with the industry to translate all this regulation in code of practice that make it actionable? And because we want them to comply. Because what I've learned from these last 2 years of experience is that people merge 3 different concepts that are interrelated but are not the same. People merge ethics, governance, and regulation. So the companies come and say, you don't need to regulate me because I already have an ethics guidelines in my company. First of all, we have counted more than 80 different ethical guidelines on the big tech, plus the ethic guidelines of UNESCO, plus the G7 guidelines on Hiroshima. And ethical guidelines are very fine to have, but they are not objective, they are subjective, they are not compulsory, and they do not respond for accountability. What is important is governance. What are the systems, what are the instruments we must put in place to ensure that companies and governors, developers and users behave ethically? And regulation is one of these instruments, but it's not the only one. We need to combine regulation with market incentives, with transparency tools, with monitoring tools, because we need to overcome the vision of the 20th century that regulation is designed to control the private companies. No, regulation is an instrument for policymakers to ensure and allow for market to flourish. And I would say that the AI Act in particular is a very powerful tool for Europe to be competitive. The problem is that we are losing the battle of the narrative. You are making us question our principles and values. And starting by the fact that people think that the EU AI Act regulates AI. The EU AI Act does not regulate AI. It only regulates the high-risk use cases of AI. But we're buying the narrative that we are not going to be competitive because we have in the EU AI Act. And that's absolutely the opposite. The only can only evolve at the speed of trust. And all the huge investments we are seeing in the AI world are only on CapEx, are only on infrastructure, in chips, in data center, in pre-training. Nobody is using AI. Nobody is spending OpEx in AI yet. Now is the time of the truth. What are the use cases? What is the return of investment? It's a huge CapEx. And this huge investment in CapEx can only have a big piece of return in 2 circumstances. Everybody is using the mainstream, and all the vertical sectors in the world are adopting AI. Therefore, we need to trust with these systems, to retrain those systems with our particular industrial data, something where Europe is particularly competitive, and we should really ensure that our industrial data is resident in data centers, in cloud environments that are placed in Europe. So we have a huge opportunity to build trust in consumers and build trust on citizens so Europe can be the leader in adoption of AI mainstream. Yes. On this vertical sector.
And just a follow-on question on this, Carmen, if I may, two follow-on questions. One, and you were talking about the adoption of technology, and actually also referring back to the Draghi report, very often point of discussion nowadays. The difference in productivity, in particular between the US and Europe, is due to a difference in adoption of new technologies. It's not so much a question of how many hours we work, it's much more a question of productivity due to adoption of new technology. So how can we, in your mind, in particular for AI, accelerate the development or the adoption by European companies of these new technologies, which seems to be really the root cause of us lagging behind in terms of productivity, and since you mentioned it. And then I'll come to another question on your idea about fragmentation.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with the comments of Cecilia and also Mark, the fact that Europe doesn't lack innovation capacity of developing our own champions. And the fact that we haven't had regulation for the last 10 years and we haven't had a champion. So this is not the reason why we didn't have a champion. We didn't have the champions, we didn't have access to money, to investment, to make our startups become scale-ups. So we produce the same number of startups per year in Europe as the United States. The problem is when these companies grow up and need to scale up, we don't find in Europe the amount of money and funding that we need to really become unicorns. And also the competitive policies say, okay, these companies cannot merge because they are too big for Europe. No, they are too big for Europe, but too small for the world. And especially in the digital sector, the only profitability is we really have access to bigger markets and we can scale up. So that's number one. We need to allow for more access to funding. The European Investment Tech Champions Initiative is a good example. Thinking about releasing pension funds is a good example. We also need to have access to an exit market, exit strategy. What happens? I mean, when a big company needs to decide where to go public, needs to choose if it goes public to France, to Spain, to Germany, to Italy. Why don't we have a Euro NASDAQ? Because the alternative to go public to the NASDAQ or to the States. So we need to think about exit strategies too. And then aggregation demand. We have a 600 million consumer market, but we are not acting as one market. And we already know the diagnosis. We have the Draghi report, the Leto report. And I think we need to generate demand and coordinate all these funding projects. And then we need to help the traditional industry evolve to a more digital industry, and we need to invest in, of course, skills for the labor force.
But why is it in your mind, and as you are now decided to go back to the private sector, why is it, do you think, that European companies are less prone to adopt new technologies than some of their peers elsewhere in the world? Why?
I don't believe that. I mean, I think that worldwide, nobody is adopting AI yet. We are creating a lot of noise about all the investment that's going to R&D, pre-training of the models, chips manufacturing, chips development. Now the AI battle is moving to the energy battle. So the battle for AI today, as you see, all the general purpose models and systems are all alike. They can only improve with two things. If we retrain those models with private data, so now the battle is against our private data for industrial vertical solutions, and the other is who has more muscle, who has more computing power. So the battle is for computing power of the control of cheap energy sources. And nobody is adopting yet AI, but it will adopt in 2025. The regulation needs to be streamlined, needs to be more agile, needs to be more unified. But don't think that the US doesn't have regulation. US has 150 different regulations on AI, but they are vertical, sector by sector. So there is a lot of room for improvement, there is. But the other, as long as we create the ecosystem, AI is not a single technology, it's an ecosystem. And it has dual use, it affects all vertical sectors, it affects society, and it can continue to evolve without human agency. And that makes it particularly different to any other technology. This would, I think, we need to have regulation to be sure that when we adopt it, we do it right first time, because there will be no second chance to revert back the potential harm we do if we don't do it right.
Okay. Mark, Cecilia, any reaction on what was mentioned by Carmen in particular? And thank you, Carmen, for debunking this idea that the EU AI Act is about regulating AI. I think it was also, for me personally, very instructive.
Oh, just like to add one thing. So AI Act is primarily there for building trust. And one of the key takeaways from the investment report that was published by EIB today is that 6% more American companies are leveraging big data and AI than European companies. Now, since I'm part of an AI startup based in California, but driving the business here in Europe, I can tell you that European corporations like to work with other big companies and not startups. And that's not the problem of regulation. Perhaps regulation like the AI Act can solve this problem by bringing trust into the system, so that larger companies will be more willing to leverage AI solutions of smaller companies because those companies and those solutions will be compliant with the AI Act. I can tell you from my own experience, the sales cycle for AI products in the US is 3 to 6 months. We're talking about enterprise-grade solutions. In Europe, it's between 6 and 12 months, which means that we are lagging behind. And I would slightly disagree in one point. AI today is everywhere. It's powering our customer support, it's powering our R&D efforts in our top pharma companies and everyone else. So AI is already everywhere. And unless we adopt it to a larger extent, we simply won't be able to compete with our American and other peers.
Thanks, Mark. Let me just one thing that I just say, okay, that's the right answer. The reason why we're not adopting AI, because we have a problem of innovation and cultural mindset in the traditional industries in Europe. It's a question of speed, it's a question of risk-taking that, of course, the American companies do much, much better than us. So it's a question of mentality. And I like very much the comment on the previous panel, so do not differentiate industry policy than the startup policies or innovation policies. We need to bring together the traditional companies with the startups to change this mentality. So it's our own, would say, roadblock.
So is it a matter of education, according to you? It's a very complex problem, but... Cecilia, I don't know. You want to
I'm
react
sitting
on
on
this?
my hands because, of course, I'm not only just a big fan of regulation and saying it's not the, money is money. If 10 years ago we had a burden of 200 billion euros in administrative, non-productive innovation cost for regulatory burden, today it might be like at least threefold and rising. Our members tell us that their regulatory compliance burdens and their staffing of this, so lawyers instead of innovators, is increasing by 15% every year. And I am sure that it was meant very well, but I can tell you, medical device manufacturers, they have no idea why on earth their products are now under the AI Act, because they are already regulated in their sectorial regulation. And I could continue, not only with this sector, but many, many other sectors. So there is a big cultural problem of not testing a product before it goes to market. And with a product, I mean a regulation.
Yes.
That we really understand the consequence and overlaps and the spaghetti balls that we are creating with on top. And I'm not saying that the meaning of it was not well and that the banned practices should not be banned. I'm just saying we are creating insecurity, and in the end what company does, they give up and then they say, okay, but then you move the R&D elsewhere. And that is the truth. And unless we face that truth, we will lose the game. We need to be better at doing what we do if we want to regulate. So, and I just want to say, I totally agree. Let's unlock the pension funds. Let's take a real check on the regulations that we have and use some of all this money to innovators and adoption of AI and all the things that we think is just a cultural problem. I think it's a money problem. Because I actually think we're more innovative I don't think we have a business problem. I think if we had the scalability, we would do it. But a lot of the R&D of the European companies now are elsewhere because of this spaghetti ball. So unlock the potential. Why don't we create tax incentives for critical tech adoptions EU-wide? We just do a tax incentive. The council could take that decision. All investments done in OPEX or CAPEX investments in adoption of secure dual use or critical technologies, they will have tax credits. That's doable. Why don't we say we will launch, cross-EU huge, procurement program in technologies to protect critical infrastructure? That's what brings it. I think Europeans have high values, no matter what it is in private or public sector, and I think we need to help each other to get back on track.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. Very interesting. Carmen, I shall, before moving over to Miroslav, I shall ask you to react a little bit to what Cecilia said about the burden of the different regulations. And since you participated to it,
I agree.
Did you agree with what has been said?
I think that the trend, I think, the initiative of the EU Commission to do an omnibus legislation that really now realizes that that I mean, we have a room for improvement, of course, but that there's a need to question the need for regulation to create interest for consumers and their principles and values. We can do much better on the implementation side. So it sometimes happens that a very well-designed regulation, when it comes to implementation, it becomes a burden. And I always say that the problem is never the big tech, the problem is the small and medium companies. We know the example, the worst ever possible example of GDPR, that costed a lot of money to the SMEs and 2 years the moratorium. And this is why we are interested that nobody is asking for a moratorium because it's so complex. And we need to encourage that this is adopted as soon as possible, because that will establish the rules of the game in Europe, and I think that gives us a competitive advantage.
Okay, thank you very much. So now across to Miroslav, Carmen just talked very briefly about the intersection between energy and digital. And Carmen, I think you said that indeed a lot will depend on the access to cheap energy, and that is a debate in itself. But as it happens, Miroslav, your company, maybe you can describe what your company does, is really at the intersection of both, right?
Yeah. I will perhaps, of course. I will explain perhaps first what we are doing exactly at Carnot Computing to understand better all the debate, but there are so many interesting things I heard here. Carnot Computing, basically, we are providing cloud computing services, especially for industry. If you are, for example, if you are designing a car or a space launcher, you need to design your product on computers, and then you need to simulate your product on computers before manufacturing a physical prototype. This is very important. You know, before simulation, like a company like Boeing, were manufacturing 27 wings of a plane. With the simulation, now they are manufacturing only 2 prototypes. So the more computers you can access easily, but very easily, the faster you will develop your product. Okay. So what we are doing at Carnot, we are providing cloud computing platform. This is the first asset. And then we are providing the servers, the computers. And the difference we have among all the cloud players is that our servers are not hosted in a traditional data center. Our servers are in a special casing, and this casing enables to retrieve 95% of the heat from the servers, and it's transformed into hot water. And the whole thing is placed not in a data center, it's placed in the basement of a swimming pool or in a district heating network. It's directly connected to the pipes, and we are selling the hot water to the district heating. So we are heating people with computing, with high-performance computing from Ariane Espace or any company making computing. So that's what we are doing. So yes, of course, it makes sense from the energy point of view. So of course, Karma, I totally agree. There are several things in this digital infrastructure. You have access to energy, and of course, that's why there are so many SMR, the companies making small reactors, nuclear reactors. It's mainly for data centers. Okay, access to cheap energy, cheap and clean energy. But then the rest of the infrastructure, you have networks. We talked about it. You have the data centers, but data center is only the building. It's a real estate thing. Okay, and then you have the servers, and this is one of the questions I'm asking. Who is operating? Who owns even the servers in the European soil? Who is owning these servers? Most of them are American companies.
And we hear indeed cases of American in the Middle East investing in major server infrastructure on ground, which is going to be considered like embassies to be American ground, so that they continue to own the service.
So when we are talking about digital infrastructure, we have to think about who is operating and who is owning the servers. We can have champions like Mistral. By the way, I'm not sure that the investors in Mistral are only European investors. That's very interesting in this case, Mark, because when Mistral, they raised 100 million euros, we said, okay, we are the perfect provider to work with them. They never speak to us. You know why? Because one of the investors is Microsoft. So they have to run all the simulations on Microsoft. Yeah. So in terms of investment strategy, we have to have the right ideas on this. Infrastructure is very important, and the question is, yes, who is owning this infrastructure? And investing in digital infrastructure in Europe, it's investing, of course, in networks, in data centers, perhaps in innovative companies like ours, and it was the case because we were invested by EIC and EIB, but also investing in the servers, because otherwise we will have perfect models, but if we are not mastering the infrastructure, if one day we don't have access to this infrastructure, the model will be useless. All the services will be useless, you know.
So Miroslav, talk to us a little bit about the development of your company and how you see it, because you are actually in a sector which is probably a sector where you meet very tough, big, large shoulder companies, and you are coming with an innovative business proposal, for sure, but is a very small company to start with. So what is going to make or break the development of the company, and what do you advise that we have more attention for in the development of your company and future smaller companies?
I will tell you one thing. On the cloud HPC market, given the model we have, we are not building a data centers. We are not. We have the part of our infrastructure financed by the selling of the heat. Basically, when we come to the market, to the HPC market, we have to pay for the server and the electricity running into the server. That's the minimum. And because of this model, we have the cheapest offer on the market. We are 2 times less expensive than Amazon, Google, Microsoft. We are 4 times less expensive than an American company called Rescale. They're offering same platform, but running on AWS servers. So
local is less expensive.
So it's the best price. The carbon footprint is the best, because we are not spending any money and energy to cool down our servers, and we are giving value to the heat. So every simulation running on our infrastructure, you bring down by 80% the carbon footprint. It's huge. And we are in Europe, in France, in Italy, Denmark, on the European soil.
So you're going to make a fortune then?
How is it possible that when it comes to I will not tell the name of the company, but we made a benchmark for a big French company. They made benchmark internally at Google, at Amazon, Microsoft, and Carnot. As they said, oh, wow, guys, you have the best price-performance ratio. How it comes that we still don't have this contract from this company? I think we will get it.
You were not friendly to them?
Sorry?
You were not friendly to them?
Yeah, probably. I think we will get the contract within 2-3 years. Société Générale, which is one of our biggest clients in France, it took us, I think, 10 years to get the contract we have today. So we were talking about acceleration, and Mark, you said something very true. It's the trust. The trust. Because, you know, especially in IT, changing the model, changing the way you are addressing IT, you are consuming HPC. It's an effort, you know, it's a risk. So if you're an IT guy, why you want to take this risk? If you are working with Microsoft, okay, there is a problem, yeah, but it's Microsoft, it's okay. So why changing? You see? So that's the thing. What is the trigger? What we can do to change this?
Yes. So Miroslav, we promised that we would be positive and coming up with solutions. So
yes,
give us one proposal to increase trust in the young startup companies like yours.
What is very impressive in the United States? When the Americans find a good technology, okay, of course it has to be a very good technology. So you have to prove it, you know. And perhaps I have an idea because there is also one point about the European champions, how to identify the company and how to be sure that you will invest millions of euros on the right company. So that's also one point. But in the US, they find the technology, they make massive investments, even public investments, okay? So that's good. Now it's starting with EIB. We were witnessing that, but it's quite recent. It's a very good thing that now Europe is able to invest not like 500K, but like, you know, 8 million euros in a company. That's very good. But it's not enough. Because, as I said, what makes that all the companies, you know, all the small, medium, and big companies have this trust? Difference in the US, you have also, and this is correlated to the investment, you have big public orders. We were discussing with French public companies, 50 meetings, and still, nothing. So you have to, if the technology is good, the price is good, the impact is good, everything is okay, we should find a way to make, because 1 million euro of public order, it's much better for a company than 1 million euro of grants or 1 million euro of investment, because that gives the trust to all the other companies in saying, oh, if I'm not using Carnot and this very good platform, sorry, I'm very biased on this, I will be late, so I have to do it now. You see, so okay. That's one point, and the other point I was talking about
because we will then
yes,
go over
sorry,
questions.
about how identifying the right companies. Instead of giving 1 million euro to a company, give 1 million euro to a panel of companies to say, spend this money to this company and tell me what the service is. Is it really performant? Is this technology reliable, secure, everything? That the money will come to the company?
That the companies be the judge.
Absolutely. Okay. And then, if the return is good, you know that you can go on and invest a lot of money on this company.
Okay. Thank you very much, Miroslav. Super interesting and very much to the point. So, ladies and gentlemen and dear panelists, before we switch to the Q&A, and we still have a bit more than 10 minutes, and just to get you in the mood, and please sharpen your pencils again, and as promised, so temporary conclusion, what have we heard from our panelists so far, and maybe you will inspire some of your questions. So some of the ideas around the table is large-scale procurement process and use large-scale procurement strategically, both from Cecilia and from Miroslav. This is a theme that you both used. Their consolidation in telecom and potentially in other sectors as well, increased collaboration model between public and private, and more connections between the two. Mark said, let's copy Ukraine in terms of the digital governance model and learn from the best, and potentially unlock some private money through the pension funds. And there was a whole, indeed, debate amongst ourselves, and I think we kind of agree that capital market union, all of this, pension funds, etc., that all of this is important because we need to scale up companies more also on the supply side. Let's make a clear distinction between ethics, governance, and regulation, and decrease fragmentation. That was your take, Karma, as well as develop cheap energy sources as a precondition. And then, Cecilia, you also finalized with let's create an EU-wide incentive scheme for adoption of AI, and let's use the incentive. So these are some of the things that I heard from you panelists around the table. So let's hear it from our audience now. Who has, please, a question for our panelists? There is, and I'm sorry, there is a lot of light there, so I can't see anywhere there, but I definitely see a gentleman there in the back with a question. Please introduce yourself and address your question to one of the panelists. Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Nasser Zubairi. I run the national initiative in Luxembourg for the digitalization of financial services, the Luxembourg House of Financial Technology. Fascinating discussion. I heard from you actually something, in summary, quite simple, at all levels, which seems to be the challenge and the problem. Fear of failure and risk aversion, be it from entrepreneurship, investment, from customer demand, getting things wrong. But sadly, I think that also from what I've heard here and what we see, it extends up into the national level with regulation, because that is what drives a lot of the regulation, and also ultimately with the speed at which policy is dictated and implemented in Europe. So what are we going to do to change that dynamic at the national level? Because this, to some degree, we're talking here about Europe and the people in the room. What would be the one thing that you will do people of power, people of significance and influence. What will you do to make things happen tomorrow? What one key thing will make a difference?
You should have been the panel moderator. Honestly, that's a beautiful question.
I'm happy to answer.
Let's have a take.
No, but I think we are doing something. I mean, Digital Europe represents around 45,000 companies. We have spent like 1.5 years to come up with how to streamline regulation, so 80 concrete proposals. Also, we have, we call it cut, simplify, incentivize. We are talking about these large-scale procurement. We are trying to work with the EIB now, basically to be much more agile in the way that we speak with between industry and EIB on the offers that EIB has. I see Nadia Calvino and the Vice President have really revolutionized how the investments can be done, more defense, more green, more directly to companies scaling. I think things are really happening, right? So I'm going to support that process. And if somebody calls me and say like, hey, EIB wants to do like a call with 45,000 companies to explain what can we actually do with you guys, I will make it happen right away. So, or we want to meet with CEOs and discuss how we can do this, I will make it happen. This is about a unity that we haven't had for a long time, but we decide how we work. We decide what we do about it. And I think both the President of the Commission and the President of the EIB and the Vice President who's sitting here are excellent advocates of that change, and I'm going to support it.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. Mark?
So I couldn't agree more. We need to encourage risk-taking and celebrate founders in particular. And I'll give you a couple of specific examples of proposals. First of all, we need to do something about the taxation of share options on this continent. And we also need to do something with our bankruptcy laws that are outright punitive. We also need to celebrate founders because success breeds success. We need to encourage them not to retire on this beautiful continent, but to start another company and finance the third company. We saw Daniel Ek being the principal investor in Helsinki, which became the principal European defense technology champion. And there are many examples like this. And I think there are little tweaks here and there in national legislations, as well as at the European level, that can make together a big difference.
Good. Karama?
I have another hat here, which is advisor, member of the advisory body of ESNA, European Startup Nation Alliance, where we are producing a benchmark of the best-in-class indicators in Europe that allow for a thriving startup ecosystem. And we are just working this moment on recommendations for the 28th regime. We have the opportunity,
the 20th regime, we haven't talked about.
So we have a good opportunity to define a more agile, a unified and simplified legal framework for startups and SCLABs in Europe, and that involves stock options, red tape, and also investment.
Okay, thank you very much. Miroslav, did you want to have a take?
I love the idea of being celebrated, so that's perfect. No, I like the tax incentive. Tax incentive is very good because it goes in the right way. Public orders and tax incentives, that's
very good.
That would be great.
And I would personally add my voice to the 28th regime, which I think would add a lot of things, and also say, let's celebrate our successes. We shouldn't be afraid from time to time to celebrate our successes. But
that was such a good point.
Yeah,
it was such a good point.
And
please do not buy the narrative. Feel proud of being European. Yeah. This is not a battle of two. This is not a battle about United States and China and the winner takes it all. There's a space for many, everyone of its own model, and I think probably the battle is not large language models, it's more small models, use cases, adoption. I think we have plenty of room to have our space.
Thank you very much. Interesting question, interesting answers. I think there is another question there in the public. We still have about 5 minutes.
So, my name is Ciprian Stănescu. I come from Romania. Congratulations on the panel. I think you did a good job, even a great job.
Thank you for celebrating our successes.
Yeah, I mean, let's celebrate moderators as well.
We're celebrating a lot.
But besides that, I think this is one of the best panels of the 3 forums that I've been a part of. We have been trying to copy the Silicon Valley model for decades, and it doesn't really seem to work for some reason. What would you say is a new model to create innovation at the startup level in Europe, first? And then second, I would really love if Cecilia could explore for 2-3 minutes a pan-European procurement idea but not what you would do, but what do you think should be done in practical terms in the next, I don't know, 2 years, 5 years, specifically on that. So innovation model, how do we create startups that are better? First, and then second, this pan-European procurement system.
Thank you very much for the double-barrel question. Cecilia, would you start maybe with the second part of the question?
Wow, that was 2 questions in one, and were, all of them I could speak half an hour about them. So on procurement, let me start by that. Yeah, I promise. On procurement, let me start by that. I mean, we just heard companies don't. I mean, we don't have a research and development problem, right? We have a commercialization problem. Companies are not leaving when they are startups. And by the way, startups don't pay tax, so they don't, you know, in that many sense, create a lot of value also. But where they leave when they have to scale. I did 2 scale-ups, and you look at you're like, where is it? And they go like, oh my God, what a mess, you know? It's just, we need public procurement to be the scalability front runner in Europe right now. Yeah. And what I would do is say, can we get EIB in there as a partner to make sure that to facilitate, this, I don't know, I'm not an economic specialist. You're shaking your head. We couldn't.
No,
but I'm just saying, what we need is basically to have public procurement. Companies need deals. We need deals. Whether you call it projects or public procurement or whatever, we need deals, and we need to address the urgent biggest challenge that we have. It's the silver bullet. If people don't have water, if they don't have electricity, if they don't have safety in airports and hospitals, if they don't have secure connectivity, nobody needs to send a missile. We already lost the war. Yeah. So, and we should learn from Ukraine there, and we should make sure that that is where we put our money. And that's where we need green tech, drones, AI, drone jamming technologies, satellites, energy optimization. It has everything in one package. So for me, this is what I would do.
So maybe a daring thought, maybe let's use the 28th regime to run common procurement processes across Europe.
That's one of the proposals.
That is maybe a good idea that we will put forward.
And then I would just say...
On the first question,
Silicon Valley. The Silicon Valley. But honestly, I mean, I think it's the same, because we cannot... I mean, we also cannot say a Eurasian model does not work, because it does work, right? I mean, they do have that growth, and they do have so we also need to look at what do they have. They have a huge public demand in defense, and they have kept that demand, and we didn't. Now we are creating it. And I think what we are doing now also with EIB, being able to invest directly in companies of scale, not of startup, of scale. When they are going into, we want to be listed, I am not selling out. Immensely fantastic. And then one thing I actually used to be the head of the grant committee, export grant committee of Denmark, and I had no idea how to spend money, only on how to earn them. But what I learned from the UK, they had this model when they did public procurement that said 25% needs to go to small and medium-sized companies. And it created a huge growth across the UK. So that's one other tool that we can use. Instead of just having the big companies running with all the deals because it's the safe, why would you change? Nobody gets shot for doing the right thing, right? And if it goes wrong, it's somebody else's fault who can pay the bill. But if we actually dedicate, across these tenders, 25% to medium-sized companies, maybe that's it. Maybe we say 35% of all EU and EIB funding, no matter whether it's in agriculture or green or housing or whatever, goes to digital innovation within those sectors, right? Good. There's so many tools. Yeah.
Right. Look, we'll leave it at that. I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, that our screen says that we are over time. It's flashing red, so I feel compelled to stop discussions under this extremely interesting panel. Thank you very much, Cecilia, Mark. Thank you, Karama. Thank you, Miroslav. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen, and wish you a happy rest of the forum.
Thank you so much for that very dynamic panel. very unusual to have such a dynamic panel post-lunch, but I think it's because we had a delayed start to the day, and it was really very wonderful to have some audience questions as well. And I'm hoping we can have a longer time for audience questions on the next section, which is another panel before the coffee break. So I would like to just ask people to leave quickly, but preferably stay in the room, because the next panel and the next topic is on Europe's prosperity and security. To introduce this topic, I'm going to welcome Robert Groot, who is Vice President of the European Investment Bank, and he's going to set the scene for the next section, which is on Europe's prosperity and security.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. If there is one topic where, in fact, we really don't need a scene setter, it's on this one. We've been talking about it this morning in the introductory speech by President Calvino, and I can't wait to have the panel on the stage. And if we look at what's happening around us, only starting with yesterday and the letter by President von der Leyen of the Commission on rearming Europe, the letter by President Calvino of the European Investment Bank on what the bank is going to do in extending the field of investments in the area of security and defense. And let's not forget the big news from Berlin last night. And tomorrow, so between the news of yesterday and the leaders of the 27 member states of the EU convening tomorrow in Brussels, there is this panel. What a timing, and this panel and the interaction with you, and I hope we will have many questions from the room, on safeguarding global stability and Europe's prosperity and security, I think would deliver a wonderful input for the leaders tomorrow. And I have the feeling myself that with all the proposals that have been put forward yesterday, we are in fact, starting to get the unity of direction we need on the European front. And I very much hope that the possibilities which were presented yesterday, both by the Commission and the European Investment Bank, will indeed lead to a substantial investment in defense. So I'll leave the scene setter at that and give the floor to William, the moderator. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is William Miller-Glucroft. I'm a journalist, editor, and moderator based in Brussels. Before that, spent many, many years in Berlin covering German politics, specifically security and defense. So a lot of these issues today are incredibly relevant to me, especially with the news coming out of Berlin in those pre-coalition talks that everyone is watching very closely. As Robert rightly pointed out, there's not much to say. I do think it's important for us to note and keep in mind that the title of this panel is not just about security, but about prosperity. And these two things seem to be increasingly coming into conflict with each other as we are looking at a European level, how to get to those security goals without sacrificing the way of life that security is supposed to be protecting and defending. So these are questions that I hope we will talk about in the panel today, and definitely questions I hope to hear from the audience. We definitely will encourage and find time, make sure we have time at the end for a fair number of questions from you in the audience. With that, I'd like to welcome our really excellent panel. I'm really excited to have the variety of voices that we do. So if I can welcome our panel, in no particular order, Frank Tieser, the Chief Strategy Officer of Quantum Systems, Rosa Balfour, the Director of Carnegie Europe, Stefano Pontecorvo, the Chairman of Leonardo, Andre Denk, the Deputy Chief Executive of the European Defense Agency, and Tarja Jaakkola, the Assistant Secretary General of NATO. So I will move over and we can begin. So I think our first question is going to go all the way to the end here. The furthest person, Andre. I'd love to, I think we should just start off with the big elephant in the room, which is all this news that Robert alluded to, what the news that came out of Germany, this 800 billion, which incidentally is also the same top number line that came out of the Draghi report, about 800 billion. The EDA, of course, plays an integral role in this question of collaboration, coordination, getting this money, not just a question of financing, but really to stimulate demand. And to reach some of these defense goals. So we'd love, I think, to start with your perspectives on all of that.
Thank you. Robert said it already. This conference is indeed timely. We heard some announcements yesterday, so apparently political leaders mean it seriously. If you want to deter, you need both. You need well-trained, 120% equipped, because you need reserves, modern, well-maintained military forces, this is one side, but then you also need, of course, a defense industry that is able to deliver in quality and quantity, to scale up when it is needed, and it is needed now. So demand and supply side, both, they require money, and that's, I think, what we need to talk about, because I understand we have a lot of financial experts here in the room. So EDA is part of how to organize cooperation. We are an agency that belongs to the 27 member states, to ministries of defense. They pay our budget. We support the 27 member states in the whole cycle of capability development, from research, technology, innovation, capability development projects, even to joint procurement. So just to give you an example, we have 150 concrete projects, politically sometimes not visible, but very concrete on military research, on capability development. We did procurement of artillery ammunition, both for Ukraine and to replenish member state stocks. So a whole bunch of activities, and we are in fact a cooperation platform for the member states. But what is for sure needed is to incentivize a further cooperation, because what we see is there but not sufficient is the amount of cooperation. We need to harmonize requirements of military capabilities. That's what EDA does. We need to aggregate demand. That's where we embarked from and where we are heading to then scale up orders to industry. And I think this is still something that we are lacking. We are working very closely hand in hand with our Commission colleagues from DG DEFIS for Defense Industry and Space, who have the financial and regulatory administrative power to incentivize a cooperation. And whatever we do is to support EU member states, let's say at least the 23 EU member states that are NATO allies, to fulfill their NATO capability targets, to be able to fulfill their obligations in a collective defense scenario. Bearing in mind that this is, of course, NATO's prerogative, and we can only support member states in achieving this ability.
That's an excellent transition, I think, to Taya, about that alignment between NATO and the EU, because NATO does take the lead on collective defense, but there's a lot of parallel sort of tracks going on there when it comes to procurement and stimulating demand and seeing how that money gets spent. So, Daria, maybe you can pick up on those thoughts on where NATO and the EU work together so that it is working together and they're not working at cross purposes, or there's not redundancy, and that it is a more efficient system.
Thank you indeed very much for the very good question. And as Andre also said, congratulations to EIB for selecting such a kind of a topical item for the panel today. EU-NATO cooperation, we have very good staff-level cooperation ongoing in various areas already, so I wouldn't kind of forget that completely. We work on areas like aviation, we work on areas like standardization and different areas. So what we need to actually do now is that we have facing joint challenges, joint security threats, so we need to address them together. We need to work hand in hand, NATO and EU. And in various occasions when I have been speaking about NATO-EU cooperation, I have kind of said that my own approach is that we should look at what are the strengths of NATO and what are the strengths of EU and build our cooperation on those. NATO, like Andre said, we have a NATO defense planning process which sets the capability targets for the NATO nations and then allocates them on a country by country. And that is a very solid process and looking at the threat perception, future threats, and also then setting the targets. And I was very happy to hear Commissioner Kubilius saying during EDA annual conference in January that EU investments actually should be based on the NATO capability targets because the nations have a single set of forces. They don't have different capabilities for NATO and for EU. Second area where I think NATO is strong is standardization. So we have what we call technical military standards, and the Secretary General has already shared unclassified NATO standards to EU so that perhaps EU in their own initiatives and programs could take into account these standards and also use their regulatory aspects to further promote the standards. Third area, NATO Supply and Procurement Agency located here in Luxembourg, very knowledgeable about joint procurement, done tremendous job during the past years. So where then EU is strong? EU has the regulatory power, and EU also has the financial power. And when we combine all these together, I think we can make a good progress in collaboration. So what I would say very much that forget about competition, forget about overlapping, we need to collaborate. And I know that the moderator is looking at the watch that I'm overstepping my time, so I will stop here.
Not at all. It's definitely encouraged to have substantive questions, but I think it's a great way to go to Leonardo, our Leonardo voice. So Stefano, this question of cooperation versus competition, that how to ensure that European companies, especially in the defense sector, are working together, while at the same time, of course, there needs to be healthy competition. This is how the market works, right? So there does seem to be interest on both sides. And you know, we've been talking about this now for 3, 4, 5 years about improving the defense capabilities and also to be giving companies such as yours the predictability and the certainty. Can you tell us a little bit about how has that developed for you right now?
Yeah, thanks, William. Actually, it's not rocket science. I mean, I hear a lot of theory about European, some of it is necessary, some of it is not. We are, Leonardo has announced the biggest joint venture in recent defense industry history with Rheinmetall. There is a procurement necessity by the Italian armed forces. It's a $23 billion program. We looked for the best, 20 billion euros, sorry, it's the same thing more or less now. We looked for the best fit. It was Rheinmetall. We put together what we have and what Rheinmetall has. We have a 50-50 cooperation, and we're doing it. We announced it yesterday. We will be announcing another big, inshallah, cooperation in a few days' time with another big company. But we've been cooperating since 30 years. Eurofighter, NH-90 and ATRs, it's not a military venture. The mail, and so on. Cooperation is there. I mean, companies, when there is to make money and gain market share, companies will jump on it. What the Italian government is doing is I'll talk about my own country, is giving us visibility on long-term projects. Because one of the things, as I say, it's not rocket science. It is an industrial sector like any else, a bit more regulated, which depends more on government spending than others. But still, it works with the dynamics of industries. So you give predictability of what you keep in mind the constraints of the supply chain. In my industry, part of the long lead items, when you get a contract for something particularly complicated, helicopters, which have 3,000 pieces, you have long lead items which suppliers need 18 months to prepare. I'll give you an example. We are one of the biggest, I think the biggest company in the world with helicopters. We make 198 helicopters a year in 8 different models. The less technologically advanced, and I apologize to those who make them, are the wheels. A guy who works for us, in the best hypothesis, makes 98 sets of landing gear. They're not wheels, landing gear. Those are small quantities. So you need to keep in mind that we have a highly specialized supply chain which produces small numbers, which is a problem upon itself. So as I say, it's not rocket science, but you need to keep in mind a number of variables, of which the most important is the foreseeability of your future contracts. The rest in the industry, I mean, I'm not making it simple. The industry will do it.
Well, let's get the other sort of corporate industry perspective here. Maybe you have more to add to that. I think that's an excellent point about highly specialized, which is expensive, but small numbers. We were talking earlier about demand.
Yeah, I mean, I basically agree to what Stefano said, but I always get the question, I got it here several times, about funding. Is enough funding flowing into those companies and so on? And at the end of the day, that's not the root cause. I mean, we have all the vehicles in place. EIB, for example, also where we're currently negotiating a bigger deal, has everything it needs to have in order to fund companies. But we are, in Europe, not really good in creating demand. I mean, NATO, EDA, for example, from my perspective, and don't be offended, but I think you should really focus 100% on demand. How can we create demand in Europe? I, as a startup, or let's say in a fast-growing company, I mean, we have now 440 people. We grew the last 5 years. We doubled every year. So if you are acting in a functional market, industry will do it, and you get money for that, but you need demand. I mean, we were lucky to a certain extent. Nobody wanted this Ukraine war, but it created significant demand. If you have demand, you can produce highly standardized products. If you produce highly standardized products, and by the way, the military capability of our EU member states, I would say, are all the same if everybody is honest. So if you create highly standardized products, you have very good unit economics and you're international competitive. And this is what we should do. You know, when we start a company, a startup, our mantra is basically focus, focus, focus. Don't do too many things at the same time. And I make now this example, even if I probably don't make friends, I don't need R&D money from EDA. Yeah? I need contracts from governments. The R&D is nice, but I have noticed over the years that there is a business created by some companies around the R&D stuff. The R&D will produce, in best case, a functional prototype or something like that, but we need quantities. My example is always we sell a small drone for 200K. Let's say that's like a Porsche 911, but we sell now thousands a year. The 911 is, let's say, 10,000 a year. And is basically much more complicated, but it sells at the same price. And it's possible because you have 10,000s and not thousands. I think we can create those demands in Europe. If we put those demands together, we can create significant category leaders in certain countries for specific defense equipment, and then money will flow automatically into those functional markets.
Before we get to Rosa, I do want to get a question, but I do think there's a quick response to that. So while we're on the topic, have a quick reply to that.
Yeah, just to explain you what we are doing, again, the member states are in the driving seat. They decide whether they procure or not. What we offer to member states is one of the EU defense initiatives stemming from 2017. You might remember it, the CARD, the Coordinated Annual Review on Defense, where we visit all member states, by the way, back-to-back with NATO bilaterals that member states have with NATO. And we not only asked them about their plans to align these plans, but also where do you see collaborative opportunities? Where do you want to cooperate? Berlin, Paris, Rome. What do you want to that we cooperate? So we came up with 18 opportunities, which are agreed by 27 ministers of defense. And out of these 18, 4 letters of intent were signed last year in November by the steering board of EDA in ministers' composition. This is so far only a political declaration. So this is the first step, so to speak, and this has now to translate in concrete projects. And this means to harmonize requirements and aggregate demands towards a joint procurement. And again, you can lead a horse to the water, but you can't make him drink, unfortunately. You need incentives to get them together. And one tool is for sure commission money that could incentivize joint action. And that's where we are now. And this should lead to higher demand, to bigger numbers. At least we strive for it.
You want to say something?
Yeah. Thank you. So I couldn't agree more with the comment on contracts and demand, and that is something that our Secretary General also has several times. You need to place contracts, and you need to order. And what we have been doing in NATO is that we have these NATO capability targets, and they are actually the one that show where nations should invest. What we have also done is that we have tried to collect uncontracted requirements from nations last year concerning land battle decisive munitions. Now we are doing the same for air and missile defense. So we get the information for next 10 years, what the nations are planning to procure, and then we are trying to get the nations to do that together, to buy together. And that seems to be the challenge at the moment. Nations still, sorry to say, and also the EU member states, go too much alone. And I'm still shocked, I have to say, that we are talking about incentivizing nations. I worked for EU, for EDA, from 2011 till 2017. Then we were talking about incentivizing nations to work together. Don't we have the incentivization now, because the security situation has changed? We need to work together. We need to face this challenge together. Why do we still need more topics to make us to work together?
That's a great transition question. I think you just asked my next question. Why do we need those incentives, Ressa?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I feel like a little bit the odd person out. I deal with foreign policy and international politics. So let me just take this from a slightly different angle. And admittedly, common security and defense policy was invented in the Maastricht Treaty in 1992. And aspects of this discussion we've been having for the past 33 years, right? And it's about member state cooperation and why they are unable to cooperate. It's about private sector cooperation and why they're not able or willing to cooperate. So I think we really need to ask ourselves the question, is it different this time? And let me just say a few words about why it is different, because actually I think it needs to be reiterated. For people like myself, it's pretty obvious, but as I go out and talk to people working in the international relations community, but also in others, it's not quite so obvious. The first thing I think we need to really, it has to sink in, and that is that what is happening in the United States is very similar to the Bolshevik Revolution, okay? It might be reined in at some point. I don't see the signs of that happening now, but this is what's happening. They're breaking everything they can come across with huge global implications, far greater than those of the Bolshevik Revolution, to be perfectly honest. So this is the context in which we are. In light of the US's decisions, and the latest one about an hour ago was to cut off intelligence to the Ukrainian military, so they will not be able to use their drones to strike their targets against the Russian invasion. So in light of this, we have a major security risk. The first is that if Europeans are not able to step up to support Ukraine, Ukraine will capitulate in a matter of weeks or months. There are different assessments on this. The second is that after Ukraine come other parts of Europe. So there is a huge risk that actually Europe gets torn apart in what appears to be, and we don't really know what's on the mind of Trump in terms of what his worldview of international relations actually is, but what it appears to be a kind of sphere of influence view of international politics. Yesterday he mentioned Greenland again. You know, this is difficult and it's tragic, and there is a risk that this tears Europe apart. So I think the first thing we need to understand is that the urgency around investing on defense is not what we heard a few years ago. It's not what we heard, certainly not what we heard in the 1990s, but it's not the sort of rhetoric about crisis that European leaders have been feeding us since 2008. This is more serious. So that really is my first point. My second point, and I think we need to think about the defense effort as a major economic and societal effort to transform the European economies towards greater defense capabilities, but also fostering innovation, fostering the digital transition, and supporting the climate transition. We need to think about these as a whole and not as separate components of what needs to be done. Why? Because we need European publics to be willing to make those investments, and at the moment there are very different ways in which national governments are proposing to pay for the defense expenditure. There's no common path in that direction. We need to keep the publics engaged and committed. And secondly, because the transformative nature of what is happening coming out of Washington, and if this idea of carving up the world in spheres of influence, well, that means that Europe needs to think about its own sphere of influence, and its success so far has been based on democracy, peace, and prosperity. Those three, words that have characterized European integration so far. So we need to emphasize the value of what Europe can offer for Europeans itself, but also globally. It's a different value proposition to what Russia is suggesting, it's different to what China is suggesting, and it's also different from what the US seems to be suggesting at the moment. Third point is going to be messy. It's going to be, the speed at which things are moving is mind-blowing. Some things might be carried out in the sort of EU treaty format, or on the basis of NATO-EU cooperation, or according to EDA rules and regulations. Other things might not. And I think we need to be prepared for that. But at some point, we're going to have to make order from the various, rush to increase defense production, joint ventures. Is the European Parliament going to be excluded? Okay, how do we bring the European Parliament back in so that there is democratic accountability for defense spending? How do we make sure that procurement rules are respected? So it's going to be messy because time is of the essence, but at some point we need to pick this piece up. And then finally, if I may, I really think we ought to think about all this in the context of a European Union that is actually seeking to enlarge. Ukraine is a candidate country. This will be a key to Ukraine's success should there be a silver lining to the current situation. But this is also a huge opportunity. It's a huge opportunity for the European Union to expand its market, including its defense market, including its technological know-how. Look at the Ukrainians and their drones. There's huge know-how, there are huge opportunities there. So we need to think about this in a wider scale. And, in addition to that, we have a whole set of countries that want to join the European Union. We're now collaborating with the United Kingdom, which has left the European Union. We're collaborating with NATO, which is also a member of, with Norway, which is also a member of NATO. There'll be greater opportunities to work with other countries on a pan-European scale.
Well, if there's a line to take away today, I think it's the United States looking like the Bolshevik Revolution might be one of them. Thank you very much for giving us that broader view. I think it's really important to always be keeping that in mind as we get into the nitty-gritty of how exactly do you do these business deals and collaboration versus competition. And also for pointing out just how fast-moving this is. When we were preparing this conversation a few weeks ago, we were talking about the Munich Security Conference. And I think I even said in our call, I said, who knows what the world's going to look like in 2 weeks, and we're seeing the effects of that. So given that everything Rosa has said, I just want to kind of open up if there's any response to that, because I think Rosa touched on a lot of important points there. If there's anything in particular. I'm seeing blank stares. No, I'm seeing a hand. Excellent. Thank you, Andre.
Yeah, perhaps not a reaction to you, but rather a clarification, perhaps. I don't want to be understood in a too negative way. Looking at the possibilities and the current state of play at the European Union, I'm rather positive. I think the urgency is well understood. We read it in the letter from President von der Leyen again yesterday. We heard it from Berlin yesterday evening, so there's really a will to step up. This is the first point. At EDA, I mentioned the letters of intent, the political will to cooperate in very concrete terms. So they signed, the ministers, those who pay for the equipment. They signed letters of intent for integrated air missile defense, for loitering ammunitions. And this takes off now. So we are discussing now, okay, whenever we talk about loitering ammunitions, what is it? What are we talking about? Which requirements do you have? And now let's harmonize these requirements, that everybody agrees that's exactly what we need in this capability field. And then let's ask, okay, who needs how many? In order to then together procure. And I can tell you 1.5 years ago, the European Defence Agency, not a procurement agency per se, we are rather in capability development, rather a little bit long-term perspective, but we were called to procure artillery ammunition for howitzers, EU-made howitzers that were delivered to Ukraine. 5 months from the first question from Mr. Borrell to me, can you do this? To the first framework contract that we signed with European industry. By the way, only European industry, because this is to our rules, and I'm convinced that we need to step up the European defense industry if we as Europeans want to be capable to deter. Now, 5 months for the first framework contract for an agency that usually does not this, and then currently we are at 60 framework contracts to really have every company in Europe under contract that is able to deliver projectiles, fuses, all-up rounds, and so on and so forth. So I'm rather positive, but again, it now has to be organized, unfortunately still incentivized, and then we need the money to procure.
And speaking of that money, turning back to Tarja for a moment, given everything we're hearing, to what extent do you feel that this intense focus on the percent of GDP, whether it's 2 or 3 or 5 or whatever it's going to be, is more of a distraction? Because whether a country is spending 2% or 5% on its defense, if there isn't these incentives, if there isn't this efficiency, if there's still not the demand as we've heard, is it more of a question of how money is getting spent than how much?
I guess that was for me.
It is, given the NATO spending targets, I do think,
of course.
unfortunately to you.
Yes, there has been quite a lot of discussion about the percentage. So my understanding is that there is a common understanding now that the 2% as a floor is not enough. Our Secretary General has mentioned that we need to go beyond 3. And that, of course, is a discussion that will need to be taken at the political level. But it needs to be put in the context as well. So I'm still getting back to the NATO capability targets that are being developed and discussed with the nations at the moment. And to be able to implement those targets, nations need to increase their defense spending. That's the fact. And what is then the percentage that we are talking about? That's completely another question, or not a completely another question, but that needs to be taken into this context. To be able to spend let's say, the extra funds that we have efficiently. And there are, of course, various topics that we need to take into account. We are very much promoting multinational collaboration. It brings together, let's say, the demand signal from different nations, creates economies of scale, larger contracts to the industry who is then able to invest in additional production capacity, but it also increases the interoperability. And that is actually the key that is here, that the nations, if needed, are able to operate together. We have seen in Ukraine what it means if the equipment that they have are not interoperable. If they cannot use 155mm ammunition in a weapon system that has been donated by another nation. And that is the key also when we talk about the multinational collaboration, that if needed, we are able to operate together, we are able to fight together. But then it's also about the efficiencies and also about kind of using the funds in a kind of efficient and cost-effective manner. You mentioned earlier prosperity versus kind of a defense. I perhaps would turn that around and said, can we have prosperity if we don't have peace and stability, and if we are not able to maintain our democratic Western values? And from that perspective, I don't see these as a kind of a contradictory or against each other. I see defense actually building a society where we can strive and be also prosperous.
Stefano, I had to skip over you in a moment if you'd like to add something.
Can I add on to that? Because you're correct that the financing bit has taken over the whole debate. I remind myself first and everybody else that in 1989, and I was a young second secretary in the Italian delegation in NATO, the wall falls. But in 1989, the average defense spending of the EU members in NATO was 4%. Then the wall fell. NATO reinvented itself thanks to a great idea by, well, the first one who launched the idea was the British Perm Rep, and we invented NATO as a peacekeeping machine, so to speak. What was at the time out of area. You couldn't speak about out of area because it was out of area. So you become a peacekeeping machine. So the NATO capability targets move the enemy was no more there. NATO, the Gorbachev was in power, and we were having a love affair with the Russians, which unfortunately was interrupted. And we turned the NATO capability targets, turned our military instruments to where they should have been, which is peacekeeping. So all heavy armor was no longer needed. You needed strategic airlift, intelligence, medevac, and all this stuff. Lighter soldiers and so on. We did have a peace dividend. We had a hell of a peace dividend because the 4% went down to an average of 1.4%. Just go and look at the figures. Don't believe my word for it. Went down to 1.4%. With a different set of less soldiers and different set of military equipment. Now we've got to reverse that. That's why I say it's not rocket science. We know what we need. We have, NATO tells us. I also believe that there is no competition between NATO and the EU, none whatsoever. The EU takes on a crisis management role when and if we will be able to do that. NATO keeps the defense. In the meantime, the EU goes for what they're doing now, the big multinational projects. But that's also pretty easy. The financing is not really important. You are perfectly right. 1 billion. Now, the EIB has announced 1 billion. That's a very nice step, a huge step, knowing well the EIB. But $1 billion euros is less than half of the research budget of Leonardo in 2024, which was 2.2. Then you see how you calculate it. We don't need the 1 billion. Maybe small and medium companies do. So what are you going to do with this 1 billion? I mean, there are a lot of people smarter than me thinking about what you can do. The supply chain, it's huge. We are all assemblers. On a helicopter, you put 3,000 pieces. We don't make them all at home. So you need to secure the supply chain. Look at what the Chinese have their hands on everything we need, from 50 to 90% of lithium to anything you can mention, is in the Chinese hands. That is what you need to look at if you want to make a strong Europe. Don't look at the big companies. Big companies need the contracts. And then we'll work. Help us to reinvigorate a supply chain which is lagging, which is flagging.
Frank, maybe you want to pick up on that as a smaller company in this space.
I do agree. I mean, the supply chain is probably not such a big deal for the smaller companies compared to the big ones, but we need to look at sovereignty in general. And if we don't get it here, we have a big problem. I mean, we have now had so many wake-up calls, and I still think we are not fundamentally changing something. Again, I look at NATO, at EDA, at all these institutions. They are harmonizing, and they're doing an incredible good job, and all the people are totally motivated. So I think it has to be higher level decision actually to harmonize things, or just to make a decision. My topic is again quantity. I'm always coming back to this quantity because that's the root cause of everything. And I'm just wondering if it's not possible. I mean, look at Ukraine. There was the demand. And all these companies here, I think Stefano had the same experience. You can take Rheinmetall, Airbus, whatever, and us. We were able to deliver. We scaled up because the contracts were there. We delivered much, much faster compared to a traditional procurement program, which would have been set up by a certain government. And you see that it works. So I personally think if organizations take NSPA, for example, as a procurement organization, NATO in general, EDA, if they would focus 100% on creating those demands and maybe not spending too much on harmonizing, because in reality, all these big programs like Eurofighter, NH-90 helicopter, everybody tried to harmonize requirements, but at the end of the day, we have created 28 variants, I think, in the NH-90, and we have produced 500.
Yeah, but don't call me in, because I don't want to alienate my customers. So
and we have produced, and imagine we have produced 500.
Excuse me, you're perfectly right, because Eurofighter is 4 different Eurofighters. You're perfectly right.
Take Eurofighter, 200 Eurofighters plus or minus, compared to, I think it's 5,000 F-16 and 2,000 F-18, for example. In the transport helicopter, we have built 500 NH-90 versus 6,000 Black Hawks. How can we produce competitively for a good pricing point equipment which can be provided on more or less off the shelf on short notice and to scale up demand if you not manage to handle those demand questions? This is the ultimate question of everything. And the second point, of course, which plays into demand, is not just European demand, it's the whole NATO demand. Basically, we are all selling to NATO countries primarily. So if our governments are not able, I think some are much better, some are worse, to help us to export significantly in countries which should receive our equipment. Not all of them should receive properly our equipment around the world, but primarily NATO countries. Then we have, from my perspective, solved the root cause. And then all the different programs in place to provide debt funding or equity funding, they work automatically because we have functional markets.
Rosie, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I think a couple of sort of more political points, less technical points. I think the first thing, on defense, there are 2 things. The first is, what does Ukraine need? And so far, Zelensky has gone to, well, he used to go to Biden and go to saying, I need this, that, with a shopping list, right? And then, you know, the sector, NATO, NATO members, and etc., would, you know, do what they could to or wanted to support Ukraine. The second bit is that Europeans need to think about their territorial defense, possibly without the United States support. Okay, so the first is immediate, the second is a longer-term plan. It's not going to happen overnight. And that's where a lot of the spending discussions come in. Second point on spending, again, the politics of it. 2%, Poland is spending 5%, Estonia is also spending very high percentage of its GDP, and then we still have countries that are spending well below the 2%, despite the commitment made over 10 years ago. I think one key point to make is that even for those countries that are spending 1.5%, if that expenditure is not put to efficient use, it's a waste of money, right? And I think that is a political argument that needs to be made. So it's not about, it's not, okay, I mean, obviously, if you look at the, whole of a nation's budget, there will be items that might get further cuts. But I think the key point to make is that we need efficiency. If certain countries are spending 1.5%, but then are not of their GDP on defense, but then they are actually not able to protect themselves from, pretty basic Russian hacks, for instance, or, cyber attacks or undersea cable attacks, then maybe that amount is not put well, is not being spent well. Final point, and if I may, just reiterating why this is so serious. Why do I reiterate it? Because the politics is not necessarily there. We've seen an incredible change taking place in Berlin over the past couple of days. Until yesterday, it wasn't at all certain that it would play out this way, but, Friedrich Merz has been, he really performed a U-turn overnight when he was elected. We've seen France and we've seen Britain step up. But I think other countries are still wondering and still, wondering what their priority is. For instance, Poland so far has been saying we need to focus on Poland's defense and not necessarily on Ukraine's defense. So hasn't been making the commitments that the French and the British have been making about supporting Ukraine with boots on the ground and planes in the air if need be. We also have to remember that there are some Trump supporters in Europe. And so they might feel that actually the allure of Trump's ideology, policy, etc., is stronger than the benefit of being part of the European Union. And, so they might feel, given that the US is a NATO member, that, their interests lie in supporting the alliance with the US rather than doubling down on strengthening Europe. So it's not to be taken for granted that we have that type of political support to move forward on the various plans that have been announced and on the decisions that will probably be made tomorrow, etc., etc. So while I think the train is moving in the right direction from my personal perspective, there are political issues that need to be looked at and addressed because, it's going to be very complicated bargaining. There are going to be trade-offs. There's going to be dissent. So the political picture is going to look complex.
And not only Trump-friendly views in the EU, but also views that align more with Russia and increasing far-right. To Talia's point earlier about protecting democracy, but our democracies are facing internal threats that then 5% of defense spending will not get to. I want to see, I can't really see with these lights, but I want to see if there are going to be questions. We would love to have questions from the audience. I do see, wonderful. Let's already start some questions. I saw a hand there. If there are microphones to go around on the end, in the middle, kind of put your hands up. And it's, thank you for turning those lights down so I can see a little bit. Yeah, thank you very much.
Sorry to ask a question again. My name is Ciprian Stănescu. I come from Romania, so I have an understanding of what's going on across the border. A question, great panelists, but I have a question specifically for Rosa, but also if others want to jump in. What's the worst case realistic scenario for countries in Eastern Europe? NATO or non-NATO members like Moldova, but also Romania and the Baltics in the next year or so. Because you said that if Ukraine fails or falls, other countries might come up next. Thank you.
Should I go for that?
Let's go for it. Yeah.
The assessments that I'm reading, and I have Carnegie Endowment is a global think tank. I have colleagues who analyze Russia very carefully. The assessments that I'm reading is that the Russian war effort is also I mean, life is going ahead as normal in Moscow. In fact, it's quite lively, apparently. But nonetheless, the war effort does have a heavy toll. And so one of the reasons for which all these talks about a ceasefire is not just because Donald Trump has mentioned it, because that's his agenda. It's also because both sides need a break. But it's also general assessment, I mean, in war. But it's also a general assessment that Russia will use the pause to regroup. So I think if Ukraine were to capitulate, or if a ceasefire deal were to take place without Ukraine's interests, first and foremost, the risk is, I would say, for those countries in Eastern Europe that have Russian minorities, I'm afraid, because that is the sort of type of excuse that Russia has privileged. We've got elections, as you know, in Moldova coming up. We know how much Russia has invested in electoral processes in Romania, actually, by the way, in Georgia and in Moldova at the moment. So I think a lot of the non-military offensive that Russia is carrying out is very much targeting Russian speakers and proxies in these countries that can cause unrest. So I would say those are the areas that are most under threat. It might not happen in the next 12 months, but I would definitely consider those areas, as sort of red alarm areas moving forward.
I don't know, would anyone else want to take that, or should we turn back to some more questions? Stefan?
Can I give just a thought? And I'm sure I'm going to regret this. Everything stands. We need to be careful. I lived 10 years in Russia, Moscow, Soviet Union, and then Russia. We're talking about 140 million people with a GDP 2/3 of Italy. Bogged down in Ukraine since 3 years. Are we sure we need to be terrified? That's a question that I regret having put. That's it.
Nonetheless, a question I welcome. Thank you for putting that out there. So given a question for a question, are there others?
Well, actually, can I answer that?
Yeah, of course, please.
Because
we'll get to your question in just a second.
Okay,
yeah.
we need to take it seriously. But you're right that we have overestimated the strength of Russia. But because of that, we haven't been responding appropriately. I mean, I think...
But you look at the newspapers. The Russians have taken, maybe I know Russian, I speak Russian, I was a Russian interpreter, I read the Russian telegram. The Russians have taken this village. Oh, and where did they go for? 7 miles. Then the Ukrainians have taken other 7 miles. Now, it's a tragedy, there's no doubt. I'm not belittling anything. We need to be ready. Talking about the figures. The Americans, the comparison and why we do to the question you asked. The Americans, 2023, bought 250 billion, more or less, of major platforms. The EU, all of us, 110. The Americans, this 250 billion is on 12 major platforms, the EU on 30 major platforms. The end result of this reasoning is that the Americans have R&D for 20 billion on each platform, we 4 billion. Of course they will have the better, exactly what you were saying, they will have the better R&D, the better technology and so on. There's a lot of room for improvement, which is what, these are all figures you know, which is what the EU and NATO are trying to do. Still, let's keep things in context.
I think Russia, despite having a shrinking economy and a basically bankrupt economic model whereby it needs to go to war, has managed to achieve global influence which far exceeds its real influence. And that's, and now with the normalization of relations with the United States, it is achieving one of its major goals. The next goal is reducing Ukraine to a puppet state and getting rid of Zelensky. And he's getting the US support for that. So the question is, what do the Europeans want? I do agree very much that the narrative in Europe could be flipped. This can be done. And this is not what has been said. Yeah.
Things are getting spicy. There's 10 minutes left, unfortunately. We can go on for much longer, but let's take another question. I think the second row here. Yeah. Right there to the, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Pieter de Gooijen. I'm with the Brunswick Group, and I used to be, formerly I was a Netherlands representative to the EU. I want to pick up a point that Ms. Belfour made, and that is there is the immediate need and there is the intermediate need. Now, the immediate need has to be addressed, I would imagine, by the European Council tomorrow. I just suspect that quite a few of you must have seen copies of what is circulating as probably the outcome of the European Council. Are you happy with that? Does that answer what is needed now to be decided in view of what has happened over the last couple of weeks? And can I add to this, because there will be some opposition to elements of these draft conclusions, and yet we're in a hurry to address that immediate need. Is it absolutely necessary that we stick to the 27 format plus willing cooperative partners like the UK or Norway? Or would you see that we should perhaps move outside the institutional framework and set up an ad hoc thing to run this?
So thoughts on the conclusions that we might already have from the summit meeting tomorrow, and I guess a so-called coalition of the willing.
I wouldn't like to speculate about the outcome of tomorrow's meeting. There are, of course, drafts circulating. We have seen them, perhaps not all, but some of us. But this is not finalized. So I would rather suggest let's wait and see what comes out of the political discussion tomorrow. However, I think we all agree that something has to happen now. We have to be bold. And we all, the European Union now has to step forward. Whether this will be a successful political move tomorrow, we'll see. We'll see whether President von der Leyen's letter will be appreciated, will be adopted, or whatsoever, and the plan will move into this direction. I can only say I hope so, because this is the prerequisite for more. Berlin is not sufficient. The whole EU has to step up and put money on the demand side to procure those things that are now needed. And we all know what is needed. We can derive it in an academic way. We can look into our inventories. It's very clear. The President's letter from yesterday clearly indicates the path. So we are talking about air missile defense, drones, counter-drones, electronic warfare, military mobility, and so on and so forth. So this is very clear. There's no need to ask ourselves what we need now. The question is, how do we organize ourselves and how do we make it happen? And I think it's now important that everybody takes his job. The organizations, EU, NATO likewise, in close cooperation, hand in hand, and EU institutions, that's the intergovernmental part, like EDA, the Commission, the European External Action Service, and so on and so forth. Quite fragmented, I have to admit. However, we are working closely together to organize this joint cooperation towards hopefully high demand, that results then in a procurement which is then conducted by whomever. But we know what we need. It has to happen now. It requires money from the member states. And even, this is perhaps one point I wanted to add and ask perhaps back to the audience, we hear from defense industry, not the primes, not Leonardo, but others, that access to finance is still a huge issue. And I want to ask you here in the audience, who are coming from private banks, from governmental banks, why do you not finance weapons and ammunitions? Because we need weapons and ammunitions. I'm not naive, I'm not blind. Banks have to survive on the financial market. We have ESG criteria, and so on and so forth. I have a military background, but I still struggle to understand the banks that they are still resisting. Thank you. Over to you.
From Q&A to A&Q, I think, for directing questions back to the audience. Richard, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think I'd like to answer, will I be satisfied? I mean, depends on your parameters. By comparison to the usual speed, then it's pretty impressive. By comparison to what is needed, perhaps a little slow. But I do think it's partly to do with the negotiations at 27, and there are obstacles there. And precisely because of the obstacles that we know quite well, and again, because of the fact that, you know, a lot of the change and a lot of the impetus actually came from the Franco-German understanding on what needed to be done on defense, which, you know, is actually a couple of decades old, if not longer, very historically rooted, which actually makes me think that at this point in history, we need to be perhaps less focused on the institutions and the roles of them, but actually really be focused on what keeps things moving. I think it's critical for the Commission, especially on defense, which has always been very much a national prerogative. I think it's essential that the Commission and the EU institutions really put themselves to the service of a greater goal rather than think about what is at stake in terms of interinstitutional balance. I really think that's important. But, you know, this is, you know, an exceptional historical moment. We will need to think about the institutional balance, accountability, et cetera, at some point. So it's not something that can be put aside. And I mentioned the role of the European Parliament, for instance, in accountability. We ought to have that for national parliaments as well. This is, you know, something that is involving all our societies. But I think in the immediate, I would favor a coalition of the willing framework, also to open up to non-EU partners who are willing to step up.
I think it is a good question, Andre. I'm happy that you asked this. Because, although I said before, financing is not an issue if you have demand, I still would say that's the case. But when we negotiated with EIB some years ago, first venture debt, it was so difficult because ESG I would say, was borderline when it comes to dual-use technology. I'm not talking about weapons now. Today, dual use is not an issue anymore, but weapons is maybe something in the gray zone everybody will think about. Also investment funds, if they are backed by the EIB or by other institutional investors, it's probably a problem. What I'm saying is that the trend is okay, it's positive, but we are still not there. And I think we should even, and everybody who is an investor or even the EIB should even think one step further. I remember well a discussion in Germany in the government in the last coalition before the last government about weaponized drones. Germany was not able to purchase weaponized drones for many, many years. Nobody understood, and it has changed now, but I think we have even reached, we should look ahead the next 10 years, and I'm pretty sure we will be faced with technology which is ethically at least debatable, beyond weaponized drones, very bad things our adversaries will develop. They will do it in any case. And if you're not doing it, and if you're not able to fund this kind of businesses, we have still to regulate it. We can handle it with our democracies, I think, in a good way. But if you're not investing in such technology, somebody else will do it, and we will not win whatever could possibly happen. That's a really, really concerning problem for me. And I think we have to spend time on this and look ahead what crazy technology is coming up.
I think we have time for one more question, and I have a hand right here. Oh, no, sorry. I apologize. I have a question. Well, the answer we can take in the coffee break.
Thank you. My name is Thomas Rieberitz. I work for the EIB. Given that my military knowledge is nil, actually limited to a mandatory military service at the age of 18, I would have one question to the industry, actually. And what really struck me, in particular, by the intervention of Stefano, if I understood correctly, you were mentioning that your company is producing 200 helicopters each year.
198.
198, less than 200. Now, this really struck me because, I mean, the US Army has more than 4,000 helicopters. So we're speaking a lot about finance, etc. So how will we really scale up on the capacity side. You're representing a firm with more than 50,000 employees, leading firm in aerospace, defense, security. There are not so many firms like you around, right?
No, there aren't. Thank you for that.
So this is really a question out of curiosity. I mean, will it take us 10, 20 years to be, because we should be there where the States are, not where Russia is.
Absolutely. No, we produce, I'll tell you more. We're 60,000, first of all, 32,000 in Italy and 30,000 elsewhere. About 12,000 suppliers around the world. And we produce actually helicopters in the US, UK, Poland, and Italy, and now Switzerland also. We've acquired a small but great company which makes monomotors. That comes back to, that fits in perfectly well with, and by the way, the Americans buy our helicopters too. We make them in Philadelphia. The 139 is the best-selling helicopter in the world. And part of our helicopters, I mean, 60% of our helicopters are actually civilian. So we do for oil and gas and for search and rescue and so on, transportation. Tomorrow's, well, what will come out of tomorrow's European Council is going to be relevant because already as it is, we are buying, the Europeans are buying 50% more or less of defense budget allocations are for systems made in the US. We are more or less at full capacity, more or less. In fact, with Rheinmetall and with other joint ventures we're doing, we're putting together what we already have. We're not investing. We will be investing on upgrades and so on because tanks are not what they used to be. Nothing is what they used to be. What is going to be important if you want to reinforce, and it comes back to the question, what is needed now and what's needed in the medium term? If you get a boatload of money, as we say in Italian, and governments run to spend it, that will go a lot out of Europe. Koreans, for example, US, naturally. I still can't consider the UK out of Europe, and for all defense purposes, it is not out of Europe. Hopefully it never will be. So if you really want to, with that money, start to construct, but policymakers know this better than I do, you want to construct a European defense industry, an integrated European defense industry. You get together, there is no reason for which an Italian, a Spanish, and here I am alienating my customers, there's no reason for which an Italian, French, German, and Spanish tanks need to be different. There's no reason. So you start, there are different variants, but the basis can be the same. Airplanes, helicopters, and so on. So you find a way, again, it's not rocket science, to start building up the capacity you're going to need, going back to the 4% that was in 1989, and transforming, doing the reverse path from territorial defense to peacekeeping, and then from peacekeeping to territorial defense. It all has a logic. Nothing was done harebrained. Military know what they're doing. They respond to the necessities. They're not people who wake up in the morning and say, I'll do this now. There's a reason. The way the money which becomes available or the financing possibilities which become available, for example, by allentare, how do you say, by weakening a bit the stability, thank you, the Stability Pact, and not considering the defense in the 3% of the Stability Pact. There are a number of creative ways of doing it. Then the governments need to really take a hard look at how to incentivize a common European defense industry platform and integration through the money which is being made available. I say we, but BA Systems, Rheinmetall, KNDS, Nexter, Safran, everybody cooperates already. With some countries, it is easier to cooperate than with others. With some countries, it's a lot more difficult to cooperate. But I think the time has come. There is, a new understanding that national sovereignty is fine, that there is also the economic aspect. I know I'm going above my allotted time, but our new attack helicopter, it was $800 million, 800 million euros of government money for the new technologies. does the Italian government want to share what they have financed? They do. Do others? Let's see.
I think we're going to let Stefano have that final word there, given that we are over time. For me, these main takeaways, and there's so much more to talk about: demand versus finance, efficiency in defense spending versus amount of defense spending, and the regrettable question from Stefano, the calibration of the threat. For me, these are the three interesting things I'm going to be taking away from today and going into our coffee break. So let's take all of these questions into an informal conversation. Thank you very much for our panelists, and have a good rest of your day.
And I'm just going to add that we will be back here and we will start again at 4:30. So it's a condensed coffee break, but we will start on time at 4:30. Hello, everyone. Welcome back into the room. Welcome to those who are still with us online. I hope you're enjoying all of the discussions. For those coming back into the room, don't be shy. I can't see you anyhow, so please come forward. We really, really like you to be forward, particularly in the panel discussions when we can throw to you and ask you questions and see your faces as well. So please move as close to the front as possible. Now, the next section, you will have seen it outside. Maybe you've picked up one already. It is going to be all about the investment report. So we've got the copies here, large and small, depending on your time availability for reading capacity. And we're going to be inviting on stage in just a moment Deborah Revoltella, who is the EIB Chief Economist, and she is going to present the EIB's flagship report, which is the investment report. In these critical times, we've heard about it in the last panel, we know it already, we're all watching the news every day. Global order is challenged in ways we probably never expected in our lifetime, and Europe needs to secure its global positioning. So the EIB economists believe it's more crucial than ever to deliver on investment, innovation, integration, and simplification. So, to hear more on all of this, please welcome to the stage the EIB's Chief Economist, Deborah Revoltella.
Thank you very much. And it's a real honor to contribute to the policy discussion and present the key message of the EIB economic flagship report, the investment report. 2025 has started as a very eventful year, with the materialization of major geopolitical risks that are shaking the global order. Following the Munich Security Conference, the US move to the managing the ceasefire in Ukraine, as well as the threat of tariff on US import from Europe, Europe is really at a crossroad. The Draghi and Retta report had already pointed to the critical needs for Europe's competitiveness and security. And now the new geopolitical context only reinforces the urgency to act. On defense and security, the good news is that we heard a lot of good news in the last day, and the extraordinary EU summit is discussing a solution tomorrow. At the same time, in a much more regionalized global context, dealing with Europe productivity and competitiveness becomes even more urgent. And our investment report explains there are three key drivers to consolidate Europe as a global leader. Those are large-scale investment in innovation and transformation, EU market integration, and simplification, and they go hand in hand. And that's the title of our annual report. So what's the current investment landscape in Europe? We come from what we think is a very successful period of strong policy focus on investment. Government investment and public sector incentives to private investment are at historically high level. This has been thanks to the collective effort of EU member states, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, EU funds, and financial instruments like EFSI and InvestEU. However, since 2024, investment growth almost completely relies on the public sector. Private investment is actually contracting. At the same time, investment needs remain significant, and we all know the 800 billion from Draghi, and to that, we also know that we had to add more in terms of security defense. So how to further accelerate investment from this position? Past episodes of sustained investment acceleration in the EU were always driven by period in which structural change unlocked new business opportunity. And I'm talking about events like the creation of the single market, EU large accession waves, and most recently, the acceleration following a long period of policy focus on investment, the Green Deal and the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Those were periods in which As I was saying, structural change created business opportunities, and this business opportunity attracted investment. And that's something that we also need now. So if we want to achieve large-scale investment in innovation, what we need is three elements. We need greater EU market integration and simplification to create these business opportunities. We also need to leverage on what we think are Europe's strengths. And Europe's strengths today, and we heard it before, are the strong industrial base, are also the green leadership, and also the European social model. And with constrained public sector resources, we also need, and that's the third point, to really work to maximize the impact of public resources. I get to the first of the point, the European integration and simplification. And here, I leverage a lot on the analysis that we normally do, looking at firms in Europe and what they perceive as barriers. European firms face a number of barriers to the investment. Traditionally, they always talk about uncertainty, lack of skills, energy cost, as well as many regulatory features. We have a few analyses in the report showing what it takes if you take out a major barriers, so if you release barriers for firms. One of the analyses showed that if you take out a major barrier, you increase value-added growth by 3% in a sector for the following 4 years. We also estimate what is the cost for a EU firm of having a staff dealing with bureaucracy. We actually know how many people, actually firms, hire only to deal with bureaucracy, and the cost is around 2% of firm turnover, which is definitely not a negligible number if you consider that the full energy bill of firms is around 4% of turnover. So it's a relevant cost related to bureaucracy. Then there is another point. I was mentioning before that in the past, the period of acceleration always came at the moment of enhanced market integration. Yet, 60% of European firms that are exporting within the EU, they say that when they export to another countries, they don't perceive it as a single market, but they perceive frictions. And the frictions are related to consumer protection standards or other impediment in the single market of goods and services. And that's something to work on again, and it's again the concept of integration. Integration also means what we call now investment and saving union. Financial integration, in fact, within the EU remains today below the pre-global financial crisis levels. And this is associated to two different elements that are very important in our point of view. On the one side, also household saving have a very low return on their saving. On the other side, we don't see adequate finance dedicated to innovation. Indeed, if we look at scale-up firms, in Europe, over their lifetime, they managed to attract, in the first 10 years, 50% less funding compared to peers in the US. And then, that's the second analysis, those firms that actually do manage to access equity markets and issue equity to finance investment, they are much better off. They have a 7% point higher investment rate, 7 percentage point higher probability to expand the production capacity, and 13% point higher probability to innovate. And what is even more interesting, the probability that indeed they issue such equity depends on the depth of the capital market in which they operate, but also on a variable that we call market size and integration, where actually the market size in which they operate can be compensated for small market by having an integrated market that is even if small, well integrated to their market. So in fact, there is a way also for a small market to be driver for innovation finance. The benefit of a saving and investment union for innovation motivates also our institutional effort to do more. And I think we heard already this morning several times that in 2024, the EIB Group mobilized a record 100 million in higher risk investment for Europe innovation. And we are actually looking to do more, actually to support venture capital and venture debt, and looking at the product more and more on the scale-up stage, and also catalyze equity investment for critical technology, making it easier for EU firms to access innovation finance opportunity. I switch to leveraging on EU strength, and the first of the strength actually that I mentioned is leveraging on EU green leadership. And actually, we really think that the European green leadership is a success story. The EU energy market is transforming fast. Renewable sources supplied half of Europe's electricity demand in 2024. Investment in sustainable energy production and grids remains critical, while the Affordable Energy Act is further guiding energy cost reduction, so critical for European industry's competitiveness. Our research also shows two very interesting results. Competition in green tech innovation is tough, and we heard it already. We know the competition also coming from China. Our research also shows, however, something quite interesting, that Europe remains in the top league and remains a central node in collaboration network in green tech. And actually, we are at the center of the collaboration networks. The second point that is interesting is actually there is a very strong export market globally in terms of green technology. Yes, we know China is doing very well, but also Europe is still catching up into the growth of this market and actually profiting from this all over Europe. Our analysis also shows that the EU green leadership and clear climate path are essential for firm transformation, particularly in energy-intensive industry. Actually, what we see is that with stringent policies, all firms have a positive return for investment in energy efficiency. When policies are less stringent or weakly enforced, actually firms in energy-intensive industry have a limited or no incentive to transform. There are challenges, we all know. The Clean Industrial Act strikes the balance, bringing a simplification, but maintaining a clear direction of travel and proposing further steps forward to accompany the transition of European industry. We all know there are challenges, but this is really a success story Europe can leverage on. I was talking about strength of Europe. Another element to leverage on and enable is social investment. Europe's inclusive social model is one of its strengths. Social investment brings economic return, and we see a need for more effective solution for investment in skills, education, health, and affordable housing all over Europe. In fact, half of EU firms reported that the scarcity of skilled workers is a major barrier to investment. Social investment is critical for labor force participation and efficient allocation of labor. In our report, we estimate that if female labor force participation was raised in all EU countries to the highest EU level, EU GDP could increase by 4%. The addition of 1.5 million places in childcare would reduce the male-female employment gap by 5%. We also see that by matching the efficiency level of the best-in-class in the EU and member states can achieve at the same level of education health outcome while reducing 2.5% of GDP of expenditure that can be actually saved and used to deal with other pressing social needs. I get to the last point, maximizing impact of public support, and here the two messages are targeted and European. We come from a period of sustained public support to investment, and that's where I started my assessment on the investment situation. With important investment need, there is a strong rule for the public sector, but the public sector cannot do it alone, and the private sector cannot do it alone either. There must be a combined effort with the public sector creating the condition for private sector to invest. So what are the priorities in the very short term? And I think we will see more also tomorrow. We know that 40% of recovery and resilience facility resources and 90% of EU funds for the current financial period remain unspent. Deployment has improved, but resources are still available. Maximizing impact means many things. Means focus on enhancing administrative capacity to allocate funds. Consider opening funds allocation to new pressing needs. For this and for the next EU period, and that's something that is very close to the EIB, leverage resources through financial instrument. The experience with the financial instrument is indeed very positive. Instruments such as EFSI, InvestEU, and also the EIB per se leverage resources 14 to 18 times, and available resources are internally leveraged, the crowding co-investment, and ultimately they have a further impact on productivity and growth of this investment. And we think that's something that has to come out, if you want, also from the technical discussion and become more widespread. We also, our analysis also showed that there is a further additional upside associated to EU coordinated public investment effort. We indeed show that 12% of the impact of public investment in Europe is in the form of cross-border spillover. So that means that active, more coordinated pays off for Europe also to enhance the effect of public investment at the European level and not only at the national level. There are a lot of debate about industrial policy or direct support to the private sector. Our analysis and our survey show that 60% of firms received policy support in 2024 in the form of either subsidies or finance at a very favorable condition. We have evidence that such support works best when it is targeted to specific policy goal and when it's deployed at the European level. When policy goals are clear, and I make the example of energy efficiency actually in the graph, but we have the same for innovation, for green tech, and for other policy goals, firms are actually responsive to targeted measures. They are 20 percentage points more reactive to incentive that directly incentivize a specific policy goal. Direct support to firms is also more effective when it's allocated at the European level. Indeed, all policy intervention create some kind of distortion to competition and the single market. Yet, these distortions are very much reduced when the allocation happens at the EU level. EU data show that is particularly the case in mid-tech sector. To summarize, impact of public support for us means also more Europe and targeted. I come to the conclusion. In the new geopolitical context, the urgency to act is enhanced. The solution toolkit comprises unlocking a business opportunity via market integration and simplification, leveraging on European strengths, and maximizing impact of public sector intervention, where the key words are more European and targeted. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Well, we all know what our bedtime reading is tonight. There's plenty of it, and she's so eloquently summarized it there for us. And following on from that, of course, we are now going to move to a panel discussion. So I hope you're all going to be highly activated to ask questions. It is the largest panel of the day today, and it's going to be led by Jérôme Zettelmeier, who is just entering the room now. He is the director for Bruegel, and this topic is going to be about the mobilization of private capital for sustainable growth. We've heard this echoed in so many different ways today. So please welcome Jérôme to the stage, and he will then introduce the large panel.
Thank you. Perfect timing. I always dreamt of this, walking into a big room and having someone say, he's just coming into the room and please come onto the stage. Anyway, so I'm really pleased to be here. I'm Jérôme Zettelmeier, the director of Bruegel. My role is actually not to introduce the panel because the panel is so well known, it doesn't require an introduction. We have been expressly forbidden to read bios on the stage because it wastes everyone's time. So all I'm going to do is explain to you the choreography. We are going to start with a scene setup by Gelsomina Vigliotti, Vice President of the EIB. And that will be followed by a short keynote of Maria Albuquerque, the new commissioner in charge of financial services. And then we will have all the panelists come on the stage and we will have a panel debate. So without further ado, Gelsomina, please come up.
Good afternoon to everyone. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here with you and to introduce this panel tonight. When I was asked to open the panel, I immediately thought about talking about the Draghi and the Letter reports, which actually strongly call for filling the investment gap and removing the cross-border barriers here in Europe. But we all I think that all of us almost know this report, and now I think that what is important is to focus on the actionable solutions that can contribute to the completion of the capital market union, or maybe we should better call it the savings and the investment union. So, but for the way of tradition, I will continue with the capital markets union. A few months ago, Deborah presented the latest EIB investment report, and I'd like to focus on three messages that are, I don't know if it emerged clearly in the presentation, but they are in the report. First, that the finance is a key for innovation. Europe is already a research and innovation powerhouse with a strong industrial research and trade base. But we are not using it at our potential. We are not using it at the full steam. Second, Europe is wealthy, but this wealth remains mostly unproductive, also because of the fragmentation of the EU capital markets. Third, the public sector, whose resources are not unlimited, has an important role to play by supporting targeted instruments and coordinated at EU level, and this was in one of the last slides by Deborah. All the messages, and in particular these three messages, add to the urgency to move faster in the direction of our capital markets integration. Now let's pass to the actionable and what the EIB can do. And actually, with a little bit of modesty, I can say that for more than 6 decades, the EIB has been at the forefront of this mission. And I think that we can all say that this is a successful example of how Europeans can put together resources and achieve objectives. We have pioneered EU-wide financial instruments that laid the foundation for true capital integration. And since last year, with the arrival of President Calvino, the Capital Markets Union is also one of our 8 strategic priorities. So let me quickly introduce some of our initiatives that are ongoing, but that are still to be developed to contribute to the mission. First, we are improving the market integration for green and digital bonds. We are doing so by scaling up our bond acquisition, but also by issuing bonds, also via blockchain-based solutions. And since 2007, when the EIB issued the first green bond in the world, we reached the 100 billion euros milestone of green bond issuance last year. I see Cyril on the first row. Thank you very much, Cyril. We leverage on our experience in the securitization market to make the European financial system more liquid and better capitalized, conditions that are necessary to support investment. We are scaling up support for the EU venture capital and private equity markets to make sure innovative entrepreneurs can start up, scale up, underline scale up, and thrive here in Europe. We launched the European Tech Champion Initiative, and I'm sure that Mario later will talk more about it. It is now Europe's largest fund of funds. It's enabling European large funds to invest in the most innovative European companies to ensure these have the resources needed to grow and stay in Europe. And we are already working on a European Tech Champions Initiative 2.0, which aims to attract private investors as well. We are looking to private capitals to join us. Last but not least, we are teaming up with the Commission on the TechEU investment program to support disruptive innovation, strengthen Europe's industrial capacity, and scale up companies to boost Europe's competitiveness and strategic autonomy. Yet, the EIB alone cannot fill Europe's investment gap. We are all aware that there are other issues which are relevant, regulatory challenges such as harmonizing tax systems, corporate governance, insolvency regimes, and rules for insurance and pension funds. And this is why we are looking forward to the upcoming Commission's communication on Savings and Investment Union, and we are particularly grateful to Commissioner Albuquerque to be with us tonight to talk about this new forthcoming initiative. And also I think that all the others distinguished participants in the panel will offer key perspectives on how to move forward this agenda. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, please come to the stage. Maria Albuquerque.
Thank you very much. I will be brief in these remarks. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start by thanking the EIB for putting together such an interesting and timely event, and for inviting me to share my views on how the Savings and Investments Union can unlock financing for future growth. I am delighted to provide a few opening remarks before we get into the detailed discussion with this remarkable panel, with representatives from the European Parliament, the European Stability Mechanism, and key players providing equity for both from the public and private sectors. I'm really looking forward to an interesting and meaningful discussion with you all. So if we look at the current state of affairs in our European capital markets, it is painfully obvious they are operating far below their potential. And this is to the detriment of all Europeans. European savers have no easy way of getting more out of their hard-earned savings inside the EU. A significant part of their money sits in low-yield deposit accounts or even cash, amounting to something like 10 trillion euros at the end of 2023. Mobilizing even a very small part of this amount can transform the investment landscape in the EU. There is a mismatch in Europe between the abundance of idle savings and companies that need investment, including our European startups and scale-ups. This mismatch has been widely recognized, as has the European Union's competitiveness challenge. The momentum for change seems to be there now. Last year, the Eurogroup in inclusive format recognized the urgent need to advance the Capital Markets Union, a priority which was reaffirmed by EU leaders soon thereafter. This focus has been further reinforced by the landmark reports already mentioned here today by Enrico Letta and Mario Draghi, all highlighting the critical importance of strong and integrated capital markets. These reports both support the need for our savings and investments union. We know what the problems are and the reasons that prevent us from being more successful, more competitive, and from addressing the demands and the needs of our citizens. And now it is the time to act. It's the time for solutions. The Savings and Investments Union, and allow me just a brief parenthesis to say, this is not a rebranding of the Capital Markets Union. It is a broader concept. It includes the Capital Markets Union, but it also includes completing the Banking Union, because the two of them need to go in tandem to actually deliver the result that we need, and a very special focus on retail investors and how we can find better solutions for them. So it's a broader concept. But the Savings and Investments Union will focus on supporting household wealth creation by increasing the returns on savings of EU citizens while widening the financing opportunities for businesses as well. In essence, the Savings and Investments Union will create the conditions to channel the savings to the most productive investments. It will allow us to meet our needs to finance innovation, the green and digital transitions, as well as infrastructure investments across the EU. And importantly, also defense. As announced yesterday by President von der Leyen, Rearm Europe will rely significantly on the mobilization of private capital, making the Savings and Investments Union a key enabler to this objective as well. And the EIB will also play a key role in this plan. Achieving all these goals implies scaling up the investor base, promoting the participation of retail investors in supporting the real economy. Obviously, this is not to say that the Commission will decide where citizens' savings need to go. Rather, the Commission's objective is to make investing easier and more appealing. Our crucial task will be to bring down the existing cross-border barriers and have the buy-in of member states to reap the benefits of the Savings and Investments Union. Because the Savings and Investments Union cannot be built by EU-level actions only. Many of the barriers depend on member states' decisions, such as taxations, pensions, or corporate laws, just to mention a few. We do need a combined top-down and bottom-up approach. Of course, taking steps forward will require political courage, and I am under no illusions about how challenging this will be, both technically and politically. But the costs of not taking this step forward would present the EU with an even greater challenge, so I am convinced that this is the path we must follow. The communication on the Savings and Investments Union will be presented on March 19th, and it will outline the overall strategy to bring this to reality. The EU continues to be committed to our ambitious goals as we strive for a greener, more digital and fairer Europe, and more secure. However, we have to recognize that these aspirations will remain out of reach with an underperforming economy. And in the EU, there is wealth, there is ingenuity, there is innovation. Let's bring them together to promote a more competitive and prosperous Europe. Thank you. I'm looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you so much. Commissioner, may I now ask the remaining panelists to join us on the stage? Michel, Mario, Pierre, and Aurore. So we have Michel Capio, the co-founder of Bloom Equity, Mariut Falkstedt, the CEO of the European Investment Fund, Pierre Gramegna, the managing director of the ESM, and Aurore Laluc, who is now the chair of the Econ Committee of the European Parliament. This is good, yes. Excellent. So, having heard from the public sector, I want to start with you, Michel. So you have, in a sense, the view from the trenches, and in particular, the view from young firms, no? Because you mainly invest in startups. So basically, I just want us to tell you what you need for this market to grow. So the theme here was Europe is punching below its weight. Why is it in this area? What would you like to see change, particularly on the side of the official sector, but more generally?
Thank you, Joamin, and great pleasure to be here. And thank you very much for that introductory speech, Commissioner Albuquerque. It's music to my ears. Let me start by saying that I think the Savings and Investment Union is a crucial initiative at a pivotal time for Europe. We really have a unique opportunity to create a sustainable and resilient economy by investing in technology and innovation, which is close to my heart. Speaking specifically about startups, we have exceptional innovation, research and talent in Europe, as we have heard throughout the day. Startups are truly the growth engine of the economy for the future. And if we invest into startups, we have the opportunity to create trillions of dollars of wealth and millions of new jobs in Europe. However, over the last decade, Europe has fallen massively behind the US. On a macro level, we have an $11 trillion nominal GDP gap, but more fundamentally, as we've also heard throughout the day, a productivity gap and a lack, historically, of investment into technology and innovation. I'd like to share 2 data points from Deal Room that put this gap into perspective. In the US, a quarter of all jobs are venture-backed tech companies. In Europe, the corresponding figure is a meager 2%. Another benchmark, the S&P 500, is valued at some $46 trillion, and the breakdown of that is 65% derived from venture-backed companies. The Stoxx Europe is worth 15 trillion, so a third, but let's set that aside. Only 13% is derived from venture-backed companies. And this is essentially a result of our historical lack of investment into startups and VCs. So what do the European startup ecosystem need to help fuel both the growth as well as the competitiveness of the European economy? In my mind, there are many things we need, but I'd like to highlight 5. Education, more capital, obviously, incentives, simpler regulation, and a functioning equity capital market. We need a cultural mindset shift in Europe towards long-term investing, entrepreneurship, and risk-taking. We need education at every level, from institutions to individuals and from a young age, to understand the relationship between risk and reward and the power of compounding from investing. Startups need more capital, private and public, to scale up. In Europe, we have a $375 billion growth capital funding gap, with European startups only half as likely to raise capital as their US counterparts, specifically for growth rounds. Private capital investment incentives are key, and I think we've heard this as well, both from institutional and retail investors to take risk associated with venture capital incentives. Startups also need tax-efficient employee incentive schemes that enable employees to participate meaningfully in the upside of the companies they work for. On the public side, larger and simpler government funding programs are really key. And I think government support is clearly crucial for ensuring the energy transition and cheaper electricity, industrial decarbonization, and for certain strategic sectors that are essential for our long-term economic security. European regulation is a topic of its own, but let me just say it needs to be made much, much simpler, and we need more carrot and less stick. Today, unfortunately, the most successful European companies choose to list in the US. And some of our most valued publicly listed companies in Europe choose to move their primary listing to the US in order to achieve a substantial re-rating of their shares. Our best companies are leaving Europe at the moment, and we need to stop this urgently. I'd like to emphasize the strong equity capital market is crucial, not just for startups that want to IPO or VC investors who want to have an exit, but more fundamentally for European economic prosperity, individual savings and pensions and wealth creation. So that's my few cents. Thank you.
Well, you got our challenge cut out for us. Marjut, I turn to you next because in a sense you sit between the public and the private sectors. You know, you're the connector, and you know, to some extent this is your agenda. You've worked on it for a long time. So, you know, tell us basically what has worked in the past, what is missing, how much progress have we made, why you're hoping that this time we will do better.
Thank you very much, Michel. And that was not only a few cents, it was worth of a couple of euros, what you were saying. Now, let's start with the positive side. A lot of good work has been done in Europe in the last decade by the public and private sector in reducing the fragmentation of the venture capital markets and private equity markets, and in deepening the venture capital ecosystem. So a lot of good work. And this has helped that so many innovative companies have found founders, so enough financing to grow, to potentially become the global leaders. And there are many, many unicorns that have been created in the last decade in European Union. All good news. But then, when we look in particular at the growth stage of these companies, a lot of this financing has come from non-European sources. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? I leave it to you. Now, also positive is that, as you said, there's a lot of talent. And many thousands of tech companies are created per year in Europe. All these tech companies, they want to become global leaders. They have an ambition. They believe in their technology and think that they can make a game change for us, basically. However, we have underfunded our tech companies now since many decades. We have underfunded. What we would need is, as you say, when we compare US to European markets, in Europe, we should have a firepower of at least 8 times more in a year in venture capital investment compared to what we have today. It would basically mean that, for example, EIF should invest twice as much as what we do now in private equity, venture capital, and private credit. Today we invest 7 billion euros. We would need double. Now, when we then look further and we talk about the manner how we attract investors, and we talk about private sector investors, we talk about pension funds, there are many excuses why they are not investing. Currently in Europe, pension funds could invest 3% of their assets into venture capital, and they invest 0.02 annually. So, what are the excuses? That there is not enough access to performance data, for example. That they cannot make their investment decisions because there's a lack to data, performance data, and they look at us in the EIF, please do something. Now, I can tell you that by summer this year, this excuse is gone. We are working together with our stakeholders to be able to provide historic venture capital performance data on aggregate basis to all investors, institutional investors. And this will help, first. Then we come to the regulations. No, we cannot, in the EIF, we cannot change regulations. But certainly the European Commission can, and the member states can. Because what is at risk with this savings and investment union is that what I see is, in fact, there will be many national initiatives boosting the national agenda, which is not always helpful then for the European Union agenda. for the Savings and Investment Union, what will be the whole strategy that will be proposed. And we need a very strong coordination there. And then, as a final word, just a good news that Gelsomino was alluding to. This is about scaling up. Indeed, we have this wonderful instrument called European Tech Champions Initiative, which started with 3 billion euros, and we are now looking in the next generation. Our ambition has to be very, very high, and we need all member states on board, and we need the private sector on board to make a quantum change, a real game changer in European Union. Because this is what we need. We need the European Union investors. And then last words about governance and about speed. We cannot have multiple layers of decision-taking, when we are investing into innovation. It has to be fast. And who are the fast? Who can do those independent decisions? Well, they are the venture capital funds. It's a fact. So let's let the market to do the business. Give them the sources they need in helping us to making this quantum step in narrowing the investment gap towards towards Americas. We might not be able to close it, but we can very well be in the position to narrow it significantly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Aurore, well, congratulations on being the new chair of the Econ Committee of the European Parliament, but
thank you.
You're not just the new chair of the Econ Committee, you're actually an expert on the subject that we are talking about, the Capital Markets Union. You're the rapporteur on a report following up on Draghi, and you have been in this business for a while, so many arguments come back. Are you hopeful that we are about to make a breakthrough? What will be different this time round? It's been a 10-year agenda. We haven't made all that much progress.
First, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this invitation. And I just want to say thank you also to our commissioner, because she is going through crazy time right now because we have a tough situation in Europe, and I know it was not easy for her to make it. So thank you so much for being here with us. It's very, very important. I want to be positive and look at the bright side of life today. And I think that, as Commissioner said, there is a political will right now. This is my second mandate as a member of the European Parliament, and during the last mandate, no one was talking about the CMU anymore. Capital Market Union, no one was talking about it. And then there was a Draghi report, the Letta report, and something was happening. And right now we have this panel with a lot of very important people talking about not even the CMU, but the Saving and Investment Union. So yes, things have evolved very quickly, I would say. That's the first point, and that is a very, I think, important message. There is a political will from the European Commission, but also from the European Parliament, because the Econ Committee published during the last mandate one report, only one, on CMU, but it was positive. So I think there will be some willingness to work on the CMU and on the SIU on the European Parliament side. What is also positive is that people from the Econ Committee are starting to realize that it's not going to be an easy journey, because, when you're talking about the CMU, everyone is like, oh, it's great, we're going to have a lot of private funds to fund our economy, it's very important. Well, then you underline the steps that are necessary to complete the SIU, and well, it was important that people understand, that our committee understand, but you need to have a single supervisor, you need to have the harmonization of the regulation, as it was mentioned, some market infrastructure, etc. And then the trouble are beginnings, especially between two countries. and I'm representing one of them, by the way. So I hope that there will be some political will also in the Council. But I have to say that in the European Parliament, I think that the members are ready to discuss these things, to exchange some views, especially on the single supervisor, which is, by the way, something very, very touchy, I would say. So this is why I'm also positive, because now everyone is understanding what the SIU is. We are able to exchange, and we are trying also to find some solution, even though I don't know what is the best solution, for instance, when we are talking about harmonization of regulation. Should we create this 28th regime? Is it a good solution? We don't know, but we are trying to find some solution. So this is why I want to be positive. Also because I think that we are really fool or crazy people if we keep on if we don't find a solution to make sure that our savings do not go in the US to fund the American companies that go buy in Europe and buy our own companies. I mean, at some point, this is crazy. So I think that now, especially since what happened in Munich, and especially since what happened 1 week ago, people are starting to realize that, frankly, this is not possible anymore from a political point of view. This is totally crazy. And last but not least, I was reading, I don't know if you have ever read this economic advisor from Donald Trump, Stefan Myron. He's obsessed with the Triffin dilemma. I don't know if you remember the Triffin dilemma. Triffin was an economist who was saying that when your currency is the international currency, then you have some contradiction between your internal goal, national goal, and international goal. And he's obsessed by these things. He's obsessed by the exchange rate. He's obsessed by the trade imbalances of the US. But he wants Europe to pay for it. And this is what they are using the tariffs, by the way. Instead of looking at the American situation and the fact that they have a very low level of savings, they are putting some tariff on Europe. So I think we were a little bit naive and stupid during those last years. But right now, we don't have the choice anymore. We need to be very tough on this, and we need to understand that this is, it must be a key priority for Europe, even though I understand, and as you know, I'm French, you can hear it with my very bad English accent, but I think that now the Council should also be helpful and trying to find a solution, just like the European Commission is trying to find one and the European Parliament is trying to find one.
Amen. Pierre, you...
I'm trying to be positive.
Yes, absolutely. I totally get that. So many interesting points which we'll pick up in the next round. But before we do that, Pierre, explain to me. You are the managing director of the European Stability Mechanism. Your job is mainly to prevent and mitigate crises, particularly by lending to governments in crises. So how does that relate to the agenda on this panel of mobilizing private capital?
Thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure and honor to be surrounded by all these powerful and intelligent women. I think it's the first time in my life that in the panel I'm the only man. But congratulations to the EIB for putting this together. I would like to start by subscribing to all the things that have been said about the Savings and Investment Union, because I will, since a couple of weeks or months, I've been calling it that way. I have promised Enrico Letta I would do that, and I stick to it. But what you said about Maria Luis, that this encompasses more than just the capital markets union is very important. So it's the two agenda items, the priority agenda items in the Eurogroup, which I attend now in my present job, which I attended for 8 years as finance minister. So these two topics are crucial. Unfortunately, I have to say they were crucial when I started as a finance minister back in 2013, and they're still on the table, and only part of it has been done. A part has been done, I agree with you, Mayut, but a lot remains to be done. Now, let's face it, the role of the ESM is not to directly help or support companies, or how could we do that? Because we are not supporting projects like the EIB or the EIF does, or like the Commission can support also with the latest announcements. What we do is ensuring financial stability, safeguarding the euro area. So for that, we have 20 countries, soon 21 with Bulgaria. But you could say that guaranteeing financial stability and supporting countries that have difficulties to ensure that financial stability, that are in a situation eventually to lose access to financial markets, well, this is extremely important. So we help indirectly. Now, we have been used over the years, in the last decade, and in fact, the ESM was forgotten when we did the monetary union, because we did not even think of the necessity to have it. So now that we have it, we take it for granted. But because we take it for granted, we should not underestimate its importance, and the importance being that the euro is very credible and stable, and that obviously helps companies find financing at a better price. So this is key. So we support countries. We did that in the last decade. We have also evolved in how we look at crisis. The first time this happened was with the COVID situation, where suddenly we had to think also about financial stability, what the impact of COVID crisis could be. And on the 9th of April 2020, the ECOFIN decided to have the SURE program of the Commission. The EIB decided a program of support of guaranteeing companies, and the ESM put forward a guarantee system, a precautionary loan called pandemic crisis support, which was not really used. There were other measures that were taken, but the mere existence of it, again, stabilized markets. Now, if we look at the situation today, the jump is easy to say. Now, obviously, we have a new challenge in front of our doors, which is defense. Defense issues, so here you could say, well, what we have done in COVID times, we could eventually do for defense purposes. So, in fact, the ESM is there to support countries directly or indirectly, whatever the origin of the crisis is. I think this is important to keep in mind. Now, the Letta report, in fact, mentions specifically the ESM saying that we could envisage credit lines, precautionary credit lines for those countries who would need it to ramp up their defense expenditures. Now, obviously, this is something that could be done. Then we need to discuss it at the level of finance ministers who are in the board of governors, and we have the 20 countries, and we are ready to open such a discussion if there's political willingness to do so. What I want to say about this, again, this is helping directly then on a specific issue, but it is not enough to mobilize money. We are talking about having sufficient money for companies, for startups, but you also need to focus on what you want to do with that money. And I think what we are seeing flourishing now is national initiatives in terms of financing of defense, but at some point in time, we should also need common action in the area of defense. So again, there you realize if we act together, we are stronger. So this is exactly what we're talking about when we talk about savings and investment union, is you need size. Size matters. So, and for scaling up, size matters. I think from hundreds of unicorns that have been springing up in Europe in the last couple of years, you have 1/3 that left Europe once they got to the level of 1 billion. It's a number that the Commission has calculated. So we have even the imagination and the innovation. We even have seed money, it seems, but when you want to grow, when you want to scale up, then you go on the other side of the Atlantic. So size matters, but then again, coming back to what our role is, we are there to ensure that our euro area is stable and strong. And let's not forget, Europe has always made strides and made progress on a step-by-step basis. The situation in which we find ourselves today with our traditional ally that is, in a sense, starting to deconstruct the new international order piece by piece, I think we should not only be proud to be the champions of multilateralism and of rules-based commerce, this should encourage us to persevere and do even more. So this might sound like a paradox, but there might also be the temptation, and it exists inside Europe too, to say, well, times have changed, maybe we should choose a kind of national road and national solution to this. I think exactly at this moment, it will be important to find common answers.
Great, thank you. Maria, if I may, I want to get back to you. I know you're not going to tell us what you're going to publish on March 19th, but there are a whole host of issues here that came up that you know, I want you to react to. And you know, the main one really is, if you can go maybe a little bit into the diagnosis of what is wrong when it comes to sort of the causes of these phenomena that we have been hearing. And you know, very broadly, the way I would formulate it is that, you know, we have two broad set of stories on the table. One was mentioned mostly by Aurore and also by Pierre at the end, which is the traditional problem of collective action in Europe, right? So it's the point that we have exercised sovereignty mostly at the national levels, not necessarily in the collective interest, and the job of EU institutions is to change that because we can collectively all gain. And so initiatives like common supervision go in that direction. But on the other hand, I heard quite a lot, particularly from Mariut and from Michel, that didn't seem to be primarily about that, right? So it was about education, it was about sort of the mystery of why pension funds do not actually exploit their current regulatory scope to invest more. So this is more a story not necessarily about a collective action problem, but it's about common problems in Europe, right? So that we all have, and they may continue to persist. It maybe would exist even if we were a unified federal state. So we could maybe have the perfect union in that sense, and yet we would be lagging behind the US. So can you maybe address this a little bit and say, particularly from the perspective of startups and in financing of young firms, why the type of policy measures that we might now be contemplating and where we do arguably have more political will than in the past are the ones that actually might make a difference?
Thank you. It was very interesting to listen to you all and your perspectives. Going to your point, the word that keeps coming up is fragmentation. I think that is the main issue. Pierre mentioned about the need to get scale. Because when we talk about financing, when we talk about markets, you need scale, you need depth, you need liquidity. Why is it so difficult for pension funds to invest? The price discovery is close to impossible in such a fragmented landscape. You have no visibility of the opportunities. You find it very difficult to define exit strategies because you don't have efficient markets. Our problem is the lack of efficiency and the sovereignty thought in national terms just means that basically we don't have one capital market, we have 27 capital markets. And none of them is big enough, not even the bigger ones. Even the 2 member states that you were referring to, we are all too small. And I think it's high time that we have the necessary mind shift, which is we are not competing against each other. We are competing with the US, with China, not among ourselves, because if we continue to focus our competitiveness as an issue between member states, we will all die together, but we will never make it. Because simply we cannot do it like that. And I think that is probably the root cause of why we are lagging behind. And obviously I will refer to startup and scale ups, and it's really very important. But I also make a point always to highlight that the bulk of our corporate sector is not startups or scale-ups. And they desperately need funding. They need to transition to become more sustainable, to become more digital. They need those funds. They need those private funds. They are way too leveraged on debt. They need equity. And equity comes from capital markets. But again, capital markets need scale. So it is about the fragmentation. Fragmentation brought about by tradition, history, but too often protectionist behavior, rent-seeking behavior, vested interests, and we do need to tackle all of those head-on. Otherwise, we will not make it. The difference now is that I think there is a sense of urgency. I am curious to see how this sense of urgency will translate into action when we actually start talking about what is necessary to get there. Because the concept is very appealing, and I hope the measures will be palatable, and that we go from the concept into reality. We will see. I am hopeful because I think that now at least there is a clear understanding of the necessity to move forward. And the stimuli that we are seeing probably will push. I think that when we talk about the cultural mindset that we need to shift, people are all the same wherever they are. They react to incentives. If people do not take more risk, it's because they don't have the incentives to take more risk. So it is about giving people the right incentives, because when we see how many people in Europe actually invest in crypto, saying that they don't like risk does not seem to make much sense. They just don't have the right incentives to invest in risk where we would like them to, and where it would be important to see them invest. So hopefully the strategy that we'll be putting forward will be addressing these challenges and pushing decisively ahead. And I'd just like to finalize to say that indeed a lot has been done. And I think it is also important to recognize that a lot has been done. The public sector does support the startups a lot. When we get to the scale-up phase, to the entry in the market and testing in the market, again, the market is not big enough. It's too fragmented. Even the goods market is too fragmented on a single market economy, which actually makes no sense. And innovators need an ecosystem. We don't have an ecosystem. And when you talk to member states, they all dream to have their own Silicon Valley. 27 Silicon Valleys will not make it. We need one. I don't care where it is. It doesn't even have to be anywhere specifically. It can be connected virtually, but it has to be one and not 27. If we don't change this mindset, this is the mindset we really need to change. Thank you.
Gelsomina, do you want to come back on any of these points?
No, yes, thank you very much. It's a very interesting. Maybe I want to add a few elements. Maybe let's start from the risk. I completely agree with the commissioners about that. If there are people investing in crypto, maybe there is no risk. But maybe we are talking at least that within the EIB and also EIF, we are looking at the institutional investors, maybe to insurance, to the pension funds, and there, I agree with Mario that there is an issue, relying on performance data. But at the same time, since I think that within this sector, maybe the perception of risk is higher because of, because they have to preserve the pensions and the savings of others. I think that experience like we had in the past, like the Juncker Fund, to use, the public resources like a sort of guarantee to the investors to say, enter into these riskier activities, let's put your money there, and so that you have a final backstop, something similar. I think that is, and looking, for instance, at the experience of the EIF, what the EIF did, it was in many countries, it was to create the ecosystem for developing, venture capital, private equity. Then it's a national success that has to be transformed in a pan-European success. And so, within at the EIB, we are reflecting on this, we are reflecting on the way in which actually how we can support the equity system, because actually what we heard is that what is necessary, it's equity. We know that public resources are limited, that maybe what we need is to mobilize the private savings, and we have to give them incentives. So, I wonder if, one of the solutions, not the silver bullet, but one of the solutions could be to use, the public resources for instruments which can provide insurance and to support people in taking risk. And just a final note, we're talking about the creation of the euro. We knew that for the optimal currency union, there were two missing elements. One, it was the labor mobility and capital mobility. And we know that in the US, many of the absorption of the crisis comes also through the capital markets.
That's right.
And that's why this is also important for for the success of the euro. And to me, we are in the time where, and I think that in the parliament also they're realizing that, now that, the time is now, and, Europe, it's very good in moving during crisis time. This is a crisis time, I think that the horizon to move and to take a decision, it's very short, and I think that confronting with such challenges, I think that it will be time that everyone can do its part and to develop initiatives and take action to cope with these issues.
When it comes to this risk-sharing function, of course, that brings me back to banking union. I was very happy, Commissioner Albuquerque, that you mentioned that SIU is broader than just capital markets union, and so you will get a question on that at the very end. But before that, I actually want to get Michel to react to what you said. I also was, so basically, what is the right role of government of sort of intermediary institutions here? So I was somewhat surprised to hear you say you want larger government funding programs in the venture space. So coming from a venture capitalist, that surprises me, because basically they compete with you, right? And ideally, we don't want government to run this space. So what is so wrong about the current ecosystem that you want more government? And then to the extent that it's not about direct funding, what should the role be? So there's one story, which is somehow you guys are in a sense constrained from the funding side because of a culture of risk aversion, because somehow the plumbing to the big pools of savings doesn't work. Is it true, like Gelsomina implies, that a little bit of de-risking by the public sector can clear that flow and make it flow more? Or are we talking mostly about information problems, like you suggested? So it's really about providing transparency and so forth. So I'm really confused on what government and EIB, EIF, I'm now counting them as part of it, should really be focusing on, beyond the general defragmentation agenda.
I think when I say larger government funding programs, there are certain areas where venture capital is not well suited to provide funding because of the model under which we work. So I'm thinking first of a kind, We heard from Anne Mettler earlier today in terms of the need to fund certain projects that have long duration to first euro of revenue generated. They're very, very difficult to fund. So there are certain areas, particularly around energy security, industrial decarbonization, where we need efficient programs. It doesn't necessarily need to be equity. It can be matching funding, it can be bank guarantees, it can be various forms of incentives, but we clearly need a sizable public commitment to supporting some of these businesses. I also think that from a regulatory perspective, to unlock more private capital, to the points made, we can simplify some regulation, because if we get the equity capital markets to work and the pension funds who are invested in them actually make money, then they have more capital to invest into venture capital funds and private equity. It becomes a virtuous as opposed to a vicious circle. And so there are a number of regulations that essentially encourage insurance companies and the likes, post-Lehman, to invest into less risky assets, which I think is fundamentally wrong. Having regulation that encourages investment into non-productive assets is just not helping our economy grow and to create wealth. If we create wealth, we get a positive spin wheel where we also get savings and wealth creation at an individual level, where people are able to put more money into the equity market. So I think that that's really key, to the solution here in terms of driving that positive momentum that we really need.
And so this is really about the plumbing and the regulatory framework of equity markets rather than, the underlying projects.
I think, if we're being brutally honest here, the liquidity in Europe is absolutely terrible. The price volatility we have in individual stocks, I can just give one very stark example. I think most people will be familiar with banks. If we take, for instance, BNP Paribas, the French bank, it's a well-run bank. Do you agree? Yeah. It's valued at 20% of the value of Morgan Stanley, and they have similar balance sheets. Why is that? It makes no sense financially speaking, yet this is the case because in the US you have a very strong retail and institutional investment landscape. In Europe, it just doesn't exist. And so I fully agree with, we need some kind of unified market, perhaps a unified stock exchange. We need essentially to listen to the Draghi report. And I think we need to create perhaps a European sovereign fund that can invest into equities, like we've seen in some markets very successfully in Norway, for instance. There are lots of things that could be done, I believe, to create that momentum that we need. We could just, as a very basic first starting point, harmonize the trading hours between the different exchanges. There are things at different levels we could do to start creating a more harmonized market. I'll pause there.
I'm going to throw it open to the floor, but I want to ask one last question. I'm going to ask it to you because you sit on both sides. So this story about, which is not a story, it's true, about companies listing in the US and moving to the US in some sense when they need to scale. So I'm never quite sure. Is this about scaling opportunities on the real side, possibly even about labor market flexibility, right? So is this about essentially product market barriers? So once you're in the US, you're the same idea, the same project, can just generate a ton of bigger revenues because you are in the entire market. Here you have to do it bit by bit. Or is this really about the price of equity being cheaper in the US? Can you distinguish these things? And to the extent that it is about the size of the equity market towards something, is that in turn driven by just better scale in product markets?
Thank you. Now, I think Michel was very to the point. You were very much to the point. It's about valuation. If I am an AI company and I want to be the leader, I want to become the global leader, Today I would go to New York. It is a fact. If I look at the AI companies in the States, they got 100 billion values. And when we look at the French, sorry for French again, we look at Mistral AI, it's 6 billion. We have an issue of valuations, and we have an issue of the liquidity. And as you said, so rightly.
So just to clarify, so you would go to New York even if your operations are in Europe or if they are global?
Absolutely, absolutely. I would go there for value. Look at Spotify. Spotify's headquarters continue to be in Sweden, but for the valuations, I would go to the States. And it does not mean that being exiting or being listed in New York that I lose my production capacity in European Union. This is not what it is about. It may be at some stage when the investors are such that they have a really strong say in the company governance. So that might happen. But my opportunities are there in this stock exchange are just much bigger.
Any reactions on that side of the panel? Otherwise, I would throw it open. Yes, Pierre?
I would like to say two things. One, just not to please the EIB, but if member countries would double their capital in the EIB, it would be a multiplier effect that would be spectacular. And I've not been paid to say that. I really believe that. The other thing I would like to say, it is a magic word that you have used, Jeronim, and that is the word de-risking. And also there, the EIB is a trendsetter and has done wonderful things. And this is a European way of doing things, taking the junior risk being covered. So that's where you need public money eventually, and then projects become bankable. So, I mean, we can inspire ourselves in so many ways how to make it our way. This is not necessarily the American way, and I'm not saying that we should inspire ourselves a lot from what is being done the other side of the Atlantic, but there's also some recipes, I think, that we have in-house that we can, I think, build on and develop.
Thank you.
Just a few words. Yes. Not to defend the French banks, by the way. They will be so happy, but this is not my kind. Sorry for the French banks. No, just to say, I have just one concern. When I think it was when Ursula von der Leyen, by the way, said we should mobilize private capital to fund the defense. I mean, we all know how hard it is to complete the CMU. And now the Civic and Investment Union. So it will take too long. We don't have the time right now. So there is this whole idea to have some flexibility from a fiscal point of view, but this is for a country like mine, but also for Italy, for a country with a high level of debt, it's quite complicating, I think, to have more debt, because there is something that is called the financial market. So yes, I fully agree with what Pierre said. We need to have a common tool at the European level. And I think that what we did during the COVID crisis could be used, and I think that your institution has a key role to play, because it could be easy, I think, to use this kind of tool, and we need to react very, very, very quickly. So national solution, it's okay, but we are all in the same situation, and we need to prove some solidarity, to be united. So I think we should also use what we have, and I think that the European Stability Mechanism could be very, very helpful.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, sorry to surprise you. I just want to mention that two people have to leave at precisely 6. So if you want to give them the floor, it is Mireille Wish Albuquerque. I know you have a plane to Warsaw, and I think Pierre Gramegna, you also need to leave sharp at 6.
I've continuously given them the floor, so no, I think the floor now belongs to the floor. So we're going to ask, but before that, I cannot resist just saying that, in my view, raising defense spending in the EU is mainly a fiscal issue. So we're not going to do it mainly with private funding, right? Because this is about buying stuff that you're going to use in a war. This is not about funding projects that yield an economic return. So there is surely a role for private capital, but primarily we're talking about fiscal resources. I think that's clear, and in that sense, you know, pushing everything also to promotional banks like the EIB is maybe not a good idea. But now let me make up on my, yes, please, sir, in the first row. So I do have a problem in that I do not see you. So you need to somehow get up and get a microphone. I will pool 3 questions, and then we'll go back, and that will be it. And please introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is George Zavos. I'm the chairman of Hellenic Development Bank and the former Deputy Minister of Finance of Greece. My question relating to all the panel relates to the key ingredients of a capital markets union we're discussing now for several decades. And as we know from US experience, there are 2 important issues. One is a reinforced supervision at the central level, which at the European level, and that's the experience coming from the Securities Exchange Commission that's there for 100 years for the biggest capital markets in the world. And the second one is securitization. As a Deputy Minister of Greece, I made the Hercules scheme, which cleaned up the Greek banks from 50% of NPLs, which is now down to 3%. Why we cannot use this instrument at the European level to finance the double transition and many other things? Why are we avoiding this important and essential discussion?
Okay, securitization, something we have not talked about a lot. Anyone else? Oh, come on. Yes, please, in the back row. The gentleman here, yep. Oh, lady here, while you get the microphone, I have you on my radar. Please, introduce yourself briefly, please.
Luxembourg.
Yes.
I'm Tonika Hertman from the Foundation of Luxembourg. While listening to the European Commissioner, she puts really her finger on one of the very important issues, which is the lack of private savings in equity markets. And to me, it seems that this is a huge lost opportunity for the savers who lose out on capital gains, and for the corporates which needs capital. And in this respect, just allow me to share an example from my second home country, which is Sweden, which is where the savings level in equity markets is 7 out of 10 citizens are investing in equity investment funds. And one of the measures and reasons behind that is incentives since the 1970s in fiscal incentives. And the second one is the reform of the pension system, where Swedish citizens have to decide themselves of how part of their pension savings are invested while selecting among hundreds of private investment funds. So coming to my question, I think the Savings and Investment Union is a fantastic opportunity, but don't you think that we need other measures as well, such as incentives and education and awareness creation among savers?
Thank you so much. Gentlemen, go ahead, please. Very brief, please.
Yes, hi. Nasser Zuberi, I run the Luxembourg House of Financial Technology. I'm going to repeat the question I asked a previous panel, very simply, that there is a general culture of fear of failure and of risk aversion in Europe at all levels, from individuals up into politics and policy making. How do we overcome this and what actions, if any, would each of the panelists take tomorrow to make a difference and change the issues and overcome the challenges we have in Europe and solve some of the things.
You mean all challenges we have in Europe, or to make us less
specifically what you've been discussing, increasing private capital into markets? What one single policy decision would they make tomorrow?
Okay. All right, I think, Maria, you definitely want to respond, and then anyone else, feel free. So we have securitization, we have the question of whether we need essentially country-level pension reform, for example, or fiscal subsidies. And then there's the question about the magic bullet. Please.
Thank you very much. I'll be quick. And from the suggestion I heard from the audience, I think that you may not be surprised, but I hope you will be pleased with the Savings and Investments Union strategy once it comes out. Because what you mentioned is things that we have looked at. There are excellent examples in Europe. We will try to replicate them
to a broader pan-European level. And yes, securitization is coming. There was a public consultation, as I'm sure you know, and we are now preparing the proposal, which, by the way, the Commission can only propose. Then it's up to the European Parliament and Council to actually approve. So just that we all know the role. So yes, education and awareness is very important. That is why I also have in my mission letter the obligation to put forward a financial literacy strategy, which also be referred to in the Savings and Investments Union. But the Savings and Investments Union will have many different measures, recommendations, legislative, non-legislative proposals. It's a package of measures to put forward. On the fear of failure and risk aversion, how to overcome, there are also tweaks on regulation we could put forward to make sure that the penalization for failure is not as severe. There are cultural elements, yes. I mean, we do not do TED Talks with people who have failed miserably. We typically call only the ones who have been successful, but that is something that is not up to the Commission, it's up to you. You have to change that mindset. It's not a legislative proposal that can do that. Thank you.
We all do. Any other remarks on any of the 3 points? Yes.
I would just echo what we've heard. I mean, to the question, what can we do to change risk aversion? Incentives and education from a very young age. Teach kids in school. They learn all kinds of things in school, but very few schools teach essential business economics and how to essentially save for your own pension. I mean, we're talking about a generation that are not going to have public pensions anymore. So I think it's a crucial thing to learn from a very young age.
Ayut?
Securitization, certainly securitization continues to be a very important part of the Savings and Investment Union. I will be convinced about it, as it is a really essential element for capital relief and risk sharing, so to say, with the banking sector. I'm sure that will continue. No?
So I came out more optimistic than I went in. Let's give the panel a round of applause, please.
Thank you so much to Jeremy and that panel. It was a really fabulous panel, and we're nearly at the end of the day. As Pierre Gramegna said, it was a very female-heavy panel. I think he said it was the first time in his life he was surrounded by a panel of women, and that, as we move into the last session, is absolutely perfect, because the next person to speak is our minister here from Luxembourg. It is, of course, as we move into International Women's Month, a great honor and a pleasure to welcome to the stage Madame Eureka Bacchus, who is the Minister for Gender Equality and Diversity here in Luxembourg. So please, I hope she's in the building, please welcome to the stage. If we could take our seats. I would like to welcome to the stage Minister Eureka Bacchus.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. As Minister for Gender Equality and Diversity, it's of course a great honor for me to just say a few introductory words and Just for a couple of minutes, I will not be speaking about defense nor mobility, but I haven't spoken for a long time on capital markets, but just a few introductory words from my side, because the discussion on how capital markets can be really a thriving force for gender equality and women's economic empowerment is absolutely essential. Around the globe, women continue to face barriers to economic participation, from unequal pay to limited access to capital. But the evidence is undeniable. When women thrive, economies thrive. I think it's pretty straightforward. Finance has the power to drive meaningful societal change. Capital markets are uniquely positioned to lead this transformation. By leveraging financial instruments, impact investments, and inclusive capital strategies, we can create ecosystems that empower women and foster sustainable economic growth. That's what we want. Promoting gender equality is not just a moral obligation, it's not just about fairness, but it's also an economic imperative. Research has consistently shown that companies with more women in senior management positions are more likely to outperform their peers in profitability and productivity. As Christine Lagarde also often says, pointing to studies that show that gender diversity in leadership also tends to lower a company's carbon footprint, so everything is linked. Women should be at the table because it is the absolute smart thing to do. As a leading international financial center, Luxembourg must be at the forefront of this transformation. We have a responsibility to lead by example and to create also a financial ecosystem that champions diversity and that champions inclusion. So we must leverage this position to drive meaningful change, ensuring that our financial institutions reflect the diversity of the societies that they serve. It's about building a resilient and a competitive economy for the future. Allow me to just take this opportunity to highlight two partnerships that embody also Luxembourg's commitment to this vision. Both were launched in my former capacity. As my good friend also knows, dear Nadia, when I was a former finance minister, together with you, in the previous government, and I'm also very happy that my successor is taking these forward. Firstly, and this now marks the second anniversary of the Women in Finance Charter in Luxembourg that was launched on International Women's Day 2023, and also Julie from CEO of the Stock Exchange in Luxembourg, you were there at the time. This charter was more than just a declaration of intent. It was really a call for action. I think in everything we do, that's what's really essential. The Charter underpins the collective commitment of our financial sector to achieving greater gender equality, particularly in decision-making positions. The fact that more than 70 financial institutions have signed up is really a really clear commitment to what we need to do, and a testament to the willingness to really drive change. The task force that was also set up at the time, which is continuing also the work, is essential in this regard. I also met, this is my second point, with Jessica Espinosa. I think it was supposed to be on the panel, but is being replaced now. Also in my previous capacity, and since then the government of Luxembourg is also really a proud supporter of 2X Global in its mission to empower women entrepreneurs and gender-smart businesses. And this support also reflects our very strong belief in the power of gender finance to improve lives, strengthen societies, and to strengthen our economies. 2X Global mobilized over $30 billion to support gender equality and women's economic empowerment. But to truly sustain the momentum, we must continue to support and scale such initiatives. We should foster and continue to foster an environment where gender lens investing becomes a norm rather than a simple exception. Also gender finance focused bonds, something I'm very proud of, which has been launched in Luxembourg. This was in May 2022 by an MOU between the Luxembourg Stock Exchange and UN Women. And this is really another way to mobilize capital flows to meaningfully contribute to SDG number 5, which is absolutely essential, is we try to also create a more peaceful world, something rather difficult these days to talk about, but SDG number 5 for me remains absolutely pivotal. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we all agree, and that's why you are so many here today, our work is far from done. We must proceed with renewed determination. Achieving gender equality, it's a journey that requires continuous effort, accountability, and also collaboration between all different sectors. And capital markets play a crucial role here. We know that by allocating capital towards businesses and initiatives that promote women's economic empowerment, we can accelerate positive change. That's what we want to do. We need positive change. When investors and financial institutions apply a gender lens to their investment decisions, they help build stronger and more sustainable businesses. So we must continue to harness the power of capital markets to break down barriers and to create really lasting opportunities also for women. Allow me to conclude by saying a very big thank you to the EIB for its important efforts in promoting gender equality. There could not be anybody better at its head to promote gender equality. And you can, of course, count on Luxembourg's continued support in a world where we see increased backlash, also increased pushbacks against women and against minority rights. And I hope that we can all together push back against these pushbacks and that we can all together shape a future where gender equality is not simply an ambition, a perspective for the long term, but something that we want to happen as soon as possible, that we want to become a reality. So I thank you very much for being here so numerous today. Thank you to the EIB and to all the partners for this very important topic and the discussions, and I wish you a successful and very interesting panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Minister Backes, and it's lovely to have you in the room. As you mentioned, we also have Julie Becker, who is well known to anybody who lives in Luxembourg. She is the CEO of the Luxembourg Stock Exchange, and she is going to moderate the next panel. So please welcome Julie Becker and her panel to the stage, which are Cyril Rousseau, the Director General at the European Investment Bank, Jen Braswell, Founding Director of 2X Global, and Ines Murray, Chief Executive Officer for Financial Alliance for Women.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, or good evening almost. It's a real honor to moderate this panel around a topic which is extremely close to my heart, gender finance, and more specifically, how capital markets can support gender equality and women's economic empowerment. I'd like also to thank deeply EIB for offering us this platform to discuss this very important topic ahead of the International Women's Day. In today's world, as President Calvino said this morning, we are back to basics. And indeed, the rights of women are unfortunately increasingly under threat. And the geopolitical context in many regions of the world, both emerging markets and developed economies, poses significant challenges to gender equality. So the importance of gender finance cannot be overstated. You may be interested to know that women around the world enjoy less than 2/3 of the legal rights available to men on average, which limits, of course, their ability to work, earn equal pay for equal job, and start a business. But Minister Backus just said it, and I'd like to repeat it. Gender equality is not just a matter of fairness, it's an economic imperative. It's a crucial component of economic growth. And in Europe, improving gender equality could lead to a 9.6% increase in EU GDP. 9.6% increase. Globally, the world is losing out on $7 trillion of economic gains annually due to low representation of women in the workforce. There are lots of points to cover today, and I'd like to dive right in on the importance of investing to promote gender equality and women's economic empowerment. So first, let me address a question to Jen. Jen, the 2X challenge was launched at the G7 Summit 2018 as a bold commitment of development and multilateral financial institutions to invest in the world's women. And since then, the flagship initiative has raised gender-lens investments totaling almost $34 billion. So to get the conversation started today, Jen, could you please define in one sentence what gender finance is and tell us why it makes sense from a societal point of view to promote gender equality and women's economic empowerment? And of course, I'm also very much interested, like the audience, I'm sure, to know how much investment is needed in this context.
Super. Thank you very much, Julie. So gender lens investing, or gender finance, simply put, and with broad brushstrokes, are investment strategies that seek to drive capital towards investments, companies, portfolios that materially support women, either through products and services, so thematic investing in areas such as women's health or care economy, or through how companies operate. And it is that last piece, looking at how companies operate, where there can be real value creation, and where focused and intentional activities as an investor, as a corporate leader, can really drive company value. And that's where I think we can start to really quantify what gender lens investing means in the market, particularly in private market transactions, where this lens isn't often applied, but could be. And certainly, as we're looking at more public market transactions, the overarching value of a company, because it supports women in leadership, in workforce, and through its products and services, should be something that is materially valued by the markets.
Thank you very much, Jen. So we need to be able to assess the real value creation. We need to quantify the impact, and that's obviously very important to be able to mobilize investment and encourage investors. And I think it's indeed crucial to engage a full spectrum of investors, capital providers, mobilizers, but also influencers, and to level up gender-smart investment. And this is the reason why at the Luxembourg Stock Exchange, back in 2022, as Minister Backus just underlined, we partner with UN Women and we decided to flag gender-focused bond that allocate part or all of their financing to projects that advance gender equality or empower women and girls. And one aspect of gender finance is financing women-led businesses. And we have seen a very concrete example that put in practice all of this in Africa with a gender-focused bond listed on the Luxembourg Stock Exchange and displayed on the Green Exchange. And these bonds come from NMB in Tanzania, and it was the first one to emerge in sub-Saharan Africa. And it provided around 3,000 women in Tanzania with access to the financing they need to start or grow their business. So turning to INES. INES, the Financial Alliance for Women, is a non-for-profit organization working as an international consortium of financial institutions interested in the female economy. Its members, I think, work in more than 130 countries to build programs that support women with access to capital, education, and markets. Some are located in regions such as sub-Saharan Africa, which has, by the way, the highest levels of women-led businesses. However, we see that these businesses have the least access to financing. So could you share the experience of your members in supporting these women-owned and led businesses?
Sure, thank you very much for the opportunity and to the EIB team of sharing the experience of the network. So we have about 100 members around the world, and several of them are EIB investees, including in sub-Saharan Africa. And our members are all offering women a comprehensive value proposition that includes not just access to finance, but access to business and financial education, to networking, to recognition, to making women visible, because often actually girls don't see themselves as entrepreneurs, and it's super, super important that they do in order to think bigger, if you like. And the members track their data, because obviously if you're running a business, you need to be able to prove the business case. And we then aggregate that data, and they report this voluntarily, but we aggregate the data. And they're working with many of the IFIs, so all of this is cross-verified and so on. And what that data actually shows now is, we've just produced a new report on last year's data, that we're reaching 198 million women, so only 55 members are currently reporting, that we are lending a vast amount of money, that the growth rate in lending to women SMEs, it's growing at 12% CAGR between 2020 and 2023 versus in the retail segment. So women entrepreneurs, which is a common segment across all our members, is actually the highest growth segment. And that's deliberate really, because they're now targeting women entrepreneurs, because they're seeing the return on investment. And when you think about a woman entrepreneur, you're not just about repaying the loan back, which women do, by the way, in all loan categories, whether that's consumer or mortgages or retail more broadly, or car loans or anything like that. The NPLs are lower in every single loan category, and it has been for the last 8 years that the members have been reporting data. But we're also finding that women's, in microfinance, the average loan is now 95% of a male loan, and in SME it's now 75% of a male loan. It's still not 100%, which is where we want to go, but you're seeing those loan volumes increase as women have more confidence, they're asking for more money, they're getting that education, which is about leverage and why you would go to a bank in the first place, and really getting them to move along the trajectory of using finance in a more productive way to grow their businesses. And this is what we want to see. We're also seeing lovely statistics like net promoter scores is much higher now for women than it is for men. And that's a really important metric for a bank, because what that's saying is you're a satisfied customer. And there's data from Australia actually that if a woman is satisfied with her bank, she'll tell 9 more women that she's satisfied. If she's dissatisfied, she'll tell 44 women. So getting those NPS scores up is a really important thing for a bank, because it lowers your cost of customer acquisition. So lots of really great metrics coming through. And then from EIB's perspective, as you're now going to be issuing bonds and so on with gender tags, you know, we have really good data on their members' performance. If you look at KCB, Kenya Commercial Bank in Kenya, it lends money on a cash flow-based lending approach to 500,000 Kenyan women, and a further 300,000 are now coming into the bank through digital financial services. So that's a major contribution to the Kenyan economy. And this is something we need to replicate in a lot more countries. So that's the business case. And I think, you know, we can't not talk about the business case, because that's really what bankers care about, and rightly so. I think the final point I would say is, it's not just about lending the money, right? It is about building their capability as entrepreneurs and enabling them to really fulfill the destiny, which is that we should see gender equality in number of startups and growth and so on. And if we do, we'll have hugely beneficial, as you've mentioned, impact on the GDP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ines. Continuing with you, because you mentioned the need for investors to mobilize investment, to track the data, to make sure that they manage to prove business case. And I think in this context, the Financial Alliance for Women developed tools to help financial institutions identify opportunities and also build business cases targeting women. Can you tell us more about this?
Yeah, we do actually, well, basically what we do is we mobilize our members to teach each other about how to do this well, because bankers really do convince each other, and we offer learning services that enable them to do that. I think one of the most important programs we offer is on how do you gender, or rather sex disaggregate your data at the portfolio level. In order to do that, you have to have a definition of women-owned led businesses and so on. But it's quite deep to be able to do that. And in order for banks to make the decision that they're going to track that data, which they have to be successful in this market, they really have to see the business case. So it's a kind of two sides of the equation is really, you know, they have to see the business case in order to think about doing it. They need a bit of a push from the IFIs to kind of enable them to actually earmark some funding for that purpose. And once they start tracking the data, they start seeing the business case, and then year on, they're actually getting more investment and more dollars into the system. So yeah, we do offer a fair amount of services. You can look at those on our website, but I think the main point is we know how to do this. We just need more institutions to do it.
Thank you, Ines. I think that's the most important words indeed. We need more institutions to track the data and the impact they are contributing to. And in this context, Jen, the 2X challenge is underpinned by the 2X criteria. So to mobilize investment, we just heard that we need to be able to identify investment opportunity, to build business cases and to report. But we also need standards. And the 2X criteria is a global industry standard for processing, structuring, and monitoring gender finance investments. And this standard has played a very important role in building the field of GLI, gender lens investing. And today, hundreds of companies and institutions in the world use the 2X as a global reference standard. So could you please explain us how important are these standards to help driving more finance in support of women's economic empowerment? Can you share your experience from 2X Global and also explain how you measure impact?
So 2X started in 2018 when several development finance institutions came together with the intention to invest together in investments that support women. But the definitions and the shared understanding of what that meant just didn't exist. So we worked together to create the initial 2X framework, which allowed all of the institutions to have a shared understanding and to feel confident that the investments that were being earmarked as gender-smart investments really did meet a standard test. And that was critical, voluntary in the beginning, but critical to begin to allow these investors to begin to invest together and to begin to share their data, because we could then start to apply these criteria in the investment process. And it was both within financial institutions who were lending to women-owned businesses or businesses that were deemed gender smart based on these criteria, and also to equity investments, both through fund management intermediaries as well as direct investments. And I would say particularly for equity investing, in order to develop impact strategies that have a gender lens, it's very, very important to identify what that means. And without the standard, there can be, I think, a lack of confidence amongst fund managers to start and develop these types of strategies. So having the standard is critical in order to give both the GPs confidence and the LPs confidence that there is a credible basis for determining that an investment in a company is on the pathway to becoming gender smart. And you can set all kinds of incentives, both for the fund management teams as well as the management teams and companies around these goals and standards with KPIs. So quite important to have the simple shared definitions. Now we're going to the next phase. So last year, 2X Global launched the 2X certification mechanism, which is a bit analogous to the B Corp mechanism. It allows for third-party verification of a company, a fund manager, or a financial institution based on application of the criteria. And it also allows for some tiering. So there are tiers of maturity that you can also then track progress from early immature stages all the way through to final gender smart businesses. And again, as I mentioned earlier, that should be the labeling that will allow us to develop the quantification and the links, the quantitative links to performance. So between the metrics of where and how women participate in the businesses to how those businesses are performing commercially.
Thank you, Jen. So the 2X criteria not only provide the much-needed unified framework for investors, but also ensure that impact investments and gender-focused bonds truly deliver on their promises. And you now also provide the 2X certification, which of course bring trust to the investor community and allow indeed to quantify impact. Last but not least, moving on to questions to Cyril. Cyril is, of course, representing the perspective of the EIB. And as you all know, EIB is financing its operation in global international markets. As a pioneer in the green and the sustainable bonds markets, the EIB has been increasing its issuance pace and passed the 100 million euro mark of CAB and SAB issuance in August 2024. Billion, of course. According to you, Cyril, from the issuer point of view, what is the biggest challenge in mobilizing capital markets to invest in gender equality and women's economic empowerment? We just heard about investors, what they need to be mobilized. What's the position of the issuer in this context?
So the EIB is investing in gender equality and women's economic empowerment for a bank whose purpose is to try to boost the potential growth within the union and beyond. It's an evidence, it's a no-brainer to invest in gender equality. But so far, we have been doing it using only our credit through our general funding program. And indeed, we have this experience you mentioned of trying to go beyond and to actually, through our issuance, help develop ecosystems that help channel through capital market investments toward impact. And you asked me about what are the challenges in order to do that. Well, basically the challenge, first, you have to have an agreement with investors on what you are doing. So it's about having a shared language, a shared definition. Then the other element is you actually have to deliver on that. You have to have the capacity to actually have an impact on the activities you told investors that you are going to fund, and to demonstrate it. And then the last point is that investors have to believe you. And you have to find ways to prove them that you are trustful. So those three elements, we have developed experience over time. We have started with the green bonds, and now this market is a multi-trillion market. We have developed sustainability awareness bond basically at the same time that the 2X initiative started in 2018. But at that time, we didn't include SDG 5. And now, thanks to the common language that has been developed, we now have the tools to include SDG 5 within our sustainability awareness program. So basically, if I look at my three conditions, the first one, thanks to the hard work on 2X, we now have the criteria that make it possible to have a shared language with investors on gender finance, and actually, we are now going to use the 2X criteria on women economic empowerment. We are also going to use another standard for gender equality, which is the OECD Development Assistance Committee standard. Regarding delivery, we have built the track record. We have invested for years in gender equality, so now we know the challenge to get the data. Thanks to the work that is being done in ES, we now can collect those data and are confident that we are able to report on the impact of our project. And then the last point, we need to convince people. And so here we have an approach, which is the same we are using for green bonds, which is to use an external auditor. So basically, we have put in place processes on how we select the project, how we allocate the fund, how we report on the fund, and we have assurance, and actually the highest level of assurance, reasonable assurances that are delivered by an external auditor so that investors can be confident that when we report on how we have allocated the fund for gender equality and women economic empowerment, it has been independently and externally checked. So now all of the conditions are met so that we can extend our sustainability awareness bond program to gender equality and women economic empowerment. And through that, we'll be able to benefit from a program which is a multi-currency program, which has included and which has been open for investors from Mexico to Australia, a lot of European investors, of course, but we have also have launched operation in Sweden, in Norway, in the United Kingdom, and so we'll use this investor base and put it to the benefit of our action in gender equality and women economic empowerment.
Thank you very much, Cyril. What a news. Well, I think we can really congratulate warmly EIB on leading the way by extending the Sustainability Awareness Bond framework to 2 new social objectives, gender equality and women's economic empowerment. Congratulations. As you mentioned, we need robust and relevant eligibility criteria. We also need transparency, and these bonds will provide, of course, detailed reports on how funds are used, which is extremely important, and as I think it was already outlined during the panel discussion, but also how results are achieved. And this is also very important to be able to demonstrate this to investors. All of this, of course, as you said, aligning with international guidelines and criteria. We at the Luxembourg Stock Exchange obviously look very much forward listing a first sustainability awareness bond with a gender objective on our market soon. Before wrapping up, I'd like to open the floor to questions, if there are any in the audience. We still have a few minutes.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you so much for this fascinating session. Just to introduce myself, my name is Fidanka Bacheva-McGrath, and I work for CE Bankwatch Network. It's really amazing to hear about quantification of impact and impact measurement, verification, and certification. And it was also important to say that this measurement is done against a strategy. My question is to the EIB. The EIB gender strategy is from 2016. It's perhaps a little bit out of date. So the question is, will there be an update to that strategy and when? Thank you.
So I confirm that there is going to be an update. Christophe confirmed that it is going to take place this year. So in 2025, we are going to update the gender strategy.
Any other question in the room? So let me conclude quickly that the actions that EIB, 2X, Financial Alliance for Women and the Luxembourg Stock Exchange are taking to advance gender equality, to capitalize on women in the fight against climate change and social exclusion matter more than ever. And I'd like to launch a call for action. We need you, we need more partners to strengthen our efforts and keep driving progress towards equality, rights, and empowerment for all women and girls. And now let me invite to the floor Mr. Christophe Koen, Director General, Project Directorate, to wrap up the session. Christophe, the floor is yours.
dear panel members, Jen, Ines, Cyril, for your insightful knowledge that you shared with us. And thank you very much, Julie, for moderating so well this panel. I have now the pleasure to wrap this panel up, and I understand that I'm probably also coming to, or concluding this event also for the day, because after this panel and after this session, we will finish the first day of the EIB Forum. I think we experienced now in this panel that we all will share a very strong passion and a very strong vision on how gender finance could be and how we all should drive this agenda forward. The panel made very clear that there is a business case and there is an impact case for financing gender equality. And I think, as Minister Bakker said in the very beginning, this is not only about doing what is right, this is also about doing what is smart and what opens new opportunities for everybody. But we also have to acknowledge that if we fully harness the benefits of more equal societies, we also must have all concerted efforts, and that means embrace a diverse range of financial instruments. And this includes that leveraging capital markets and adhering to gender lens investing standards, such as the 2X criteria, as we just heard so comprehensively, have to guide our action. We need a common language, we need common standards, and only through that we will mobilize private sector investors into this important topic. We in EIB, as a pioneer in green and sustainable bonds financing and the bonds market, we understand that capital markets can have a huge impact on our sustainability objectives in Europe, but also far beyond. Today, we have successfully issued 20 billion euros of sustainable awareness bonds, which have financed projects across the world to deliver vital environmental and social objectives, such as affordable housing, access to clean water, educational initiatives, and healthcare services, all that under these instruments. Today, we've also heard about the transformative potential of gender-focused bonds. It's, however, quite concerning that they currently account only for 2% of all listed sustainable bonds. This is not enough. And I think what we are doing today will hopefully open the door and be a catalyst for improving, indeed, also the share of these bonds in the marketplace, because that's what we need. With the extension of the sustainable awareness bonds to cover the two new objectives that Cyril just mentioned, gender equality being the first one, and then women's economic empowerment being the second one, we will underline that impact and we will open the space for more financing also under EIB bond issuances. This opening will now allow for two types of, say, financings to now also come under these bonds and basically broaden their application. The first one is that we can now, through intermediaries, put into the portfolio financings for female entrepreneurs and women-led businesses that address the staggering 1.7 trillion finance gap. We have problems today with millions, billions, and trillions. I'm sorry for that. And then the second type of projects, and that's equally important, is that we deliver products and services targeted at closing gender equality gaps. For example, the investment in Minervax, one of our individual projects that we financed, which aims to develop a novel maternal vaccine. These are typical projects that we can now include and that will boost the impact of these financings and hence will hopefully allow us to mobilize capital markets even more. I would like to also say that this morning, and I can say that Ines and Jen also joined us in that, we launched the Gender Finance Lab as EIB, which is an advisory package to indeed build capacity in financial institutions to do what we are doing today here, which is to promote gender finance and build an asset class and build a market for these financings. With this being said, I see that the bell has arrived, which was brought all the way up, I think, from Luxembourg Stock Exchange. Thank you so much, Julie, for that. And I understand that I can pass the word to the president of the EIB Group, Nadia Calviño, now, to commemorate this event and close this session with, I think I'm very happy also that Minister Bacchus is still here with us. And I should stop now. That's what I'm, okay, very good. I stop. Thank you very much.
I stand here, and Julie can also, and Yuriko, no? Okay, well, we're coming to the end of the session. It's been a very intense day, and I think everybody wants to go to the networking dinner. So let me just share 4 personal reasons which make this a very, very happy moment. Not only because I'm surrounded by wonderful, powerful women and fantastic men that are leading this agenda, but there are 4 reasons that make it very special. First of all, that we have just heard why gender equality is not only the right thing to do, but the smart thing to do. The business case is very strong. And so by moving the cursor and opening up these sustainability bonds to new areas that have to do with gender equality, we're actually contributing to more growth, more prosperity for the world. Second reason is that the European Investment Bank is absolutely committed to gender equality, which is at the heart of European values. And we were discussing in private how it seems revolutionary these days to say what Europe stands for: protection of minorities, gender equality, peace and respect, trying to have win-win solutions and win-win agreements with our partners around the world. So it's very good, and that's the second reason that we're really symbolizing one of European values. Thirdly, it's very good that we're also representing the partnership we have with the Luxembourg Stock Exchange. It's been a journey, a very intense and very successful journey. This 100 billion milestone we marked last year, very recently. And now we want to do more. And I'm really happy that the EIB continues to be a pioneer that can contribute to also place the Luxembourg Stock Exchange as a pioneer and as a reference stock exchange for bonds and fixed income markets that are exploring new territories. No, that's the 4th reason. And then the 5th and final reason is that we get to ring the bell again, which makes it really special that in this very serious environment and after such an intense day of debate, we can close it with some music, you know, and a nice sound. So thank you very much to all those that have made it possible, and let's ring the bell, should we?
Thank you so much, everybody. And whilst photos are being taken, and thank you to all of the panelists today, thank you for still being here in this wonderful cocoon we have created inside the Luxembourg Convention Centre, but you are now released to see if there is daylight outside, and also for the reception. And tomorrow morning we will start at 9:25. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much.